Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. sponsored by Safaricom. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Kalasha International TV and Film Market. Please welcome the CEO of the Kenya Film Commission, Mr. Timothy Owase.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market 2021. The Kenya Film Commission has been championing the advancement of Kenya's film industry, both locally and internationally, since its inception. As the government agency mandated to develop the film industry in the country, we are committed to expanding the opportunities for our creatives. As a commission, it is our overriding goal to create an enabling environment where Kenyan filmmakers have more knowledge and supportive infrastructure in place to support content production and distribution. The Kalasha International Film and TV Market is one of such platforms through which we focus on knowledge sharing as well as networking and business-to-business opportunities. Join us for the 4th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market, themed The Future of Content Creation in Africa. In order to comply with the COVID-19 measures, this edition will be a hybrid event. Hence, you can plug into all conferences and workshops, as well as the exciting pitching competition through the Kenya Film Commission YouTube channel. We as the Commission envision that the future of content creation in Africa will be a blend of technology and technique. The main agenda of this conference is to delve deeper into this conversation. We are excited to bring to you a star-studded group of over 50 content development experts from across the globe. These include our very own Sarah Hassan, the founder and director of Mediae, that is Mr. David Campbell, world-renowned visual effects creator and computer graphics innovator, Dean Leon, South African director, producer and digital marketer, Joby Bakama, film producer, Jack Jeraputo, who is in the top 25 highest grossing producers in US box office history, and Nigerian Sayo Owolabi, CEO of Africa's leading private esports organization, among others. We will also have panelists from our event partners Safaricom, Ada Animation, and Daystar University. Log on to the Kenya Film Commission YouTube channel from the 5th to the 7th of May 2021 and experience the world of filmmaking in a whole new way. Karibuni sana.
And now, a word from the Kenya Film Commission's board representative, Mr. Ernest Kerich.
Mr. Joe Musheru, CS Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Mrs. Esther Koimet, Principal Secretary, State Department of Broadcasting and Telecommunications, Mr. Timothy Owase, CEO, Kenya Film Commission, all speakers and panelists, filmmakers from around the world, members of the press, directors of the Board of Directors of the Kenya Film Commission, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are glad that the 4th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market is finally here with us, following the postponement of the previous edition due to COVID-19. The film industry has proven to be resilient in the face of the global pandemic, as seen from the recent and upcoming film releases. Our objective is to showcase Kenya as a major regional hub for film and TV productions, post-production and distribution across all platforms and genres, while reinforcing the uniqueness of Kenya as a shooting location. Rate of growth and quality is a sure benchmark of success, and the fourth edition of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market is on an exponential trajectory with double the number of world-renowned experts on matters animation, film and TV, and additional components to the market space that offers an exciting and unique opportunity for all participants to discover and connect. We expect over 1,000 participants during the entire market, cutting across all film stakeholders, as well as film students from universities across the region. The fourth edition of the market will be a hybrid event that is only the panelists and moderators and a small production team will be in a room. The audience will join virtually. This is due to COVID-19 containment measures put in place by the Kenya government. For this edition, panelists and workshop moderators who are not in Kenya will be joining us virtually. Once again, on behalf of the chairperson and the board of directors of the Kenya Film Commission, I welcome you all to the fourth edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market 2020. Thank you.
And from the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Ms. Esther Koimet, Permanent Secretary, Broadcasting and Telecommunications.
We are glad to launch the fourth edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market following the postponement of the previous edition due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The film industry has proved to be resilient in the face of the global pandemic, as seen from the recent and upcoming film releases and TV shows. Kalasha Market is a 3-day trade fair offering high-level interaction for trading and sharing ideas aimed towards bettering the film industry in the country. Because the health of our people is important to us, this edition will not feature the exhibition by film-related organizations as we have known it for the last 3 years. However, it is all systems go for the virtual conference and workshops lined up for the next 3 days, revolving around this year's theme, which is the future of content creation in Africa. With the technology of streaming and conferences and workshops live, we expect global participation on a higher scale, cutting across a variety of film stakeholders, including film students from universities across the region and the world at large. The fourth edition kicks off today, the 5th May 2021, and runs through to the 7th of May 2021. This event will feature the exciting pitching competition where winners will get a chance to walk away with a cash prize of 500,000 shillings in each of the following categories: animation, film, short and feature, TV shows, and documentary. I welcome you all to this year's edition of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market. I thank you and God bless you all.
And now, for the official opening, welcome the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Mr. Joe Msheru.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure to join you all once again as we officially kick off the fourth edition of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market, an initiative of the Kenya Film Commission. The market aims to encourage growth and creativity in content creation. In this edition, that is mostly virtual, I urge all filmmakers and stakeholders to log in and interact with experts from Kenya and across the world, experts in film and audiovisual industry for a unique opportunity to learn and share as they discuss issues revolving around the future of content creation, animation, policy, and technology. Kenya has a lot of talent. We have impeccable film locations, there's a lot of cultural diversity, and most of all, we have creators who are full of brilliant ideas and necessary expertise to tell our wonderful stories. It is my hope that these discussions with the key stakeholders will lead to the betterment of the film industry. At the heart of the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs is the strategic intention to substantially grow the film industry through the strengthening of existing institutional frameworks and increasing the production of films in Kenya through the active involvement of the film industry stakeholders. With the vibrant film and TV industry, we are certain that the industry will be more alive, offering increased job opportunities and sustainable wealth creation for industry professionals and the youth. I take this opportunity to encourage corporate entities to support and partner with the government agencies in advancing youth development agenda. As a ministry, we reaffirm our commitment to support Kenya Film Commission in developing a vibrant film industry in Kenya. Filmmaking is big business indeed. It remains our responsibility, therefore, to make the industry more commercially viable for investors and to create many jobs, and especially for our youth. With those few remarks, I now declare the 4th edition of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market officially open. I wish you all fruitful discussions. Thank you and God bless you. Asanteni sana.
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. sponsored by Safaricom.
Welcome to the 4th edition of the Kalasha Film and Television Market, whose theme is the future of content creation in Africa. This event has been made possible by the Kenya Film Commission and is both physical and virtual. My name is Kimani Njogu, and I work with Treza Communications, and I'm also convener of the Creative Economy Working Group. We are grateful to Safaricom for supporting this event because that support has made it possible for us to convene and have this critical conversation about the creative sector. The session that I'll be moderating today focuses on the future of content creation in Africa. This topic is critical for the continent because at this moment, Africa is looking at its socio-economic transformation and the role that the creative sector can play in that transformation. And this is happening within the context of advances in information technology, really the growth of youth population on the continent, which constitutes about 60% of the continental population, as well as rapid urbanization. Africa is the fastest urbanizing continent in the world. The session will explore issues related to content creation itself, consumption of creative content, the role of government, the role of investors, financiers, and other players in the sector. Of course, technology is critical also in this conversation. To help us clean the discussion, we have a team of panelists, some of whom are physically in the studio, and others will be joining us virtually. The first panelist is Fauzia Ali Kimanthi, who is Head of Consumer Digital Products and Services, Safaricom. Fauzia, karibu sana.
Asante, thank you.
The second panelist that we have is Mr. Timothy Owase, who is the CEO of Kenya Film Commission. Timothy, welcome.
Thank you.
Our third panelist is Nancy Matimu, the Managing Director of MultiChoice Kenya. Karibu, Nancy.
Thank you.
And we'll be joined by Tristan Jehan, the co-founder of Ellis, who is joining us from New York. It's amazing the ways in which we are able to link up with Tristan, and I'm really grateful because I know it's very early in the morning in New York. So welcome, Tristan, to the meeting today. And Job Bakama, the founder and director of Callback Dream Studios, who is joining us all the way from South Africa. So we are here to have this critical conversation on the future of content creation in Africa. And maybe to start us off in this discussion, really, Fausia, because you work in the space of consumption. And at Safaricom, you are playing a very important role in not only providing the space for creators to send out the content, but also working with consumers. From where you sit at Safaricom, what is going on? What is the status of consumption of our local content? What is the likely scenario going forward from the consumer's point of view?
So thank you very much, Kimani, for that question. So what I can tell you that we are seeing first is a high demand for high quality connectivity. The consumer is demanding for a seamless experience, both on mobile data and on fixed, because they have seen the need to, because for you to enjoy content, you really don't want to be watching something that is buffering. I think at the onset of COVID last year, one of the things we saw is that an almost 50% growth in data. And because we were all in lockdown, what we also noticed was that consumers were looking for information, they were looking to be entertained, and their eyeballs shifted. And what we started noticing is that customers were consistently looking for short-form content. They were watching it mostly on their mobile phones. They were and what we were also seeing is that comedy was really driving consumption. News was also driving consumption. Music was driving consumption. And interestingly, because churches and mosques were closed, on the Friday and on the Sunday, huge consumption of faith-based content that was also provided at that time. So, and what we've seen is that scenario doesn't seem to be shifting. And the interesting thing about it is that the content creators have very quickly sort of like adopted and were there to provide current, new, refreshed content, because that's what consumers want. If they see the same thing twice, they've moved on to the next person. There's so much content out there, you have to have something unique for the customer to be able to choose to watch you. And the concentration span is very, very short at the same time. So we've seen a lot of content creators coming up with not very sophisticated equipment, but still being able to deliver content that entertains, informs. People are using their mobile phones. You can almost see the picture moving. But if the story is captivating enough, it is actually drawing consumers there. So what we've also seen is that a lot of growth in young and upcoming content creators, getting great following on what I'd call the apps that are out there. So the YouTube, getting quite a bit of watch time. TikTok also coming up, which is quite interesting. And when you see most of this, it's actually short form content. So that in itself has created an opportunity, both for us who are telcos providing sort of like the platform, to actually see, is there an opportunity here in terms of enhancing the experience for customers, but also looking to see whether there's a possibility of creating monetization for the content creators. So interesting perspectives you're seeing coming through. Yeah, yes.
But could you tell us a little bit about Base? I mean, because I'm interested really in the type of innovations that are coming up at Safaricom. Just tell us a little bit about Base.
Okay, so because of this shift that we saw, what we decided is that why don't we, can I say, throw our hat in the ring, and actually create a platform that would aggregate short-form content and be able to, because the vision is to create a sustainable monetization model for content creators in Kenya. And we are focusing on short-form content. So what we did with Base is that we are just at the onset. we looked for a partner who had a platform that we could work with, and together put together an interesting cross-functional team that even included content creators and producers in market to give us advice in terms of saying what is important, how do we create an editorial policy that sort of like works? How do you create a family brand? How do you ensure that you're able to provide content that is entertaining and engaging? So after we did all that, the platform was ready. It was time to start looking for content creators. And we decided, let's do a pilot first, call out individually, and we've been able to actually get content creators giving us content. We've signed some contracts. So we are currently in pilot phase. Very encouraging results. So far, I think we've had about 300,000 customers trying the service, which is quite good, and we're still in pilot. We haven't even launched yet.
So you're actually responding to a consumer need for certain forms of content, certain types of, formats and so on.
Absolutely.
So very, very interesting. But of course, to do all these, I mean, you need government, whether we like it or not. I mean, you must have government to facilitate certain things. And Timothy, you sit right there with government advancing, film in Kenya. What do you think, again, thinking in a futuristic way, will be the role of government going forward to support the thriving of the creative sector, and more specifically, film? What will be the role of government going forward?
Thank you. First, I'll pick up from where Fozia has left, talking about the consumer demand. Of course, when you talk about content, we are looking at film. We also look at gaming and animation. And the role of government in this particular space is to facilitate development and growth of this particular sector. Key to this, we would like to see a talent pool that is capable of producing the kind of content that can traverse and meet the needs or the demands of the consumer. So to do this, the government is looking at what are the key policy frameworks that will be able to facilitate the industry. Other than the policy framework, we are also looking at the legal frameworks that will enable the film industry to thrive, attract investment, put infrastructure in place, so that when we are producing content, we are producing content that is of high quality. Of course, that doesn't end there. We also need to see an environment where there is more collaboration, co-production with other partners from other countries, because this will enable an expansion of the content market. And when there is a content market that is sufficient to the producers, then we'll be in business. That is just part of the key areas that government is focusing on. Here in Kenya, just like other government entities across the globe, we have acknowledged the role of the creative sector in expanding our economy and growing our GDP. So this is an area that the focus is very ripe, and currently we are keen to see that technology, which is critical in advancing this particular sector, is paramount, and we have to support all our creatives in terms of empowerment. How do we fund them? How do we ensure that they have the necessary skills that will complement what they are doing? And how do they access the facilities in terms of studios and so on? This will ensure that the demand for content by consumers is achieved, among many more.
Yes, Timothy, I hear you. I hear you in terms of what government is doing, what government is capable of doing to create a robust and thriving sector. But I'd like a comment from you on education, because one of the concerns we have had is really about the finished product. How do we build a body of creators that are trained almost to perfection, so that they are able to create content that is not just locally interesting, but also globally competitive?
Thank you. I'll be very specific on this. When it comes to skills development, this is where everything else starts, because when you don't have the correct talent pool, then the kind of products that you will get to the market may not be what is expected. Just like marketers always focus on what the consumer is looking for, the same applies to producers. Producers have to understand exactly who is their audience. Research has to be undertaken. And for us to bridge that gap, the Commission has put in place, of course supported by government, in place mechanisms to capacity build or develop skills of already existing talent pool, as well as introducing key programs in institutions of education. The curriculums have been developed, and currently I must confirm that the Ministry of Education, working with us, has developed curriculums on animation as well as film, and this will be able to go a long way in addressing the key question you just asked. Yes.
Absolutely. So we have discussed the consumer needs and the responsibility of creators to meet the needs of the consumers. And I think as we said from Safaricom, already Safaricom is noticing these changes and these needs. We've looked at the facilitative role of government going forward in terms of training, in terms of policy and the legal framework and so on. But there is always the question of money. And of course, content creation itself is really, really expensive. And I want to come to you, Nancy, to really give us an idea of what role investors can play such as MultiChoice, in ensuring that we have actually a very robust and strong industry that creates employment for our youth, entertains us when we're feeling like we really need entertainment, but enhances us in different ways. What would be your role going forward as investors? And are there any gaps that you notice that would actually make it possible for you to play that role even more effectively?
Thank you very much, Professor. So as you know, MultiChoice operates in 50 African countries. We are in 20 million households now, and we are ranked 8th globally in pay TV. Now, if you look at our journey, you will realize that you can almost tell what the future is looking like for investors. And part of the things that we have done, we have recognized that the future will be technology-led. So in the past, we have said content is king. But if you have content that is restrictive in the way that people consume it, want to consume it, then there will be a challenge because people don't have time anymore to just sit and watch programmed content. Therefore, the role of the investors like ourselves, first and foremost, is to anticipate the future. And whilst anticipating this future, for us to be able to invest effectively as technology-led platform ecosystem players. The next anticipation that we see into the future is that the content is going to be locally relevant led, which is a fantastic time for anybody in the creative industry in Africa to be in today. You must have seen this already, that the world is taking to African stories and African cultures and languages. That we are taking to acceptance of stars like Lupita Nyong'o, and we have also seen how well the Black Panther was received globally. So this tells you something about how ready Africa is to play in the big stage globally. And you will also notice that from our journey as MultiChoice as an investor in this space, we have now clearly stated that our strategic direction going forward is leading with local content, whilst we continue to stand on the strength of the sports pillar, which has been the mainstay of our content, complemented by general entertainment. But then let's now look at what the landscape really does look like. As you know, MultiChoice is one of the biggest investors in the entire value chain, right from content creation into distribution and now into refining customer experiences. One of the biggest challenges that we see is the fact that the world is, yes, ready for the evolution of content creation from original programming. That is, we don't expect that MultiChoice and other media houses and players like Safaricom will be the only ones putting in money to actually originate programming. The future is more independent commissioning as well, and also growth of user-generated content. So it is such a fantastic world indeed for any young person who has a phone today wants to generate content. And in the last Multi-Choice Talent Factory graduation ceremonies, we actually did 10-minute videos developed via phone. And the winners of this, the winners of the different campaigns that we were doing, we were actually sponsored to go to the New York Film Academy. I mean, it's really, we keep saying, and I've been speaking to artists, that it is really such a different time and such a great time to be in the industry. Finally, our investment is hinged a lot on developing our legacy systems, evolving from the traditional legacy systems into going to digital platforms. And as I said, we are a technology platform ecosystem player now and have fully embraced that responsibility. And the reason why we have done this is because we are cognizant of the changes in consumption habits of consumers, as Fozia said. And one of the biggest drivers is I want to watch content whenever I want, wherever I want, in whatever format I want to be able to watch it. So those that have gone ahead of us in the OTT space discovered this well long before maybe the whole world began to say it. But that doesn't mean that those of us that have been in the pay TV are not doing anything about it. So you might have seen the work we are doing on DSTV app and Showmax, which are fast mobile, fast on digital platform. So a lot of evolution and investments and the role of investors to invest in technology and creating experiences that customers want. Finally, the experiences that we are seeing today is that we have so much fragmentation of content, whether it's pay TV, traditional pay TV, or free to air, or even the upcoming OTT or subscription video on demand. And as a result, the customer is just getting too tired. You know, I have to pay for this, I have to pay for that, I have to look for this there, I have to activate this, I don't know when I need to do that. So the demand, therefore, is to move into a super aggregator, but also give the consumer the preference to be able to choose what he wants to watch, whenever he wants to watch, and that's the future we shall be getting into. And you might have seen, just to assure you of the commitment as an investor, this is not a story. The current campaign we are running in Kenya and across the 50 African countries that we operate in, starting April, is a local campaign where we are celebrating the voices of artists across the countries we operate in. So in Kenya, for instance, we are featuring stories Zetu Kivyetu on GoTV, featuring Pete, featuring stories on Kovu, and also on GoTV, stories on DSTV, stories in Abamba, featuring top artists. We have Selena, which is now a household name, and we also have Kina. So this is not a story. It is something that we have begun to do and actively play a role in investing and supporting local industry and the growth of local content into the future.
I'll be coming back to you on the question of, you know, what I need to do to plug in, because I think you're doing amazing work at MultiChoice. I mean, and there are many creators out there, you know, Kenyan creators, African creators, who'd like to plug into your system. And I think that would really be nice to use this opportunity to know what it is that they can do to be able to join, to join the MultiChoice direction. Now, I would like to talk with my brother, Job Bakama, who is in South Africa. And Job, I hope that you got the perspective from our colleagues, you know, the consumer-led creation, as well as the role of government, and more immediately, the investor's role. From where you sit as a creator and a worker in the creative sector, what do you think is going to be the future of the creative industry? What is the role of you know, of the creator in this journey? Is that role driven by government, or is it driven by the private sector, or is it driven by the individual creator? What is your view about this, Job Bakama?
All right, thanks for the question. First and foremost, I think it lies on the creator at the end of the day. It's nobody else's job but you as a storyteller to tell your story. It cannot lie on government. It cannot lie on other entities, whether it's MultiChoice or other parties. And it also can't even lie on the Kenya Film Commission for that story to come out. You know, I think as illustrated by everybody, and I think it's amazing that they're doing all the different things they're doing, from Safaricom to government to multi-choice and its hyper-local focused content strategy. At the end of the day, it still lies on you, the storyteller. So if you're a writer, you still need to write your story. If you're a photographer, you still need to take those photos. If you're a videographer, if you're a DOP, a cinematographer, you still need to shoot that. And I feel like we're living probably one of the best times there's ever been in history to tell your story. There's literally no excuses. If you just have a phone, you can still shoot amazing films on phones. The phones are incredible nowadays, these smartphones. You can do pretty much everything on it. You can shoot your film on the phone, you can edit it on the phone, you can put the music, you can mix everything, and then you can export it and share it to the world. And there's so many platforms, from YouTube, etc., Instagram, TikTok, the list goes on, as to the various places you could run and promote and market, and the places you could build relationships with communities of creatives around the world, whether it's like communities like Behance, which is run by Adobe, and so forth. Vimeo is another great community as well of creatives. There's just no excuses. I say it starts with you as the filmmaker. You have a story to tell, start by telling your story. That literally is where I stand on that.
Job, let me follow up on that, you know, and especially on the question of collaborations between various, you know, artists. If you know that sometimes creativity operates best through interaction between the creators themselves. Would you see any possibilities for, you know, mentorship, for partnerships, not just within the continent, but actually globally? What's your view about this possibility? And especially given the digital divide that we have and the challenges of knowledge on the continent, on the utilization of new technologies.
Okay, so on challenges of knowledge, I would almost completely disagree with a lot of people on this. Google is just a phenomenal place. YouTube, the University of YouTube is amazing. I can sit on YouTube and look up anything on any random topic, and there's gonna be somebody who can really go deeper into it. And I'm talking about car washing, fixing my garage door. We're not even talking about creative in the sense of like filmmaking, but if you want to go there, that it's there. So if you want to learn how to shoot better, there's somebody, there's so many creatives sharing their knowledge. You want to light better, that's there. You want to make sure your sound sounds amazing, it's there. You want to know how to mix just like the professionals do. The professionals are on YouTube and they're sharing. So what I find, and just as a creative, is that a lot of young filmmakers will approach us, and all I see is a list of excuses. All I see is a list of reasons as to why they think they're not where they think they should be. And I don't usually see the work. Now, there are incredible young people doing incredible work out there. I think you can illustrate whether it's, what's her name, the young comedian, Kenyan comedian, Majimbo. She's doing really well. I mean, she's going on GQ, etc. This is from her Instagram. So from just being on her Instagram and sharing her own personal comedy, she's become a global star. If that doesn't illustrate what's possible, I don't know what else does. When you look at Nigeria, the Ikorodu boys, a bunch of young boys who are passionate about filmmaking, who love filmmaking, who decide, you know what, we're gonna emulate and we're gonna look at American films and music videos, and we're gonna make our own localized versions for fun and try to emulate the same shots, try to emulate the same angles, and produce the same trailers, but from our perspective as guys in the village. That's incredible what they've done. Like, it's amazing. And again, I just feel like this whole thing of government's not doing enough for us. Okay, I hear you, but it's my responsibility as a filmmaker to tell my story. It's my responsibility to find the financiers. It's my responsibility to find the people that I'm going to collaborate with. Now, can government help? Sure. Is it helping? It probably is if I look in the right places. And sometimes it's simply just either calling somebody at the Film Commission's office and just saying, hey, I'd like to do the following. I'd like to get either permits or a waiver on film permits in order to film in the certain locations. Can you help me find this type of location? Can you help me find other filmmakers? That's the whole point of film markets and film conferences like this. This is when we as content creators meet other people. This is when I say to Tristan, hey, Tristan, that's so cool. You're based in New York. What do you do? Oh, you do that. I do this. Maybe there's something there. And then we have to take it offline and then see, is there something genuinely there? You can never force a collaboration or creative combustion to happen. It has to happen naturally, and there has to be the right energy, the right intention, and over the long term, the right execution for the project. But it starts with the filmmaker again. You have to get up, you have to decide, this is what I'm going to do. You have to commit the time and the resources to getting it done. You've got to put in your 10,000 hours. There is no shortcut to heaven, but it'll get done. You just got to put in the work. That's how I feel.
Absolutely, and that means we have to sweat it out. I mean, it's labor. You have to work, you have to spend all these hours, you have to look for the story, you have to understand your consumer, you have to know, what you are able to do, and look out the partnerships. Not expect other people to do it for you. So thanks, Job. I'll be coming back to you later on another issue. And really, thank you so much for joining us all the way from South Africa. It's really nice.
Thanks for having me.
I want to go to New York now with Tristan, who's done amazing work in music and audio. And bottom line, Tristan, and I have to thank you for staying awake, really. I know it's about 2 a.m. In New York. Creators want to make some little money, as they do their work, because they have bills to pay, they have, things to take care of. Given your experience in music, and if you can draw from that experience, as well as other activities you have done, going forward, how will the creative sector monetize, and where will the money come from? Who is going to pay the bills for the sector? Tristan, if you can give us a glimpse of that from where you're located, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me, first of all. And yes, it's almost. It's 3 a.m. right now in New York, so sorry if I'm not too coherent. But yeah, when it comes to monetization, I think it's important to also look at where we're coming from. When the big media ruled with broadcast TV, FM radio, even newspapers, and they controlled distribution. They were the gatekeepers and decided like who wins and who loses, So the internet sort of democratized creation and decentralized access to a much wider content, niche content, gave access to the long tail. And so, for example, with my previous company, The Econest, it was all about discovery of that content, through algorithms and also creation. So we were finding this niche content from all over the internet, and we enabled app developers to innovate in the music space and create new types of experiences. But in terms of monetization, this was a bit of an illusion. I would say that we haven't seen a middle class of creators just yet. What happened instead is like there's been a consolidation of distribution platforms and kind of like the winner takes all phenomenon. And so in some ways, I would say it's kind of a little bit of a return to the gatekeeper model, where the new gatekeepers are now those big media companies and algorithms that actually optimize for certain business models that aren't necessarily designed for creators, but rather for advertisers. So these corporations are often based on like social networks and a gamification of content creation that's often based on clout. Influencer model, which aligns rather with the advertisers, not necessarily with the content quality. But on the other hand, you have like, certain platforms like Spotify, like Netflix, which in contrast tend to prioritize their editorial content, which again creates some kind of feedback loop. So in the end, I would say that very few people actually create on this platform, and even less monetize on those platforms. If you look at, for example, on YouTube, only 3% of YouTubers actually make $70,000 a year and require 1.4 million views per month to make that $17,000 a year. On Spotify, less than 50,000 artists make a minimum wage out of the 3+ million artists that are on the platform. And there's a whole, Spotify controversy. I used to work at Spotify, so there's a whole Spotify controversy about, payment of artists. I think it's actually largely due to right holders kind of making most of the money, but that's a different debate. But regardless, the model favors most popular content, which is what is being prioritized by those platforms. And you might think that's bad in music. I think it's actually going to be worse with podcasts, where, like, for example, on platform like Spotify, they invest hundreds of millions in acquiring the top podcast, and obviously this is the type of content that they're gonna prioritize and push in front of their users, just like Netflix is, obviously creating or acquiring a lot of content, but that's the primary content they are going to push in front of their users. So overall, I would say the situation is better than it used to be, because there's a lot more content and there's access to all of this content, and that content is actually more personalized. But I think the trend now is moving towards moving away from these traditional media business models and moving away from these kind of one-size-fits-all subscriptions or ad revenue-driven models, and we're going towards more of a creator economy that's more about quality and authenticity of smaller communities. So you have like maybe smaller distribution, but higher revenue per customers or per user or per fan. So I'm thinking of like models like Patreon, which has been popular for music and video, or the model like Substack, which is about content, text creation, authors and journalists in particular. And on these kind of platforms, like top creators can make like up to $1 million, a year, with a much smaller user base, right? So, for example, if you have 1,000 super fans of your creation, if they're willing to pay $100 a year, there you go, you have like $100,000, so you can very quickly beat these old models. And now we even see that, big corporations like Apple are investing in this model. So like they just announced, for example, that they're going to enable podcasters to monetize in this way, and decide on what value they want to attach to their own content.
So it seems to me, Tristan, what you're saying is that we will have diversity of, of channels and opportunities and platforms, and that artists will be able to choose where to go, the space that actually benefits them substantially. I'll come back to you on some of the issues that you have raised, but I'd like now to move on to another issue with my colleagues here, and this is the issue of related to intellectual property, and so on, because this is an area which, in my view, has potential for giving, giving creators resource, where they're earning royalties, given, the products and so on. And I just want to get a sense from you, Fozia, again. Is that an issue, the issue of, of ownership? Is that something you have encountered in your work? And I think that is a question that many of you will respond to. Is that something that you're dealing with at Safaricom?
Yes, actually it is. And I think it's an interesting one, because I think what we see is that there is a knowledge gap in terms of how artists can protect their craft. I think that's what I've seen. Especially where you have an aggregator model, like we are, and we aggregate content. We are very keen to ask and ensure that the person who is aggregating and bringing us the content actually has gotten the proper documentation in terms of who has the right, for example, to a song. So see, before we were in the music space, especially with Skiza, so it was very key to make sure that who has the rights to this song, because that person then determines exactly what happens to it. But I think what we've also seen is that sometimes, because of that gap, someone might enter into a contract unknowingly and actually cede their rights. And what we see is that there's an opportunity, even from a skills perspective, in terms of how can we provide sort of like some basics to all the creators out there, so that they can know, when I'm looking at a contract with whoever it is, this is how I need to ensure that my rights are protected, or this is the way I need to ensure that if I'm ceding rights, because it's my craft, then sort of like I'm adequately compensated. So even as we get now into the video space, it's one of the things that we are making sure that is embedded in contracts. But we still see a gap. So one of the things we want to do in our new platform that we're calling Base Content Garage, it's basically a platform such as this, where we bring the experts in market to help transfer knowledge. I don't think everyone needs to go through the path of pain that everyone else has. We have entertainment lawyers, we have people who can be able to explain on what it is to actually own or seed, or what it is that you need to know if you're a creator. And then through sharing of that knowledge, we believe that people will be able to know how to, sort of like get to the right deals and make sure that they protect their craft. So we see a gap. We will try to provide for it in the Content Creators Garage, which is a platform. But we believe that more can be done. I liked what I heard from the chair of the Kenya Film Commission. He talked about skills, and I believe as part of the program, this is probably one of the topics, so maybe he could also expand.
Absolutely, and I think that it's a critical area, because we're talking about earning and how creators in the future will get money. I mean, I'm a writer, so I get my royalties. Every end of year, I know I'll get X amount of shillings from my books, and I always look forward to that. I know Timothy, Kenya Film Commission is not the institution that deals with issues of copyright. So we have the Kenya Copyright Board and so forth and so on. But you sit in a very special place because you build the policy and the legal framework for this type of stuff. Do you see, again, from your interaction with creatives, do you see this opportunity for knowledge on IP? And also, again, from where you sit, do you see that this is something that is, as a result of just lack of knowledge, or is it lack of initiative, or is it unfair business, relationship?
Thank you, Prof. First of all, copyright and intellectual property protection is fundamental to any creative. It's all about self-awareness on the space that you operate in. Without understanding your intellectual property, then you may never earn from your works. That's why, from where I sit, the government of Kenya has set up an institution that is specific to facilitate issues to do with the copyright and related rights, as well as intellectual property. At the Commission, in our endeavor to enhance skills, this is one of the key areas that we focus in, because we would like the creatives to be aware of the environment they operate in, and when they have products, how are these products protected, and how are they, as creatives, protected for their own products. So this is an area that we cannot ignore. We continue pursuing, and we also continue imparting knowledge as far as copyright is related.
Absolutely. Nancy, I want to come to you because in your model, in your business model, you have works that are commissioned, for example, and then you have other works that are not commissioned, but which are brought to you, you know, for possibility of you investing in the work. So how do you navigate this issue of intellectual property and so on? At what point do you do that?
Thank you very much. So there are several answers to that question, but let me focus on the fact that first there's training and awareness, as CEO Timothy has just said. And you know, I just want to say it's good for us to pay taxes, because the way we fund the Kenya Film Commission, the Kenya Copyright Board, the enforcement, and the people who are playing a part in training is through taxes, the government exchequer. So coming back to, first there's a gap in awareness, but we are a listed organization, listed company, and we're in the top 40 in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, highly regulated by the King 4 Code, which therefore means that part of the responsibility is to drive focused on the three bottom line, and which means that socio-ethical business is important. So we take responsibility in looking through the contract, and if at all there is any opportunity to take advantage of, whether it's through an aggregator or a producer who is bringing the work to us, we make sure that the contract is well structured to take care of all the players. But the other big gap is not just about contracting. It's when we put the work into the marketplace. Are we monetizing enough, or are people watching it for free? Because then it's not being monetized effectively. So we do have a challenge with cable piracy and streaming piracy. And that's the reason why the government last year enacted the bill of the copyright into a law, the Copyright 2020 law, which clearly states how the intellectual property will be respected, what rights accrue to the owner, and what happens if there is obviously contravention to those regulations. So, and we need to be aware, artists, crew, producers, everybody needs to be aware of the content that is in the copyright bill, so that we can collectively address the ills against piracy and also the issues around intellectual property ownership.
Absolutely. I think that the responsibility is for everybody involved in the value chain, in the creative value chain. So, you know, from consumption, what's the responsibility of consumption, so that are we consuming pirated products, or are we consuming products that actually give something to the creator and so on. I think there is responsibility across the board, and I think that that awareness is really, really critical. I want to, because again, you know, we have such a limited time to engage in this conversation. I want to go back to an issue that that has been touched on, and this is an issue related to changing formats, long formats versus shorter formats. And I want to pose this question really to Job, because he's been in the sector for some time. And Job, if you can come back in and give us an idea of what is driving this. I mean, why are people preferring shorter formats? And does that mean then that the longer formats will become irrelevant? Should we invest only in shorter formats, or should we be looking at also the longer formats? And is this need for shorter formats driven by consumers or by the creators themselves? Maybe you and Tristan can address that question as we wrap up from your end.
It's a good question. I'm not sure what is exactly driving it, but I do realize I think the mobile experience and the never-ending scroll on your phone is key to that. I think it's an attention span thing as well. I do find myself very guilty of. I have everything. I've got multi-choice. I've got Netflix. I've got YouTube. I've got Red Bull. I happen to be lucky enough to even have multi-choice. And I will say I find myself on YouTube a lot, you know, and it'll just be one short clip after another short clip after another short clip. But that's like a different type of content. So usually it's whether it's I'm quite I love cooking. So whether it's cooking shows or whether it's lighting tips or something quick DIY around the house that I'm trying to get, YouTube comes in handy for that. And that's where short content, where I just want an answer quickly or I want to watch something quickly. I think that works in that aspect. From an entertainment and a quick entertainment aspect, it does work. But for a full entertainment experience, I believe longer format shows still win. So you'll find that dramas are still very, very popular. And I think even the team at MultiChoice can attest to that. Dramas do work very well for them. I find that a film, you know, there's just something about getting the family together and watching a really well-crafted 60 to 90 minute experience, you know, a well-crafted story that has its place. So I think it's not a question of whether short is going to win over a long content. I mean, right now, short is winning in the sense that there's just a lot of eyeballs on it, so they get a lot of views because it's really quick. You know, I watch 1 3-minute clip from you and then watch another 3, watch another 3, watch another 3. Of course, in the number of views, it would look like, oh, wow, amazing. But it's a different consumption. It's a different type of content. I think that both of them are balanced in the world, and it's just about what the consumer wants. You know, mobile does that. The mobile experience is about the consumer saying, you know what, actually, right now I want to binge a series, so I'll binge a series. Or right now I want something short. I want to watch a music video. I want to be entertained. I want to laugh really quick. I want to share something viral with my friends and just laugh about that. And then that's that moment for that reason. Yeah, that would be my answer. Tristan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so the forms will be the same. Yes, Tristan.
Yeah, no, I would just add to that yeah, whether it's text, whether it's audio, music, or video, I think what happens is like there's hundreds of startups experimenting with all kinds of different formats, and some will stick, some won't. But I think eventually we're going towards like a whole spectrum of content formats, durations. You know, you're gonna get a little bit of everything, and like Joby said, it's like dependent on in which context you want to consume certain types of content, and you know, in what kind of device, what kind of you know, format, screen, all that stuff, which is, you know, is more more appropriate for certain format than others and certain durations than others.
Yeah,
Prof, can I just add a point?
Yes, you'll come in. Yes, Falsia wants to step in. If you can step in, yes, please.
Sure.
So just to add to your point, I think if we step back and ask ourselves, who are we producing the content for? It's for the customer. So I think if we look at the customer, the opportunity that has presented in terms of short and long form, as we think, is because now we are looking at the customer for 24 hours. Maybe before long form was when I get back, I lean back, I can watch in the evening. Now when the customer wakes up in the morning, they're going to work, they're in the bus, they kind of want to watch something quickly, they're in a break, they're having a cup of coffee. So I think my view, is almost aligned to what they're saying. Both will probably find their space, but there are more opportunities for short form during the day when people have these small pieces of time when they can watch something. And I think that's what's driving this whole evolution. But in the evenings when you have time, or you know, when you're on holiday, then you can lean back and really enjoy a 3-hour sort of show. So I think there's a space for everything, as long as we follow the customer during the day, over the weekend, and understand what it is that they're doing, then we can be able to actually create opportunities for them.
Yeah, I keep asking myself, maybe film is learning from music, because music was always short form. and that it was always 3 minutes or so. I mean, and you finished with your song, and then you pick the next song and so forth. Maybe there is a cross genre, learning. And I don't know from MultiChoice, are you investing in both long and short forms, or are you now concentrated on the short forms because that's where the consumer is?
All right. So first, I agree with all the speakers, including Fozia from Safaricom, that there's going to be a coexistence of both formats, and specifically what Fozia has said, because of the nature of the way the consumer apportions his time in the course of the day. He's busy. He doesn't have time to sit back and watch. But like Job said as well, we do find that sometimes when we just want to relax and watch and enjoy good quality entertainment, you want long format entertainment. So, and to answer your question, yes, you might have seen that some of our production, and especially on Showmax, we have 3 distribution platforms. You have GoTV, DSTV, and we have Showmax now. You might have noticed that we're also moving into fairly shorter segments and shorter sizes of formats because of that exact reason, right? And there's a question you asked me, why and what you need to do to be able to join MultiChoice. We have been keen enough to listen to what Job has said. It's about enriching lifestyles. Is it something, does your script enrich lifestyles? And the brand purpose that we actually stand for as MultiChoice is enriching lives. And we then look for quality. Everybody wants quality. But it's content that is also going to talk a lot more about our stories, telling our stories more. People want to relate to what they watch. Right. So increasingly, that's what has led us to drive towards local content more. So don't try to copy the Western culture. Tell our story as it is, in its full authenticity. Then make sure it is good quality, talking to edutainment. Education is now big. Directly, whether it is education curriculum that's structured and curated, or different content that's just curated for cooking, inspiring lifestyles, activating passions, and then finally, information-led content that can be trusted. Trusted news and platforms, because increasingly the issue of fake news is a reality. And sometimes we have even seen fake news find itself into mainstream media and a lot of corrections happening thereafter. So quality, 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 quality. Tell authentic African stories and write it on a great script. If you don't have a great script writer, get connected. We have a huge network of award-winning producers and script writers. We have, you don't know, in Kenya, the regional headquarters for Eastern and Southern Africa content development for MultiChoice is based in Nairobi and led by a Kenyan, Timothy Okwaro. So we have everything and everybody accessible to you to be able to usher you into the new era of Africa-led, authentic local stories that we are proud of.
Thanks, Nancy. I want to move on to another topic, which is, I think, important and which you can address briefly, Timothy. And this is it's something that you mentioned at one point about taxation, and whether it's good part of the reason why, again, across the continent, artists do not operate silently is because of fear. They are really afraid of the taxman, as it were. But in your comments, you said, it's very important, and I think, Nancy, you've also mentioned this, that it's really important for people to pay taxes and so on. So are we paying taxes as the creative sector? Are we paying taxes?
Thank you, Prof. In my introductory remarks, I talked about film, gaming, and animation, and this is our core area of focus. And the interest of government is to see that these particular 3 components of the sector are able to thrive, and we are able to grow real businesses in the country. And when we talk about a business, there is no business that will be exempted from paying taxes. So I would encourage all those who are involved in the business of content to embrace taxation. And we're also looking at services that are offered within this sector as opportunities. we would like to see other producers from different countries being able to actually outsource services like transcription, dubbing, and so on in our country. Mm-hmm. When you're offering such services, and when you are on production, production is an entirely industry or chain on its own, from writing to distribution. And when you are doing all this, you must be able to apply a business model that works for you as a producer. And for us as government, our focus is how do we ensure that you're actually doing your business and your business is making sense to your objectives. When this happens, paying taxes should not be looked at as a punitive element. Rather, it should be looked at as a way of contributing to the economy and supporting government so that the same taxes can be plowed back for you to be able to do production of more content.
Yeah,
yes.
I would like you to just make a kind of a final statement in terms, if you look forward, the creative sector and content creation, what do you see, very, very briefly?
When I look at this particular sector in entirety, there is a huge opportunity, and I encourage mostly our young people that they take up this particular space. Technology has given us opportunities. All we need is to actually leverage and use these particular opportunities to our benefit. Production, as it's been mentioned by our speakers here, mobile phone today is capable of giving you a product that you can be able to actually monetize. So let us use what we have. The government is there to support you, and as a creative, have a purpose. That purpose is for you to achieve exactly what you are looking for in terms of content creation and also getting the right collaborations. From government side, we are addressing all aspects of your need, starting from skills, funding, and also enhancing startups, because if we have proper labs that will be able to support these ecosystems, then even the digital ecosystem, which is disrupting the way consumers consume content and the way content is produced, will not be disruptive to what we do as creatives. Thank you.
Take me briefly, very briefly, to what you see 20 years from now. What do you see in your imagination?
I think in my imagination, what I see is, first as a parent, I think before, if you went and told your father you want to become a comedian or an actor, you would get a whooping and be told to go back to school and do accounting, architecture, and another subject. So I think 20 years from now, I see, and even now it's already happening, it's an evolution. There's an acceptance that, and what you say, unstructured, the creative industry is actually a viable employer for our youth. They are very creative naturally. So what I see is actually a very sustainable creative economy that has onboarded the youth and created employment for them. And I think our role is just to provide support. We've seen the support from KFC, from MultiChoice. We are saying with Baze, come, bring your content. We'll give you a revenue share of 60% to yourselves, 40% to us. You can go to our website and get all the details, and we are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy, take me briefly to, very briefly, to what you see, briefly.
I say Kenyan actors gracing Hollywoods. Not just the Hollywood, Nollywood, every other platform. I see real fame, and I say technology having taken center stage where everything will be built around technology, and AI, artificial intelligence, serving you exactly what you want. A simplified world, led by technology, graced by great stars, Kenyan stars.
Thank you very much, my amazing, team of panelists, Timothy Owase, Fauzia, Nancy, Job Kakama from Johannesburg, and Tristan, all the way from New York. You've been absolutely amazing. I think we've covered a lot of ground, critical ground on the future of content creation in Africa. It seems there is a lot of opportunity, but there's also a lot of work to be done, not just by creators themselves, but actually the whole ecosystem requires work in order to really create a very vibrant, thriving industry on the continent. And I think that we can do this, no doubt about it. We have the talent, we have the technology, we have the infrastructure, we have the stories to tell. And these stories are found in our local languages, in our histories and so on. And we can dig this and actually craft something that's absolutely compelling that can compete with any story in the world. So I really want to thank you. And the next session that we will be having after this session is on co-production, the opportunities that exist in co-production and the challenges that exist in co-production. And that session will be moderated by Lendama Sempele of Film Crew in Africa. And I think that that will be a very exciting session, which I would like to encourage people to watch on the YouTube channels. So thank you so much, colleagues, for a fantastic session. Thank you.
The means to a great story is a believable write-up that transcends borders and sets to ensure the audience get glued and the crew are motivated enough to engage.
The movie is on. Yani tukundani.
Kila shot lazima iwe perfect because every angle matters.
Nikundani, boss. Great shots are coming right up.
Every ounce of energy digging in to give a wider scope of the job at hand.
I love it. I'm in it. See, this is our time. Tukundani. Tukundani.
Toned up faces that display courage in the midst of lights and an always wanting theatre with art that reveals the identity. A time most awaited, showing off the acclaimed character in a role played to perfection.
No. I am more in than you.
No, I am.
No, I am.
No, I am. Oh, you're making me so mad. Oh, I guess.
Tukundani. I am all that you associate me with in the film industry. I am Kenya Film Commission, tasked with ensuring your filmmaking process is a smooth sail. And I can only do it if all you filmmakers are registered with me. Since it is a requirement by law to be registered and certified by the Kenya Film Commission. Pamoja, tutajenga hii industry and beyond. What's your excuse? Ya kutokuwa ndani? J. Uko ndani?
Register today at www.kenyafilmcommission.com.
Miaka 20 safari anza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, let's go beyond, let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, Safaricom.
Artists and creatives need to protect their work in order to avoid exploitation and to safeguard their earnings from those works. If you're a filmmaker, a cinematographer, a producer, a vlogger, or if you're creating video, film, or any form of audiovisual content, then it's time to register your work with the Kenya Copyright Board. The Kenya Copyright Board has created an online registry accessible to filmmakers and audiovisual content creators through our website on nrr.copyright.go.ke. Registrable audiovisual works include films, documentaries, short movies, TV shows and features, web series, blogs, and other forms of video content. Visit nrr.copyright.go.ke today, create an account, and start uploading copies of your audiovisual works in acceptable format. For more information, you can get in touch with us on our office telephone numbers or send us an email through nrr@copyright.go.ke or visit our website on www.copyright.go.ke. You can also interact with the Kenya Copyright Board on social media through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and on our YouTube channel. The Kenya Copyright Board, protecting copyright, encouraging creativity.
Hello. Nĩ ũranjigua?
Ĩĩ ndĩrakũigua rĩu.
Ngugaga atĩrĩrĩ. Ihinda rĩu tũkoretwo tũrũgamĩtio wĩra, ngoretwo ngĩrora sister yakwa gũkũ mũciĩ.
Tondũ mũirĩtu ũrĩa wamũroraga athire kũ?
Ndambire kũmũrũgamia wĩra, nĩarainũkaga, agacoka, na immune ya mwana ĩ thĩ. Rĩu na nĩũkũigua mũrimũ ũyũ ndũrenda mũndũ wĩna gathĩna kangĩ kana kamũrimũ kangĩ kanini. Rĩu ndingĩrahotire kũriski. Ihinda rĩu ngoretwo gũkũ mũciĩ, nĩngoretwo ngĩgerera mabuku ma ũthundũri, na nĩndĩrahotire gũthondeka system ĩrandeithia kũmũhe ndawa rĩrĩa kwagĩrĩire na ũrĩa kwagĩrĩire. Ĩni.
Na wĩna ma nĩĩraruta wĩra?
Nĩĩraruta wĩra. Thĩna no thitima ya kũmĩpawa. Gũkũ thitima nĩciarengirwo, rĩu hũthagĩra battery ya rori na kũmĩ backup, neyo ĩngĩ nĩ ya gwĩturĩra. Cost ĩrĩa nene no maguta, na nĩwamenya gũtirĩ mawĩra, no nĩndĩreciria ũrĩa ingĩmĩthondeka ndĩhũthĩra solar kana rũhuho.
Na solar ĩyo kũruta kũ?
Ĩgwĩturĩra. Na githĩ ndiakwĩra thomete mabuku ma ũthundũri maingĩ taki.
Ũthiĩte mũno. Nĩgetha makana wakũboeka haha mũciĩ.
Ndũkamake, nĩgũkwagĩra.
Kinyĩra o hau ndũgũ. Ona kĩmwana gĩgwĩtwo Newton rĩ, gĩathundũrire gravity o kĩ lockdown.
Tareke nĩngũkũhũrĩra. Hello. George. Ukinyete ha? Ndakuona. Weheke. Nĩ biũ. Georgie. Hello? Georgie Feturu, Georgie Feturu. Itio doira o de hagira Georgie. Georgia. Waboy.
Miaka 20 safari ilianza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, let's go beyond, let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukikundi, kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini, twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, Safaricom.
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sponsored by Safaricom.
The means to a great story is a believable write-up
Nikundani
that transcends borders and sets to ensure the audience get glued and the crew are motivated enough to
People,
engage.
The movie is on. Yani tukundani.
Kila shot lazima iwe perfect because every angle matters.
Nikundani boss. Great shots are coming right up.
Every ounce of energy digging in to give a wider scope of the job at hand.
I love it. I'm in it. Say, this is our time. Tukundani. Tukundani.
Toned up faces that display courage in the midst of lights and an always wanting theatre with art that reveals the identity. A time most awaited, showing off the acclaimed character in a role played to perfection.
No. I am more in than you.
No, I am.
No, I am.
No, I am. Oh, you're making me so mad.
I guess. Tukundani. I am all that you associate me with in the film industry. I am Kenya Film Commission, tasked with ensuring your filmmaking process is a smooth sail. And I can only do it if all you filmmakers are registered with me. Since it is a requirement by law to be registered and certified by the Kenya Film Commission, pamoja tutajenga hii industry and beyond. What's your excuse ya kutokuwa ndani? Je, uko ndani?
Register today at www.kenyafilmcommission.com.
Miaka ishirini, safari ilianza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni, kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini, twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Safaricom.
Artists and creatives need to protect their work in order to avoid exploitation and to safeguard their earnings from those works. If you're a filmmaker, a cinematographer, a producer, a vlogger, or if you're creating video, film, or any form of audiovisual content, then it's time to register your work with the Kenya Copyright Board. The Kenya Copyright Board has created an online registry accessible to filmmakers and audiovisual content creators through our website on nrr.copyright.go.ke. Registrable audiovisual works include films, documentaries, short movies, TV shows and features, web series, blogs, and other forms of video content. Visit nrr.copyright.go.ke today, create an account, and start uploading copies of your audiovisual works in acceptable format. For more information, you can get in touch with us on our office telephone numbers or send us an email through nrr@copyright.go.ke or visit our website on www.copyright.go.ke. You can also interact with the Kenya Copyright Board on social media through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and on our YouTube channel. The Kenya Copyright Board, protecting copyright, encouraging creativity.
It was 20 years ago when we used to sit under a tree or at my office in Westlands Viking House downstairs and discuss the possibilities of setting up a film commission. Kenya was losing business, foreign films. We had gone from over 10 foreign films a year to maybe one, if you're lucky, or two. We pushed for the establishment of a film commission that would address our needs as a, sector.
The best place to start was to establish an institution that will steer the development, promotion and marketing of this lucrative industry. So Kenya Film Commission was established in the year 2005 and became operational in the year 2006. We realized that a vibrant film industry will be able to sort quite a number of issues around this country as far as employment is concerned, contribution to the economy. Good film products attract tourists into our country. We envision to have products that are produced locally but marketed globally.
A few years back, I was part of the Kenyan delegation that went to DISCOP. The delegation was facilitated by the Kenya Film Commission, and we were quite a few of us who went.
DISCOP is a market platform where content is sold. It's an equivalent of our local Kalasha International Film and TV market, but DISCOP happens in South Africa and Abidjan.
Going to DISCOP definitely helped me, even just in terms of the people I met while doing that production are still friends, mentors. I still talk to them quite regularly. The crew and the cast that worked on the production are still people that I would consider friends and people I could call for work.
We facilitate access to resources in terms of a resource center that is provided by us. In this resource center, we have editing suites, of which we do not charge because we know some of these facilities, to access them, are very expensive. We also have workstations where filmmakers can be able to book and come and just do their production discussions, work from here for a week or a month. You can be able to find resources in terms of books from writing to distribution.
The Kenyan film industry has been growing over the years, as you can see, especially with the advent of vernacular TV. We are seeing films from Machakos, we're seeing films from Nyanza in Luo, we are seeing a lot of films from the coast. I think as of 2013, our exports on the creative side were, I think, 4 billion, and vis-a-vis imports were 19 billion.
The animation industry in Kenya has the potential to eventually produce a complete feature film in animation, and not just that, even series, because we have very good talent here. We have very good people with very good skills.
We know that a vibrant film industry assures the country of job creation. One film project employs thousands. On TV, you may see one individual, but those who are behind the scenes or behind the camera are normally many.
When people view the film industry, they only view it as actors and crew, but you have to think of technicians, you have to think of people who offer transport, the companies that do catering, all the supply system that goes into any film set. So I would say it's really valuable. I imagine if we can get productions and stories that we are actually can be exported to the region, then it becomes even more viable.
Kenya has very good experienced crew, who have worked courtesy of the film projects that come to be shot in Kenya. A lot of crew get hired on those projects, and they get to learn how, say, the Japanese work or the Americans work or the British work. I can say that we have a lot of support gear in terms of lights and grips. I can say we have very talented artists here. Both actors and actresses. I mean, look at Lupita, who came from here, right?
I have 2 projects in the pipeline. One we've been working on, it's a Hollywood production, and it's a very big movie, and it'll give Kenya enormous exposure. And the other one is the crew are probably coming for a recce at the end of this month. But again, we're competing for both films against South Africa. For the present one, we're competing with Eritrea, Jordan, and maybe Djibouti.
When it comes to locations, Kenya has lots of locations, but there's some out there that are untapped, and I'm actually tickling to want to take people there to shoot. Number 1 on my list, Sukuta Valley. Who could believe that on the equator you have sand dunes? Then again, accessibility is a problem. Accommodation as well. You may have to set up camps there as opposed to the conventional lodge. Lake Ellis on Mount Kenya, beautiful with reflections of the snow peaks of Mount Kenya.
What Kenyans must do now is target international, not just local. Numbers matter. The reason why the Nigerian Nollywood is so big, they have numbers and they watch their own local. We here are only a fraction. We are 4 times smaller. We do not consume our own as much.
Recently, I've started doing something called impact producing. I am working on a project called Thank You for the Rain. This film particularly was such a powerful tool that could actually be used to drive certain changes on the ground. And so together we kind of created and crafted an impact campaign. As a result of this impact campaign, we started the construction of a 30,540 cubic meter earth dam. This earth dam is going to serve over 300 households, each with an average of, say, 5 to 3 family members. And this has been the first phase of the dam.
The future of the film industry in Kenya is very bright because government is very committed to position this industry and give it the right impetus in terms of policies, incentives, support to see that we are able to stand on our own as the film industry.
I think anyone who's interested in joining the film industry here, film and television, or pretty much all around the creative space, it's a really good time. Again, because as we said, the barriers of entry are coming down every day, where before you had to rely on a gatekeeper to have any film product out. You either needed to have a partnership with a theatre or a TV station. But as of now, people are making films and sharing them online. We are seeing a lot of films which only premiere on YouTube. So the industry is really growing.
I think the future could be rosy, but we have to have financial incentives. We have to attract the major movies because it exposes our crew to the latest technology. They get to work on major feature films, and a major movie can make such a difference to this industry. It's the best learning curve that any crew member can have.
My aspiration for the Kenya film industry in the next, say, 5 years, we will have a film policy in place, because that kind of guides us, the structure of the film industry, yeah, especially from government level, and that then trickles down the rest of us.
We would like to make majority of this to make a living out of what they do and encourage those who haven't joined the film industry. This is where you belong, and this is where the future is.
It was 20 years ago when we used to sit under a tree or at my office in Westlands Viking House downstairs, and
The Kenya Film Commission is proud to fill you in on the activities we undertook in the fiscal year July 2019 to June 2020. The Commission played a pivotal role in facilitating the development, promotion and marketing of Kenya's film industry by organizing the following. The Kalasha International Film Awards to recognize and vet our local filmmakers.
Lead actress in a TV drama, Nice Wanjeri.
3 nominations, finally, I've won.
The event, which went down at the Safari Park Hotel on November 30th, 2019, received 959 entries in the 34 categories that were up for voting.
I've been waiting for it patiently. Why? Reason being, as an actor, there's something you ought to have: patience, perseverance, and you sharpen your skills.
This was the first ever edition to give monetary rewards to the winners. The Kalasha Film Awards was then followed by the Kalasha International TV and Film Market. This is a 3-day trade fair showcasing film activities and offering a high-level interaction through conferences, workshops, business-to-business opportunities, and pitch sessions. The International Expo had already received confirmation from local and international participants, speakers, and exhibitors, but was postponed last minute due to an embargo issued on events attracting international participants as part of the government's precautionary measure and strategy to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. The event was set to take place between the 1st and the 3rd of April 2020. The Commission also tapped and nurtured local talent through the 3rd edition of the My Kenya, My Story mobile film competition. Under the theme COVID-19, Stay at Home and Social Distancing, the competition attracted over 250 entries and culminated in an award ceremony that saw the top 3 winners feted. The competition put a spotlight on the different angles that filmmakers view the pandemic, from the paranoia in catching the virus in Maziwa, to the virus taking shape of a Kung Fu master, and chilling makeup effects on Happy Birthday. Here are our top 3 countdown of the winners. The honor of the second runners-up went to Moja by Omar Hamza Hassan. This riveting short story took us on a journey of a man who comes face to face with a deceased coronavirus victim, reminding him that behind the statistics are real human beings whose lives have been altered.
Ni hivyo tu, yaani sasa nimekuwa namba
This gut-wrenching story is a clear reflection of the effects of the coronavirus pandemic on our social structure. Mandela Midambu's debut film 2024 scooped first runners-up. This short hit follows a young girl in her quest to survive the post-apocalyptic world following the Hera plague.
A467 has failed to flourish as anticipated.
2024 represents the range of emotions that occur when the odds are against you in a real and meaningful way.
I think it is safe to assume that specimen A796 was a complete success.
The top spot went to Automedic by David Wanjora. This ingenious flick features a young man tasked with taking care of his ailing sister and has to craft a life support system for her that is powered by a truck. Tensions rise when the truck runs out of fuel and he has to come up with an alternative or risk losing his sister.
Georgie, Hey, Georgie. Georgie.
The hair-raising approach taken in this film helped in normalizing the highs and lows when dealing with an ailing loved one.
Waboy!
On to more activities undertaken by the Kenya Film Commission. In a bid to increase the number of quality local films made in the country, the Kenya Film Commission established a film fund through the Film Empowerment Program. The program was tailor-made to provide film and video-related funding in the following ways: the development of feature films, documentaries, and TV concepts, marketing, and distribution. Upon close of submission deadline, 72 applications had been received, out of which 12 received a total of 25,033,000 Kenya shillings. Following the directive by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, the Commission also disbursed the COVID-19 stimulus package for filmmakers to cushion them against the negative economic impact of COVID-19. This was done through engaging filmmakers from the 47 counties to develop content that would communicate and resonate with the public in relation to COVID-19 and its social economic impact. The call for funding applications for the stimulus program for filmmakers attracted 98 applications from 24 counties. 8.5 million Kenyan shillings was distributed to 33 filmmakers from 21 counties and a total of 661 jobs created from the package. The Kenya Film Commission organized an Indian film festival in Kenya to promote co-production and the use of Kenyan film locations to the Bollywood filmmakers. The Commission sought to identify authentic Kenyan scripts viable for world-class film festivals and spurred growth in Kenya's film industry through the National Script Competition. The competition, which was done in partnership with China, received 549 entries from across the country, and a 9-member jury of experts drawn from the Kenya film industry was selected to scrutinize and determine the winners of the competition. The competition saw 5 winners receive a total of 2 million Kenya shillings. The Slum Film Festival took place in December 2019 in a bid to develop and nurture talent at the informal settlements. This annual festival features stories from, by, and about people living in urban slums. It was both a celebration of the creativity of filmmakers living and working in slums, as well as an opportunity to promote, through a week of outdoor screenings, a diverse range of films within communities with limited or no access to cinema. The Commission also participated in international film festivals to promote Kenya's film industry. Among them was the Durban Film Festival. Another vital action that the Kenya Film Commission also undertook in the 2019-2020 financial year was location mapping within the country with the aim of bringing social and economic benefits to Kenya's film locations. The Commission envisaged to conduct film location mapping to bring the scenic locations and the brand identity of Kenya to both local and international filmmakers to encourage screen tourism and attract big-budget films to be produced in the country. The Commission also established film hubs in Nyeri and Migori counties in a bid to satisfy grassroots film production needs. The film hubs are to be created in all 47 counties in the country. Capacity development programs were also undertaken for filmmakers in the areas of script writing, production, and marketing in 4 counties, namely Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Nairobi, and Nakuru. And a memorandum of understanding was signed with tertiary institutions such as Canon and United States International University Africa to facilitate training and capacity development for local creatives. All these activities have been done intentionally to suit our mission of developing a vibrant local film and television industry and market Kenya as a preferred film destination for sustainable wealth and job creation.
Ready? My name is John Kamara, and I am an animated character. I know, right? That's funny, isn't it? That's what animation can do. The world is changing. And one of the things that's changing is how we consume content and the kind of content we consume and the ability to tell global stories from anywhere in the world. And also the ability to create a whole different form of employment for people. So, and one of my passion and interests is animation. I love entertainment, first of all. I've always wanted to be a dancer, I wanted to be a rock star, a musician, you know, all this really great stuff. But animation, I watch animation with my kids, my son. He loves animation. And I watch it with him, and he, you know, I always ask myself, wouldn't it just be great to have some great African animations that go global and scale that I can show my son? Because he's born in Europe. So, you know, so I have to keep telling him stories. Even the other day, my own team, I had to tell them the story of Mansa Musa, who was this great African, you know, great African story they didn't know about because we're not allowed to tell our stories to ourselves even. And also, so when you look about the film industry, the film showbiz, entertainment is one of the largest industries in the world, but we don't participate. We participate as actors. We do not participate as owners. So for a change, can we stop being actors? Can we be owners? Can one of us be willing to take the risk of ownership? And maybe it might not be me that actually gets it, but it might be another young person. But we have pushed the door open for that next young person to come be. So that is other animation. That is why I'm excited about this. And the energy that comes with working with young people. And we kind of thought through what was our outcome. And I remember talking to one of our, you know, our head, Joy, and I was saying to her, get your dress ready. We're going to the Oscars in 2024. I hope she has her dress ready. And you as well, watching me, you can also have your tuxedo. We can make the largest user-generated movie. We can do things nobody has done. Nothing is stopping us. The only thing stopping us is our mind and the idea that we might fail, so what? So what? But we have done it. If you look at, for example, the Nigerian film industry, Nollywood created content that it consumed because the people embraced the content. And what happened, everybody bashed it for years. But now all of a sudden, it has found, you know, but it was consistent because the people enjoyed the pride. So the same thing we must do with animation. If we want these young, creative, smart young people who are animators, if we want to create an industry here, we must own the stories. We must own the value. We must not just be the actors. And when we own that and we make a movie out of Africa that the rest of the world sees, what happens? The animation jobs will come here, come for our young people. We'll have more young people creating more animation because it's cheaper for us to do it here anyway. We'll compete with India. We'll compete with everywhere else. But because they don't know that we can do this, that's why they don't come to us. And when they come to us with peanuts. We don't want peanuts anymore. And that's why we launched the Animation Bootcamp. And it's the first thought. You know, to create greatness, you start from somewhere. And this is, again, the Animation Bootcamp is going to allow us to find and ignite a different sort of passion in those young people and show them there is an opportunity, a real opportunity for them to use those God-given skills to be successful. And again, what is the outcome? The outcome is we want to create an industry here. The outcome is we want to own our own stories. The outcome, we want to create producers who create animation stories. And the outcome is still in 2024. So, our animation bootcamp starting pretty soon. And it's the first one, and we're gonna run it across the continent in multiple different markets. And we're gonna make movies out of it. We're gonna get young kids to make, we're gonna get partners to get involved. So if you wanna get involved with us, come find us, we're here. If you wanna see what we're doing, log on to one of our stories, you'll find out what we're doing. If you wanna see the impact, talk to all the young people that we're gonna change their lives. But the purpose is we want to help one young animator change how they think about their skills.
We had just quit from our jobs, even myself. So we took what we had accumulated over the years, like our pension, the kidogo that it was, and then we that is what we put in. And then we borrowed. We borrowed from family, and then even the location itself we got from Eve's sister where they were living. They gave us the place, and I owed even my mother-in-law. That was how bad, how bad it was. But we had a vision and we knew this is what we wanted to do and we were going to get there somehow.
It's very important early on in your career to understand ownership is the end goal. And you're in this for the buyout.
I love it.
I'm making this Sauti Sol music right now because it will be valuable for me in the future. And so I have to really make sure that my split sheets are in order and all the rights holders in my music are in order. In fact, if you look at Midnight Train, your average song has even 3 to 4 writers. And it's deliberate so that we get the best. But also, it's important that your stakeholders, your writers, and everybody knows what they own, where, how.
Quite a number of content creators had put together projects, and Netflix actually came knocking. But when we did 40 Sticks, we actually intended it to go into movie theaters. But when Corona came in, then we had limited choices in terms of platforms that we could place the movie. So luckily, Netflix came knocking. They actually came into Kenya, asked to meet with a number of content producers, and we were lucky to be called into the meeting. So everyone was able to present, and we were lucky to be one of the ones to be picked for our content.
Base is a video streaming platform primarily designed for mobile. And with Base, we basically want to offer content to Kenyans. We are saying Base, we want to position Base as a home of best local content. And on Base, we want consumers to come and find content that entertains them, that informs them, that motivates them, then of course inspires them. And a session like this, Base Creators Garage, is actually content that's available on Base where people can go and watch and be uplifted and learn from other content creators that have gone ahead and succeeded and actually get something from it.
It was 20 years ago when we used to sit under a tree or at my office in Westlands Viking House downstairs and discuss the possibilities of setting up a film commission. Kenya was losing business, foreign films. We had gone from over 10 foreign films a year to maybe 1 if you're lucky or 2. We pushed for the establishment of a film commission that would address our needs as a sector.
The best place to start was to establish an institution that will steer the development, promotion and marketing of this lucrative industry. So Kenya Film Commission was established in the year 2005 and became operational in the year 2006. We realized that a vibrant film industry would be able to sort quite a number of issues around this country as far as employment is concerned, contribution to the economy, good film products attract tourists into our country. We envision to have products that are produced locally but marketed globally.
A few years back, I was part of the Kenyan delegation that went to DISCOP. The delegation was facilitated by the Kenya Film Commission, and we were quite a few of us who went.
DISCOP is a market platform where content is sold. It's an equivalent of our local Kalasha International Film and TV market, but DISCOP happens in South Africa and Abidjan.
Going to DISCOP definitely helped me, even just in terms of the people I met while doing that production are still friends, mentors. I still talk to them quite regularly. The crew and the cast that worked on the production are still people that I would consider friends and people I could call for work.
We facilitate access to resources in terms of a resource center that is provided by us. In this resource center, we have editing suites, of which we do not charge because we know some of these facilities, to access them, are very expensive. We also have workstations where filmmakers can be able to book and come and just do their production discussions, work from here for a week or a month. You can be able to find resources in terms of books from writing to distribution.
The Kenya film industry has been growing over the years, as you can see, especially with the advent of vernacular TV. We are seeing films from Machakos, we're seeing films from Nyanza in Luo, we are seeing a lot of films from the coast. I think as of 2013, our exports on the creative side were, I think, 4 billion, and vis-a-vis imports were 19 billion.
The animation industry in Kenya has the potential to eventually produce a complete feature film in animation, and not just that, even series, because we have very good talent here. We have very good people with very good skills.
We know that a vibrant film industry assures the country of job creation. One film project employs thousands. On TV, you may see one individual, but those who are behind the scenes or behind the camera are normally many.
When people view the film industry, they only view it as actors and crew, but you have to think of technicians, you have to think of people who offer transport, the companies that do catering, all the supply system that goes into any film set. So I would say it's really valuable. I imagine if we can get productions and stories that we are actually can be exported to the region, then it becomes even more viable.
Kenya has very good experienced crew, who have worked courtesy of the film projects that come to be shot in Kenya. A lot of crew get hired on those projects, and they get to learn how, say, the Japanese work or the Americans work or the British work. I can say that we have a lot of support gear in terms of lights and grips. I can say we have very talented artists here, both actors and actresses. I mean, look at Lupita, who came from here, right?
I have 2 projects in the pipeline. One we've been working on, it's a Hollywood production, and it's a very big movie, and it'll give Kenya enormous exposure. And the other one is the crew are probably coming for a recce at the end of this month. But again, we're competing for both films against South Africa. For the present one, we're competing with Eritrea, Jordan, and maybe Djibouti.
When it comes to locations, Kenya has lots of locations, but there's some out there that are untapped, and I'm actually tickling to want to take people there to shoot. Number one on my list, Sukuta Valley. Who could believe that on the equator you have sand dunes? Then again, accessibility is a problem. Accommodation as well. You may have to set up camps there as opposed to the conventional lodge. Lake Ellis on Mount Kenya, beautiful with reflections of the snow peaks of Mount Kenya.
What Kenyans must do now is target international, not just local. Numbers matter. The reason why the Nigerian Nollywood is so big, they have numbers and they watch their own local. We here are only a fraction. We are 4 times smaller. We do not consume our own as much.
Recently, I've started doing something called impact producing. I am working on a project called Thank You for the Rain. This film particularly was such a powerful tool that could actually be used to drive certain changes on the ground. And so together we kind of created and crafted an impact campaign. As a result of this impact campaign, we started the construction of a 30,540 cubic meter earth dam. This earth dam is going to serve over 300 households, each with an average of, say, 5 to 3 family members. And this has been the first phase of the dam.
The future of the film industry in Kenya is very bright because government is very committed to position this industry and give it the right impetus in terms of policies, incentives, support to see that we are able to stand on our own as the film industry.
I think anyone who's interested in joining the film industry here, film and television, or pretty much all around the creative space, it's a really good time. Again, because as you said, the barriers of entry are coming down every day, where before you had to rely on a gatekeeper to have any film product out. You either needed to have a partnership with a theater or a TV station. But as of now, people are making films and sharing them online. We are seeing a lot of films which only premiere on YouTube. So the industry is really growing.
I think the future could be rosy, but we have to have financial incentives. We have to attract the major movies because it exposes our crew to the latest technology. They get to work on major feature films, and a major movie can make such a difference to this industry. It's the best learning curve that any crew member can have.
My aspiration for the Kenya film industry in the next, say, 5 years, we will have a film policy in place, because that kind of guides us, the structure of the film industry, yeah, especially from government level, and that then trickles down the rest of us.
We would like to make majority of this to make a living out of what they do and encourage those who haven't joined the film industry. This is where you belong, and this is where the future is.
Eight animals, one bullet for each of you.
Abs.
Nimekuwa na miscarriages 4. Huu wa 5 ndio Mungu ametuachia.
Mtaka Joy anyonye mpaka afike form 1.
I want to condemn the brutal killing of everything.
Kikuyu!
Saji! Mimi sina shida na nani amekuwa rais. Shida yangu kubwa ni watu innocent watazidi kufa mpaka lini.
Watu unakimbizana nao kwa street, si watu wa klasi yako.
I have a degree in automotive engineering. In Kisumu, if you have a diploma, you are considered a school dropout.
Stop living in denial. Politics affects your life.
Mkiona maduka zao, mbomo, na mchome.
Jakoma na wadanganya, na nasikia vizuri Nairobi. Mbona watoto wako waendagi maandamano?
Hebu sasa niambie, vile kijana yetu ndo president, vile imekusaidia wewe kama Njoro.
Wewe hujasikia kwa army barracks kwa medani? Wakirusha, tunarusha.
The boss says the shoot to kill order continues.
Hii si vita Daudi na Goliathi, inashindaniwa na mawe. Hii ni vita ya serikali.
Juu hakuna watu wenye na polisi.
Si kila mtu ameuliwa na polisi uletwa hapa. Wengine utupu. Kwa hivyo kijana ameingia kwa kwako amekuwa kubia.
I swear to God that I did not kill that child.
The OCS is requesting anyone who can help trace
No due respect, sir. Feel me. Since when did a 6-month-old child go to the streets to riot?
After considering the evidence tendered before this honorable court by both the prosecution and the defense, this court finds
sisi wananchi tunakwanga wajinga. Yaani tunapigana na kuuana hapa chini, nao wanakutana na kukula hapo juu.
Go and seize the day. Take it. It's yours.
Magoni Kimani, manager here.
Yes, that's me.
The family has come to a mutual decision to close up shop with immediate effect. Oh, and the staff will be rightfully compensated for this sudden turn of events.
Good morning, my angel. Hello, summer holiday.
I said the trip is cancelled and she'll get over it.
Why?
Ashley. I have nothing to show for the past 7 years of my life.
I'm just calling to confirm your attendance. Working Sisters crushing a get-together this evening?
I'm currently not working or crushing anything at the moment, so...
Will you be attending?
Only 9 years ago, I lost everything. So you know what I did? I sold my rickety car and bought a plane ticket for a vacation in Dubai. I had an awakening.
Awaken to a new beginning. Zanzibar, here I come. Strange. Hi, Jerry. I need your help.
Monkey and I have reached a divorce. I need you to accommodate Ashley for 2 weeks while I'm in Mombasa.
But I don't even know her. It will be super awkward.
But she's your auntie. Remember she came for your 8th birthday?
I'm 11. Could you please show me to my room?
There's no my around here.
Kobna, Anthony's friend. I believe I'm supposed to pick up my keys from you, or his keys.
ID? Let's talk. No, like human beings, without the internet.
Like what?
Kobena's joining us for lunch.
Why are you smiling?
I'm not smiling. Her parents are getting a divorce. She has no clue.
If you and my mom were really sister cousins, then why don't you ever visit us?
Endings aren't always a bad thing. It just means it's something you can begin.
Well, if this meeting helps with your current state of joblessness, or if anything remarkable happens in your life as a result of this meeting, I would love a testimonial.
Got it.
Yeah.
So, well, see you next time. Bye.
Imagine amekam up na project yenye inaenda kusaidia agriculture.
Lakini shetani ni nani buda? Wa
A girl is really happy. Thank you.
Oh, and a boy is too.
Help me understand your thought process. Mse, nikutafutie chakula, nikupikie, nikutafunie, alafu unashindwa kumeza.
Kwani hamna chemistry? Hampo isi? Sali aliniita mwenyewe. Akaniambia ya kwamba you went there, kept her waiting for a long time.
How do you want me to help you? Nisaidie kwa strategize.
Nikupate Nairobi.
Listen to the sound of my voice.
Try to be responsible.
Yes, sir.
Give him a break for once. He's really been trying of late.
Takes more than trying, Jude. He can be trusted.
Why don't you move in with us? There's nothing stopping you now that he's gone.
Ladies, welcome home.
How do I look, Daddy?
Like the smartest and the most beautiful girl in the new school.
Sifa, I brought something for you. And I have a bigger surprise, yeah? I made a room for you in my house.
Sam, what's going on?
something strange going on at Michael's place.
Rubbish, Sam.
Jude, I saw them yesterday dragging someone in. And Lillian was slapping the guy. I think she saw me, so I just ran. Where is Sifa?
With Lillian?
Get out of my way. I need to go in there.
I can't let you do that, Sam. I won't allow you to.
Where is Sifa?
You know where she is.
You do. We need to call the authorities.
Call the authorities and tell them what? That our friend and neighbor have our daughter.
Where's my little girl?
I don't think I'm ever going to have a baby.
And whose car is that in the driveway? Kamze fulani, eh? Kasponyo.
Brayo, maplaya tupu. Akina Deno, ndia matapeli namba moja.
I want to get pregnant today. Now.
The doctor is ready to see you. Please follow me.
How do you maintain such a body? Juice detox. Me imagine it has worked for me. 4 kg. 1 month.
Unajua mpango ya kando ya bwana yako.
I'm lying down with my legs up.
Hey, it took you long enough. I definitely need that kind of action.
Men like to marry young. Na kwanza wakifika hii age yetu, wanataka mwanamke ambaye amezaa na yuko na mtoto.
He might just decide to marry you and you'll live happily ever after.
Colette.
Maria, she's not talking to me anymore. Who told teenagers that the world owes them anything?
My daughter is pregnant and I don't know what to do.
You know, once women hit the age of 40, it becomes increasingly difficult to conceive.
We pick any man mwenye unapenda hapo. Alafu baada ya miezi 9, hapo.
Everything I have is by me and me alone.
Your child support unapata gives you a cushion to land on. Appreciate.
And mind your own business.
This one is a magnet for abusers.
Sianza kuniambia hapa mambo ya mwanaume kunijenga.
I'm going to be named head of operations in Africa. But I'm going to create time for all of them. To actual living. Cheers.
Mi naitwa Daisy, and I can confidently say that my life is turning out just right. I passed my KCSEs, and now I'm plotting world domination with my best friends Amina and Lisa. And then there's my boyfriend, Kolo. Did I mention that we're destined for stardom?
You and me acting as lovers on stage and off stage. Oh my gosh.
You can start.
That you don't know me by name.
That's enough.
Or so I thought. My Peros have my entire life figured out for me.
Convince nipeleke my baby all the way to China. Nilikwambia niko na kazi na koko Beijing anaweza msaidia kusettle in nini.
I think it would be best if she said it here.
Shida yako ni tu Daisy abaki huko.
Na nini mbaya na hiyo?
To open doors for her.
But sasa,
I thought you'd get that.
lazima fight about it kila time. Manze, in life, there's some things that you just don't want to happen.
Hey? Okay, what was that about?
Mbona udema na post picha na boyfriend wako?
Kwa nini timu yako?
Collins!
Unafanya
Collins! Mbaya na wewe?
amekuja kama amelewa.
What? But lazima will accept.
Shushu, my life is falling apart. Welcome to adulthood.
Life ingekuwa so much better ingekuwa na kamna manual.
Pesa zako zimekuaje?
Mimi kuzaliwa kwangu nilizaliwa mwaka wa 1925. Mimi hata sijui huko kwanza vibaya kwake. Sasa wanasema ni mimi ni mchawi, nimewaroga. Na mimi nililia sana tena.
Niliona message kwa Facebook group. Kazi zangu wakaanza kusema na mzee katika familia yanaua watoto wa wenzake.
We had a priest who came round here and prayed for this house. He said there is an old woman there and she is the cause, she's the reason for all these problems.
Wajua sasa tulikuwa tumesema tuwaite wale wao waje tukae tuzungumze. Lakini hawataki, wanataka huyo muombezi tu aje amaite. That's what they wanted.
Piriwa baya akosha phanga temwe haya ti abuke malazi haha sikano ba adrimzi
hapa kwetu wasaa shamba ndio ambao watoto wanaipenda sana. Ino barua ino bei andikwa zusi haha sahihi.
Onyo. Unasikia sasa?
Ready? My name's John Kamara, and I'm an animated character. I know, right? That's funny, isn't it? That's what animation can do. The world is changing. And one of the things that's changing is how we consume content and the kind of content we consume and the ability to tell global stories from anywhere in the world. And also the ability to create a whole different form of employment for people. So, and one of my passion and interests is animation. I love entertainment, first of all. I've always wanted to be a dancer, I wanted to be a rock star, a musician, you know, all this really great stuff. But animation, I watch animation with my kids, my son. He loves animation. And I watch it with him, and he, I always ask myself, wouldn't it just be great to have some great African animations that go global and scale that I can show my son? Because he's born in Europe. So, so I have to keep telling him stories. Even the other day, my own team, I had to tell them the story of Mansa Musa, who was this great African, great African story they didn't know about, because we're not allowed to tell our stories to ourselves even. And also, so when you look about the film industry, the film showbiz, entertainment, it's one of the largest industries in the world. But we don't participate. We participate as actors. We do not participate as owners. So for a change, can we stop being actors? Can we be owners? Can one of us be willing to take the risk of ownership? And maybe it might not be me that actually gets it, but it might be another young person. But we have pushed the door open for that next young person to come be. So that is other animation. That is why I'm excited about this. And the energy that comes with working with young people. And we kind of thought through what was our outcome. And I remember talking to one of our, our head, Joy, and I was saying to her, get your dress ready. We're going to the Oscars in 2024. I hope she has her dress ready. And you as well, watching me, you can also have your tuxedo. We can make the largest user-generated movie. We can do things nobody has done. Nothing is stopping us. The only thing stopping us is our mind and the idea that we might fail, so what? So what? But we have done it. If you look at, for example, the Nigerian film industry, Nollywood created content that it consumed because the people embraced the content. And what happened, everybody bashed that for years. But now all of a sudden, it is fun, but it was consistent because the people enjoyed the pride. So the same thing we must do with animation. If we want these young, creative, smart young people who are animators, if we want to create an industry here, we must own the stories. We must own the value. We must not just be the actors. And when we own that, and we make a movie out of Africa that the rest of the world sees, what happens? The animation jobs will come here, come for our young people. We'll have more young people creating more animation because it's cheaper for us to do it here anyway. We'll compete with India, we'll compete with everywhere else. But because they don't know that we can do this, that's why they don't come to us. And when they come to us with peanuts. We don't want peanuts anymore. And that's why we launched the Animation Bootcamp. And it's the first thought. To create greatness, you start from somewhere. And this is, again, the Animation Bootcamp is going to allow us to find and ignite a different sort of passion in those young people and show them there is an opportunity, a real opportunity for them to use those God-given skills to be successful. And again, what is the outcome? The outcome is we want to create an industry here. The outcome is we want to own our own stories. The outcome, we want to create producers who create animation stories. And the outcome is our Oscar in 2024. So, our animation bootcamp starting pretty soon. And it's the first one, and we're going to run it across the continent in multiple different markets. And we're going to make movies out of it. We're going to get young kids to make, we're going to get partners to get involved. So if you want to get involved with us, come find us, we're here. If you want to see what we're doing, log on to one of our stories. You'll find out what we're doing. If you want to see the impact, talk to all the young people that we're going to change their lives. But the purpose is we want to help one young animator change how they think about their skills.
The means to a great story is a believable write-up. Nikundani.
That transcends borders and sets to ensure the audience get glued and the crew are motivated enough to engage.
The movie is on. Yani tukundani.
Kila shot lazima iwe perfect because every angle matters.
Nikundani, boss. Great shots are coming right up.
Every ounce of energy digging in to give a wider scope of the job at hand.
I love it. I'm in it. Say, this is our time. Tukundani. Tukundani.
Toned up faces that display courage in the midst of lights and an always wanting theatre with art that reveals the identity. A time most awaited, showing off the acclaimed character in a role played to perfection.
No. I am more in than you.
No, I am.
No, I am.
No, I am. Oh, you're making me so mad.
I guess. Tukundani. I am all that you associate me with in the film industry. I am Kenya Film Commission, tasked with ensuring your filmmaking process is a smooth sail. And I can only do it if all you filmmakers are registered with me. Since it is a requirement by law to be registered and certified by the Kenya Film Commission. Pamoja, tutajenga hii industry and beyond. What's your excuse? Ya kutokuwa ndani? Je, uko ndani?
Register today at www.kenyafilmcommission.com.
Miaka 20 safari ilianza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukikuni, kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini, twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Safaricom.
Artists and creatives need to protect their work in order to avoid exploitation and to safeguard their earnings from those works. If you're a filmmaker, a cinematographer, a producer, a vlogger, or if you're creating video, film, or any form of audiovisual content, then it's time to register your work with the Kenya Copyright Board. The Kenya Copyright Board has created an online registry accessible to filmmakers and audiovisual content creators through our website on nrr.copyright.go.ke. Registrable audiovisual works include films, documentaries, short movies, TV shows and features, web series, blogs, and other forms of video content. Visit nrr.copyright.go.ke today, create an account, and start uploading copies of your audiovisual works in acceptable format. For more information, you can get in touch with us on our office telephone numbers or send us an email through nrr@copyright.go.ke or visit our website on www.copyright.go.ke. You can also interact with the Kenya Copyright Board on social media through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and on our YouTube channel. The Kenya Copyright Board, protecting copyright, encouraging creativity.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Nĩ ũranjigua?
Ndakũigua rĩu.
Ngugaga atĩrĩrĩ, ihinda rĩu tũkoretwo tũrũgamĩtio wĩra, ngoretwo ngĩrora sister yakwa gũkũ mũciĩ.
Tondũ mũirĩtu ũrĩa wamũroraga athire kũ?
Ndambire kũmũrũgamia wĩra, nĩ arainũkaga, agacoka, na immune ya mwana ĩ thĩ. Rĩu na nĩ ũkũigua mũrimũ ũyũ ndũrenda mũndũ wĩna gathĩna kangĩ kana kamũrimũ kangĩ kanini. Rĩu ndingĩrahotire kũriski. Ihinda rĩu ngoretwo gũkũ mũciĩ, nĩ ngoretwo ngĩgerera mabuku ma ũthundũri, na nĩndĩrahotire gũthondeka system ĩrandeithia kũmũhe ndawa rĩrĩa kwagĩrĩire na ũrĩa kwagĩrĩire. Ĩni.
Na wĩna ma nĩ ĩraruta wĩra?
Nĩ ĩraruta wĩra. Thĩna no thitima ya kũmĩpawa. Gũkũ thitima nĩ ciarengirwo, rĩu hũthagĩra battery ya rori na kũmĩ-backup, na ĩyo ĩngĩ nĩ ya gwĩturĩra. Cost ĩrĩa nene no maguta, na nĩ wamenya gũtirĩ mawĩra, no nĩ ndĩreciria ũrĩa ingĩmĩthondeka ĩhũthĩra solar kana rũhuho.
Na solar ĩyo ũkũruta kũ?
Ĩgwĩturĩra. Na githĩ ndiakwĩra thomete mabuku ma ũthundũri maingĩ taki.
Ũthiĩte mũno. Nĩgetha kana wakũboeka haha mũciĩ.
Ndũkamake, nĩ gũkwagĩra.
Kinyĩra o hau ndũgũ. Ona kĩmwana gĩgwĩtwo Newton rĩ, gĩathundũrire gravity o lockdown.
Tareke nĩ ngũkũhũrĩra. Hello. George. Ũkinyĩte ha? Ndakuona. Wĩhĩke. Nĩ biũ. Georgie. Hello? Georgie. Fetro. Georgie Fetro.
Hello. Hi, I'm Dean Lyon. I'm calling you from Miami, Florida, and I was going to talk to you about the changing face of filmmaking these days. I'm mostly known for visual effects and computer animation, but what's happening now in the world of filmmaking is that visual effects has become a part of everything that we do. I cheat and I count digital grades, opening titles, end credits, and of course, any of the other visual effects that we're used to seeing these days. However, what's happened is that the world of animation, gaming, and filmmaking, visual effects for filmmaking, have all sort of run together And that's part of my mission, is to teach the next generation on how we should approach this new and different way of making films. Important thing, of course, that probably everybody has heard is that content is king. Certainly with the global pandemic, the need for content and the usage of content has gone immensely through the roof. Therefore, everything that we have to show is wanted and talking on the phone is become a very much a part of our lives. Therefore, we also have to think about what is the aspect ratio, what is the frame that we're actually trying to fill. I happen to be a widescreen person myself, even though I'm holding my phone vertically. But anyways, I really wanted to talk about too the fact that I've discovered the amazing talent in Kenya, and that we have been working a lot during the pandemic to grow the capacity of doing animation. And now we're talking about visual effects and also gaming. So and therefore it's even more important for us to animation. I'll talk more about these sorts of issues. Guess that's pretty much what I have to share right now. I will see what else I can bring up. I guess it would be kind of interesting to talk about my career as I started in Hollywood, and it was an interesting time because we were just at the verge of doing the digital transition. And so I've lived through the era of going from traditional filmmaking and then moving towards special effects, and then eventually getting the computers to the point where we could actually do these things inside of the computer. So the growth and evolution of these digital effects have just grown immensely. And in fact, I always point out that every day I learned something new. So even though I've been making movies ever since I was a kid, the way that we're doing things is changing constantly. So we always have to keep on top of where things are going, and but not to lose track of the fact that we're telling stories to audiences, sometimes large audiences, sometimes smaller audiences. The other thing that people like to hear about, of course, is my experience in Lord of the Rings. It was kind of an interesting experiment in itself, in the fact that such a huge, important story was actually developed and produced in New Zealand. So I'm not a stranger to traveling halfway around the world to a different country to grow the industry, rise up the capabilities, and to create final products that the world still recognizes. It was kind of interesting this year to see the Oscars and realize that you no longer have to show a product on a big screen in order to be eligible for an Oscar. That was something that Steven Spielberg fought against only a few years ago. But some of the biggest movies this year were actually produced by Netflix and Amazon. So I think we're going to see really a big and rapid change in how people are getting their content and how they're consuming their content. One of the things the pandemic has done is basically shut down the experience of going to the theater. And quite frankly, it is something that I think all of us miss. But I think we're going to be much more selective about the movies that we want to see on the big screen. And there still will be filmmakers that are making movies
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. sponsored by Safaricom.
Yakari shirini safari anza ya kutunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Safaricom.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Nĩ ũranjigua?
Ĩndĩ yakũigua rĩu.
Ngugaga atĩrĩrĩ, ihinda rĩu tũkoretwo tũrũgamĩtio wĩra, ngoretwo ngĩrora sister yakwa gũkũ mũciĩ.
Tondũ mũirĩtu ũrĩa wamũroraga athire kũ?
Ndambire kũmũrũgamia wĩra, nĩ arainũkaga, agacoka, na immune ya mwana ĩ thĩ. Rĩu na nĩ ũkũigua mũrimũ ũyũ ndũrenda mũndũ wĩna gathĩna kangĩ kana kamũrimũ kangĩ kanini. Rĩu ndingĩrahotire kũriski. Ihinda rĩu ngoretwo gũkũ mũciĩ, nĩ ngoretwo ngĩgerera mabuku ma ũthundũri, na ndĩrahotire gũthondeka system ĩrandeithia kũmũhe ndawa rĩrĩa kwagĩrĩire na ũrĩa kwagĩrĩire. Ĩni.
Na wĩna ma nĩ ĩraruta wĩra?
Nĩ ĩraruta wĩra. Thĩna no thitima ya kũmĩpawa. Gũkũ thitima nĩ ciarengirwo, rĩu hũthagĩra battery ya rori na kũmĩ-backup, na ĩyo ĩngĩ nĩ ya gwĩturĩra. Cost ĩrĩa nene no maguta, na nĩwamenya gũtirĩ mawĩra, no nĩ ndĩreciria ũrĩa ingĩmĩthondeka ĩhũthĩre solar kana rũhuho.
Na solar ĩyo kũruta kũ?
Ĩgwĩturĩra. Na githĩ ndiakwĩra thomete mabuku ma ũthundũri maingĩ taki.
Ũthiĩte mũno. Nĩ ũthoma kana wakũboeka haha mũciĩ.
Ndũkamake, nĩ gũkwagĩra.
Kinyĩra o hau ndũgũ. Ona kĩmwana gĩgwĩtwo Newton rĩ, gĩathundũrire gravity o lockdown.
Tareke nĩ ngũkũhũrĩra. Hello. George. Ũkinyĩte ha? Ndakuona. Wĩhĩke. Nĩ biũ. Georgie, Hello? Hey, Georgie. Feturu, Georgie Feturu. Iti odoira o de hagira Georgie. Ah, Georgia. Waboy. Waboy.
Artists and creatives need to protect their work in order to avoid exploitation and to safeguard their earnings from those works. If you're a filmmaker, a cinematographer, a producer, a vlogger, or if you're creating video, film, or any form of audiovisual content, then it's time to register your work with the Kenya Copyright Board. The Kenya Copyright Board has created an online registry accessible to filmmakers and audiovisual content creators through our website on nrr.copyright.go.ke. Registrable audiovisual works include films, documentaries, short movies, TV shows and features, web series, vlogs, and other forms of video content. Visit nrr.copyright.go.ke today, create an account and start uploading copies of your audiovisual works in acceptable format. For more information, you can get in touch with us on our office telephone numbers or send us an email through nrr@copyright.go.ke or visit our website on www.copyright.go.ke. You can also interact with the Kenya Copyright Board on social media through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and on our YouTube channel. The Kenya Copyright Board, protecting copyright, encouraging creativity.
Miaka 20 safari ilianza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini, twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Safaricom.
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sponsored by Safaricom.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for tuning in across the globe, wherever you are. We say welcome and karibuni sana. My name is Ledama Sempele, co-founder at Film Crew in Africa, managing director at Blink Productions. And above all, I'm a producer, father of two, husband of one, and a friend to many. Once again, I give a warm, hearty welcome to everyone joining us today for the 4th Kalasha International Film and Market themed The Future of Content Creation. Thank you and welcome, guys. This is a 3-day trade fair showcasing companies from international and East Africa region offering high-level interaction and trade, shaping ideas with side events such as conferences, workshops, coaching, and pitching sessions. To sum this up, I'll use 3 words: discover, connect, trade. Discover, this is where you can discover the kind of talent, the kind of talent we have in terms of creativity in Kenya. Connect, this is where you connect with the executive producers who are out there, with the production houses that are here, for them to be able to look at your idea, buy the idea, and be able to produce it for you. Trade. Here's where monetary value comes in hand. Here's where you get your distributors. Here's where you get your networks. Here's where you meet the broadcasters who can be able to see the kind of idea you have, buy into it, and before you know it, your idea is out there. So before I get carried away and say things that I don't need to say, I'd like to allow me to say a big thank you to our partners and sponsors. Safaricom, where when we come together, great things do happen. Desa University, Ada Animation, and Nation Media Group. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start this afternoon's conversation or topic of discussion, which is opportunities and challenges in international co-productions. But before I get there, allow me to welcome you once again to the 4th Kalasha International Film and TV Market, where the future of content creation. Allow me to introduce our panelists for today. I will start with the gentleman, Mr. Saj Nuku, Film and Media Attaché, East Africa, the French Embassy. He has experience in distribution and acquisition, as well as in media cooperation and training. Welcome, Mr. Saj. Mr. Muredi KK, owner, producer at Pilgrimage Company Limited, which is a production house based right here in Nairobi. He's also an advocate. Welcome, Muredi. Lois Konga, producer, production manager, production coordinator extraordinaire, and a dedicated employee at Blink Productions. She's also pursuing her bachelor's degree in international relations. Welcome, Lois. Last but not least, Sarah Hassan, who I think we all know. She's a multi-award winning actress and producer at Alfajiri Productions. She's also currently gracing our screens as lead cast of Citizen's telenovela, Zora. Welcome, guys, and thank you for coming. Before we carry on with the topic of today, I would like to say a big shout out once again to our sponsors, Safaricom, where good things, when we come together, great things do happen. Ada Animation, Nation Media Group. Thank you, guys. So to kickstart this topic, maybe let's start with defining what a co-production is, and I'll let Lois maybe give us her view on that.
Thank you so much, Ledama. According to me, co-production is a partnership between various production houses, can be 2 or more, who come together to work on a project, can be a TV commercial, a film, or any other audiovisual project.
Thank you, Lois. It is where 2 productions come together, 2 or many productions come together. We are talking about international co-production. Sarah, you have been involved in a successful co-production or co-productions. One of them that I can easily pick at is Just in Time, the one that is on Netflix. Tell us your experience with that and how did that co-production come about?
That was the second co-production in collaboration with Lola D, who is a Nigerian filmmaker. So our first co-production was Plan B, which is currently on YouTube. I would say I was actually introduced to Lola D when I was still in film school. That's a few years back, by Nick Mutuma, actually, when he was in film school as well. It was for a project I was to act in. We met, we had the same vision, and as they say, the rest is history. So we came together, we did Plan B, which was a co-production between her company and mine. And then we did, so that had an actor from Nigeria, so that was a Nigerian-Kenyan one. And then Just in Time, which had
a lot of opportunities when it comes to it is a place that should be and could be a hotspot for international productions, where and of course I know there's a history where there's been productions from the UK and from the US that have happened here. But what I'm saying is that there is room for more. It is really possible for Kenya to become one of these places like South Africa, for instance, where international productions are just operating non-stop in the country because the locations are just really of high level, and there is also a diversity of landscape which you don't find in that many places.
So what role does our government play in ensuring that we get equal opportunities with our counterparts out there, be it South Africa, be it Nigeria? These are the hubs also for film. We know them for film. So what is our government doing to ensure that we get an equal playing stake? Moredi, maybe you could touch on that.
Sure. When it comes to what the government could do, it's possibly better to look at it from two perspectives. There's a building or creating of foundations, institutions, which will first of all ensure that film develops and grows naturally, organically in this country. And then the second part is the creation or enactment of laws, which will per se help the development and growth of film. Towards the institution side, you'd have to see that there is the Kenya Film Commission and the Kenya Film Classification Board, which already are in existence. Under the Kenya Film Commission, there ought to be a film fund, which one of its objectives will be the facilitation of co-production agreements. So as it is right now, there are institutions which can cater for international co-productions. Now when you come to the law side, what you and Serge are talking about, co-production agreements, with regards to nation vis-a-vis another nation, they're known as co-production treaties. Kenya, as of yet, doesn't have any co-production treaty with any country. South Africa has 4 as it stands, and just last week, they had a public participation on a co-production bill with Kenya. So we might have one with South Africa really soon. So now that's part number 1. And then there is also the enactment of the Kenya Film Bill, which will now repeal the orders and the other laws which set up the KFC and the KFCB. Now, but that now totally incorporates all the other aspects, the film fund, and then it also sets out the object of the KFC to promote international co-productions. And then now there's policy, which is soft law, not per se hard law. Now there is a draft Kenya Film Policy, which the latest draft I saw was 2021, which will run for 5 years, which will clearly delineate the incentives and possibly the targets as a country we have set for international co-productions and the growth and promotion of the film industry in general.
Okay, that's touching on the government, but we know very well that where government plays, there's also the private sector. What roles do you think our private sector would play to enhance whatever we have? Saj has mentioned about, we have epic locations in Kenya. You can shoot an all-round 360 movie where you go, you get beaches, you get the desert, you get savanna. You have an array of different epic locations. So for our private sector, what do you think in terms of role would they play?
I'd say for the private sector usually comes in where the public sector has reached the limit. So as a private sector, I'd say it's the hunger, the determination to go chase co-production agreements with other international production companies. Like Sarah has described the way they came together to film just in time. It is a process whereby the private entities themselves need to put themselves out there, ensure that international production companies get a feel of what they can do and what they have to offer, and then they will be able, more co-productions will be able to happen. Yeah.
Lois, you've been involved in a co-production. Myself and Lois have been involved in a co-production last year before COVID hit. And this was a co-production between some German students who had come to Kenya to look at a possible place to shoot their movie. We got introduced to them by a mutual friend. Again, opportunity. I don't know where we could tap these opportunities, because if not for that friend, they would have ended up with any other production house out there. Lois, maybe touch on some of the challenges you went through as a production manager dealing with the entire production.
Okay, I wouldn't say it was a challenge, because it was a learning platform for me, being that it was the first film I was doing on a co-production basis. And so challenges were there. Maybe the process that we are used to working with in Kenya, we work on a different process, and them, they work on a different process. So the spirit I came with and my team members came with was a learning and adaptability spirit, of which you accept, you learn from each other, sit down, whenever there's something, just talk in between the team members. And another thing I learned, because I don't want to speak about challenges, because it was a learning platform for me, it was communication. There were so many, because it was a co-production, there were so many people that you are supposed to go to and talk to. So that was a challenge, but also a learning lesson. So you have to be patient enough to wait on feedback from this producer and these producers. Then when they have a consensus, that's when you can go ahead and do what is expected of you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Lois. For those who are joining us now, we are talking about opportunities and challenges in co-productions, in international co-productions. You're watching the 4th Kalasha International Film and TV Market, themed Future of Content Creation. Sarah, back to you. What benefits do you get from international co-productions? When international co-productions meet and they have a successful project, what are the kind of benefits you get?
First and foremost, this is collaboration with people with different backgrounds, different experiences, different cultures. So just coming together, it is a whole other level of learning experience, because this is a producer or an actor or someone in the film industry from a different country. They come in with their knowledge and their culture and their background and their experience from that country, and for however long they've been doing it, and you have this experience, and coming together, it is a collaboration. So you get to learn a lot. Number two, it broadens the market and the audience that the particular project reaches. So I would say those are two very key benefits when it comes to collaborations and international co-productions.
Fantastic. And what would you say your challenges were? Especially knowing Kenya, knowing the ins and the outs of our film industry. And now this is a co-production between you and a different country, Nigeria. What challenges would you say you had or you faced?
I wouldn't say we faced many challenges. It came down to planning. As long as we had a good plan and a good amount of time to do pre-production, then everything else that came, every fire that came is something that could be put out. So I wouldn't say we encountered many challenges. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Serge, before we forget you're there, how do we position ourselves as a country, ideally for partnerships with the international productions that are out there? How do we do it as a country and also as different stakeholders? Here we are talking about, we have quite a number of production houses here. For an international company, how do we get to choose who to go to? And that's in positioning.
I think first of all, and since Sarah is here, I think it would be interesting to also mention Crime and Justice, the production on Showmax, which is also a co-production, and this one is a different model. You know, earlier I was talking about these official co-production between countries. Here we have something that is very much on the private sector front, and the funding of Crime and Justice was actually between France, South Africa, and Kenya, with Showmax obviously being a company for MultiChoice, so South Africa. Then Canal Plus International Productions was also involved in that, and then everything was happening in Kenya. So I think that's an interesting model where the two main stakeholders, South Africa and France, are not the country where the story actually happens. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the director of the series Crime and Justice was also somebody from another country. I think it's from Denmark. So that's another model, and it shows that Kenya as a whole, to get back to your question and to how to position Kenya on this global platform internationally, I think it's about the potential of stories from Kenya. I think Kenya being a multi-ethnic society, multicultural society, a vibrant country with a vibrant capital like Nairobi, and again, getting back to the diversity of landscape and culture and all of that, it obviously has potential for local stories to be told, and local stories that have potential internationally, local stories that can travel. So I think Crime and Justice is a really good example of that, and so it's quite interesting that Sarah is with us on the panel, and maybe she can also tell us more about how that experience was. But I think this could be the future, or at least one way for future co-productions in Kenya, because with having big companies like Canal Plus and Showmax coming together, it obviously allows for higher production budget, and then that usually results into higher quality as well. So that's quite interesting, I think, as a model.
Thank you. That's nice. Moredi, what would you say we as production owners or production people face when we get to do international co-production? What challenges do we as producers face?
Okay. In this particular, in the Kenyan setting, there isn't any set in stone tax, incentives for filming. So when you're going to approach a partner, you're going to ask for better funding, possibly better technical resources. You possibly may come with a story, but then how are you also adding on how you benefit in the entire, what are you adding towards the entire co-production agreement. The lack of formalized incentives, let's say that, leads to a situation whereby it looks like you're receiving and receiving instead of giving as well. So that will be one challenge. And then I'd say possibly our film industry has grown by leaps and bounds. So on the technical front, we are all good. So it's mostly the difference in, let's say, resources that's portrayed between us and our international counterparts that leads to the disparity when we're trying to approach other companies for international co-productions. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Any add-ons, Lois, into that?
I think what is said is what I can say on my own perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. Sarah?
Same.
Same.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for guys who are just joining us today. We are at the Kalasha International Film and TV Market themed The Future of Content Creation. A big thank you to our sponsors, Safaricom, Nation TV, Ada Animation. Thank you very much, guys. Back to our topic of discussion. You've mentioned tax. You've mentioned formalizing incentives. Who do we task this with?
As it stands, that's an objective of Kenya Film Commission because it's their role to promote and develop the film industry in Kenya. So as it stands, Kenya Film Commission is who we are supposed to look forward to in order for them to formalize the tax and incentives. However, you can approach the government as a producer for one-off tax rebate depending on the project. The government is amenable, even though it's not set in stone. You can make a case as a producer, and you can get tax rebate on a one-off project, depending on a project-by-project basis. Yeah, but as it stands, everything is firmly within KFC's grasp.
Kenya Film Commission.
Yeah.
And they're the guys who are doing this lovely 3-day workshop event.
Yeah.
We have to recognize that we have people who are creative writers who've come for the pitching process. This is a process where you get to write your story, you get to present it here, and through a panel that will judge you and be able to say, maybe correct you, and then be able to take you to the next level, which might be production. So us as production houses, as producers, this is where I would believe we could tap the market. This is where I believe we could tap the new creatives, all the creatives who are there with their scripts. What about co-productions within us? How can we explain those? For example, a co-production between a production in Kenya. So both productions, how can we farm them up and how can we take them to the next level, which is the international platform?
I would say, just as Sajid said, if it's a story that is relatable, not only in Kenya, something that can surpass, then it's very possible, and that increases the experience from both sides. Yeah, and I would say it would be a good come out.
Fantastic. Once again, I would like to mention our sponsors: Safaricom, Nation Media Group, Ada Animation, and Daystar University. Thank you very much for the guys who are joining us, who are tuning in now. We are discussing about opportunities and challenges in international co-productions. Serge, what would you say in terms of the agreements that you've mentioned, the co-country agreements? How do they work, and how can we tap into that?
bit of a lengthy process. It takes months and sometimes years of negotiations to get to an actual co-production agreement. One thing that was in place before between France and Kenya was a memorandum of understanding, because you have to understand that there are different levels. The co-production agreements, the co-production treaty, as it was mentioned before, is really like the top and the most comprehensive document that can exist between two countries. But there are different layers, different steps, and an MOU between countries can already smooth out some things and make things a bit easier. But yes, it's at the government level, and it's something that takes time, because there's a need for alignment of several laws on both countries for that to come into place, and then also again, in the example of a co-production between France and Kenya, there will have to be a request in a way made by Kenya, or a declaration of interest in such agreement. So it's a bit of a complicated process, but again, I strongly believe it's worth it because of the benefits that then exist for the different productions. And it's worth noting that a film like Rafiki, for instance, which was produced a few years ago, was already also a co-production between France and Kenya. And it's just that that film, if there had been a treaty at that point between Kenya and France, a lot of things would have been easier, like in regards to taxes, in regards to cost in post-production and these kind of things. So that's why I keep saying that there is an actual benefit in having a co-production agreement between two countries that have a strong film industry.
How do they work? Take us through how a co-production would work from Kenya to France, for example. How would we get there?
So like I said, it's a really, there are many steps, so we can't really get into all the details in this session right now. But overall, what it means is that it's like every step of the way in the production process is now mirrored in that co-production agreement, meaning that again, for like taxes, like for instance, if you bring material from abroad, if you bring also technicians and everything, like sometimes there's this bureaucratic process that makes it very difficult for those things to go, whether it's the taxes, whether it's the customs that you have to pay. All of that will be taken care of within that agreement. All of that disappears. It's no longer something that you have to think about when you have a co-production agreement in place. Then it allows more fluidity as well when it comes to hiring. If you want to hire some technical, whether it's an assistant director, whether it's the editor, whether it's somebody with sound, all of this is really facilitated through such agreement. The taxes as well are simplified, and there are several incentives within the process. And again, it's something that then at the end of down the line, when it comes to promotion of the film, when it comes to distribution as well, because distribution is another important thing. A lot of times, content from this side of the world is not necessarily doesn't have wide access to markets in Europe and in the West in general. Through a co-production agreement, that would be completely different, because the distributors in France will treat the film as though it's a French film. And when you are distributing a French film in France and in Europe in general, you have other incentives and other things that make it easier for the distributor to be able to work with that content. And so a lot of times these are small barriers that prevent films from the continent of Africa to really and truly travel throughout the world. So with the co-production agreement, a lot of these barriers are now gone, and you have access to a wider market, which which is why it's very beneficial. I hope this answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You've touched about distribution, which sometimes that's where we get stuck as productions. Once you finish a production, what next? Where do you take it next? How was it for you, Sir Hassan, to get Just in Time, for example, onto Netflix?
We had, because Netflix do not license straight from the producer. They have to go through, you have to go through a distributor. And so we had options to pick from. It's like a date. You just talk to them and see who works well with your energy, and then you go with that person, and then they're your middle person. They're the person who negotiates for you with Netflix, and so that's what happened.
And that's happening right here at the 4th Kalasha International Film and TV Market, themed again, the future of content. We have people who are here, who are distributors, who are from the networks, broadcasters. They're here to listen to the people who have creative ideas. They're here to listen to the people who have something to offer. People like Mureithi, people like Lois. So I don't know if we need to have more of these discussions. I don't know if we need to have more of these kinds of events where we bring everybody together. We bring all the stakeholders together and be able to showcase what we have, yeah? And then, I don't know, from an international level, we pick and choose the people who are going to represent us out there. I mean, again, I'm talking about, we have an array of production houses. And from someone who's out there, someone who's out there and is willing to come to Kenya to partner with to partner with a production here. What can we say is the right channel? How does that producer out there reach out to me and not you, Mureithi? So let's discuss that. Let's discuss the channel between the people who are out there, the international producers, the international stakeholders who are out there. They want to come and film something in Kenya, but they don't know who do they come to. What channel, what can we say about that? So that we are either all of us on the same platform as production houses, we could be able to showcase what we have to offer, because my potential is not your potential and vice versa. So I would want to know from your thoughts, how is that bridge in between?
I would have to give props to Kenya Film Commission, because I believe I think it's on their website, they've put in all the film production houses in Kenya that are currently working. So I guess it's a matter of marketing it more and putting it out there more for those international producers to be able to see. And then from there, it's a matter of them looking up all these production houses and seeing who they'd like to work with, or even setting up meetings with several of the production houses and seeing who they'd like to work with.
That's good. That's very good. Anything to add on to that, Mr. Mureithi?
I'd say that's a tough question, because that's like asking who's the best producer in Kenya. Who do I go to if I want to get the best production, yeah? But then, as Sarah's just listed out, if once Kenya Film Commission has that list, maybe you can go in detail. Let's say an international company wants to shoot a documentary. You don't have to point them to a production house which specializes in TVCs only, you get. So maybe you can get more detail, get more information about film practitioners in the country, and then Kenya Film Commission seems like an ideal place to disseminate the information from. So that will help, and then have more of such Kalasha markets, more exhibitions. Yeah, that will help to broaden the perspective of an international production company on exactly a production house who they will be comfortable working with.
A big thank you to our sponsors for this event, Safaricom. When we come together, great things do happen. Daystar University, Ada Animation, and the Nation Media Group. Guys, anything to add on to this in terms of opportunities? What else can we say in terms of Kenya as a country, we as a people? What opportunities do we have? For one, I know we have our own stories. I know so many writers who sometimes inbox me, inbox people I know from the circles that I interact with. We have our stories. What next? How do we get them there? Yeah? How can we as an industry tap into the market out there and tell those people that we have our stories and we would want to tell our stories? Yeah? Look at a production that was done a couple of years ago, I think in Uganda, Queen of Katwe. Yeah? Kenya, we have them. We have the stories. I can count 1, 2, or 3. Luanda Magere is a good example. How can we develop our stories? How can we make co-productions between now Kenya and the outside world? Not necessarily looking at the outside world to Kenya. Maybe Serge, you can give us your pointer there, and then we'll go to Lois.
I was also going to say, I think information is key. So the fact that KFC now has a clear database is a big step forward, like Sarah mentioned, because for a long time it was also always an issue of finding information. When you are an international production company and you're coming into a country, you obviously don't have access to everybody right away. So it's great that that portal is now in place. I think it's the same also for locations. I think KFC also has a portal of different locations where to shoot in Kenya and what you can find in those locations. I think these are great initiatives that are definitely to be saluted. And then when it comes to being able to put forward the stories that exist locally and showcase them to a greater audience, I think for that, Kenya has to look inward. I mentioned before, Kenya is a multicultural society, so there are so many. It's countless. The amount of stories, it's limitless. It's really there's a huge amount of stories. So it's a matter of believing in the potential of those stories. It's also a matter of maybe really looking at the country for what it is, as opposed to just focus on maybe Nairobi, Mombasa, and other key centers. Important to go beyond that and tell stories even from places that could be a bit more remote. But yes, Kenya definitely has a lot of stories, and I think Kenya has an image in the world, right? Kenya is known in the world, but it is known in some ways that could sometimes be stereotypical. It could be about the runners, it could be about safaris, and I think it's important that films allow the international audience to go beyond those images. And I think film and cinema is the perfect medium to be able to go beyond those what could be seen as stereotypes about Kenya.
Thank you. We know Kenya is known also for its touristic sites. Another thing that can sell Kenya, another thing that can sell us out there is if we made movies that resonate to the kind of locations. You know, tourists will always go to a certain destination because they watched it in a certain movie like that. So I guess film is impactful in that way. And if the tourism ministry would work hand in hand with Kenya Film Commission and the likes, I think we would be able to come out with something great, something that would platform Kenya to Hollywood. I mean, Lois, you're saying?
Also, just being in the right space. I think getting to network with producers around the around our locality, which is Kenya, and the international globe, also creates a space for us to partner with other people.
Fantastic. And again, that is happening here at the 4th Kalasha Film and TV Market. You get to network because there are sessions where you meet producers. There are sessions where you meet executive producers. These are your investors. So if you have a project out there, this is the kind of place to look at. This is the kind of place to look at developing your project to the next level. Once again, thank you very much for joining us. This is the 4th Kalasha International Film and TV Market themed The Future is Here. A big thank you to our sponsors and partners, Safaricom, Daystar University, Ada Animation, and the Nation Media Group. Thoughts as we wrap up? Thoughts on where do we move on from this in terms of where opportunities lie in international co-productions? So as you think about that, maybe I'll throw it to Serge to wrap or to give us his closing remarks where opportunities lie, where international co-productions are concerned.
I would say sky is the limit. I would say the film industry in Kenya is growing. I think we all recognize that the talent is there. There's no question about it. Now it's a matter of being creative in all aspects of this, and in order to move the industry forward. You mentioned something, Ledama. You mentioned the relationship between tourism and film, and I was just going to add to that that I recently saw in the news, so it's something that is public knowledge, but the tourism ministry or the agency that takes care of tourism in South Africa recently launched a partnership with Netflix in order to better promote South Africa internationally. They are using Netflix as a platform to promote their country. I think that's the kind of thinking that needs to happen maybe more here in Kenya, so that the industry can grow even further. I'm not saying to necessarily replicate exactly this kind of agreement, but it's just you have to think outside the box. You have to think outside the box in order to move the industry forward. And this era that we are living in right now, this digital era, everything moves so fast. Everything goes very quickly, and so you cannot just replicate models of the past. You have to constantly reinvent yourself, and you have to remain creative in order to move things forward. So that would be my closing remarks. I think I'm very optimistic about the future of the Kenyan film industry. But for that future and for that potential to manifest itself, there's a need for creative thinking. I think that's something that's very important.
I think we shall benefit a lot from your experience, Serge. Your experience in distribution and also acquisition. I know you're talking about the co-production agreement that I know you shall chase and be able to close on, so that we could at least start making co-productions with France. Thank you very much. Ladies or gent? Okay, let's go with the gent. Mureithi, what would you your closing remarks?
I'd just say closed mouths don't get fed. In that respect, we start with the government. France, for example, has signed bilateral treaties with over 50 countries while being part of the unified European Convention on Co-Productions. See, that's the French government being aggressive, trying to do better for its film industry. For the film institutions, they should aim to lower the barrier of entry. If somebody wants to make a film, let the young in Gishu make a film. Don't create unnecessary obstacles. And then for us producers as well, it's mostly a case of staying hungry, attacking every opportunity which you get, chasing those co-productions. So once you keep that in mind, you will be able to move as an industry together at the same pace, trying to get those co-productions going. Yeah.
Thank you, I like that. Closed mouths don't get fed. That's powerful. Lois? your closing remark?
My closing remarks is for the government to kindly set up platforms and support filmmakers to attend this international film festival. It shouldn't just be the Kalasha only. Also, we tap into the international market because we want to get where they are. So support us to attend the films for the people who have the capability to want to produce a film one day.
Thank you. That's good, and that's very enlightening. I know we're about to premiere Adisa. Adisa is a short film that we co-produced with the Germans sometime last year. So we should be able to reach out to guys and tell them where they're going to be watching Adisa. Lois and I. Sarah?
I would say we definitely do need more international co-productions, but other than that, we also need more co-productions between ourselves in Kenya. And co-productions is mainly a collaboration. It doesn't have to be two production houses, no. You can, for the young people who are coming up, it's about getting someone who is talented in a different aspect. If you're a cinematographer, I'm a writer, this person is an actor, this person does lights, come together and create something. In the digital space right now, your content can be seen anywhere in the world for free. There's YouTube, there's Instagram. The list is endless. So, yeah.
The sky is the limit.
It is the
sky
limit.
is the limit. And I just want to point out that film is a great, it's a great thing for a country. For example, film does get to employ a lot of young guys. You can be skilled, you can be non-skilled, because through film is this is where you can be able to learn a lot. You can be able to learn, as a matter of fact, you still earn from what you're doing. So I like that you should not necessarily wait for a co-production between a company and a company. You could start it small. You could start it by a writer meeting a cinematographer, they working together, and you get the other elements plugging in together. Thank you very much, guys, for your participation this afternoon. Once again, I would like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Safaricom, where when we come together, great things do happen. Daystar University, ADA Animation, and Nation Media Group. As I wrap up, as I close, this afternoon's next topic will be meeting the quota requirement for local production. What's the broadcaster's role? I mean, you guys, do you know what is the broadcaster's role in this? Just to start off the next topic. Role of the broadcaster. We are talking about, we are about to increase the local content to 60%. Are we there?
60 seems a tad high, but yeah.
Tad high? It would be good because then we get to consume our own local productions, which means more people are employed. That means more opportunities. So that's a good thing.
That's good. That's good. And I think also more is better because it gives us the opportunity or the chance to sharpen our skills in everything we do. We are talking about, we have so many stories that are within us. What better opportunity than raising that bar? We create more. Then what next? We create more. Then people will somehow get to see us, will get to notice us, will get to see the kind of potential Kenya has. Yeah? Thank you very much, guys. And as I wrap up, I would like to say a big thank you once again to our sponsors and partners, Safaricom, Daystar University, ADA Animation, and the Nation Group. Thank you very much, guys, for tuning in, and kindly continue following this event for the next 3 days.
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. sponsored by Safaricom.
We had just quit from our jobs, even myself. So we took what we had accumulated over the years, like our pension, the kidogo that it was, and then we that is what we put in. And then we borrowed. We borrowed from family, and then even the location itself we got from Eve's sister where they were living. They gave us the place, and I owed even my mother-in-law. That was how bad, how bad it was. But we had a vision and we knew this is what we wanted to do and we were going to get there somehow.
Quite a number of content creators had put together projects and Netflix actually came knocking. But when we did 40 Sticks, we actually intended it to go into movie theaters.
Mm-hmm.
But when Corona came in, then we had limited choices in terms of platforms that we could place the movie. So luckily, Netflix came knocking. They actually came into Kenya, asked to meet with a number of content producers, and we were lucky to be called into the meeting. So everyone was able to present, and we were lucky to be one of the ones to be picked for our content.
It's very important early on in your career to understand ownership is the end goal. And you're in this for the buyout.
I love it.
I'm making this Sauti Sol music right now because it will be valuable for me in the future. And so I have to really make sure that my split sheets are in order and all the rights holders in my music are in order. In fact, if you look at Midnight Train, your average song has even 3 to 4 writers.
Yep.
And it's deliberate so that we get the best. But also, it's important that your stakeholders, your writers, and everybody knows what they own, where, how.
Base is a video streaming platform primarily designed for mobile. And with Base, we basically want to offer content to Kenyans. We are saying Base, we want to position Base as a home of best local content. And on Base, we want consumers to come and find content that entertains them, that informs them, that motivates them, then of course inspires them. And a session like this, Base Creators Garage, is actually content that's available on Base where people can go and watch and be uplifted and learn from other content creators that have gone ahead and succeeded and actually get something from it.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Nĩ ũranjigua?
Ĩĩ ndĩrakũigua rĩu.
Ngugaga atĩrĩrĩ. Ihinda rĩu tũkoretwo tũrũgamĩtio wĩra, ngoretwo ngĩrora sister yakwa gũkũ mũciĩ.
Tondũ mũirĩtu ũrĩa wamũroraga athire kũ?
Ndambire kũmũrũgamia wĩra, nĩ arainũkaga, agacoka, na immune ya mwana ĩ thĩ. Rĩu na nĩ ũkũigua mũrimũ ũyũ ndũrenda mũndũ wĩna gathĩna kangĩ kana kamũrimũ kangĩ kanini. Rĩu ndingĩrahotire kũriski. Ihinda rĩu ngoretwo gũkũ mũciĩ, nĩ ngoretwo ngĩgerera mabuku ma ũthundũri, na ndĩrahotire gũthondeka system ĩrandeithia kũmũhe ndawa rĩrĩa kwagĩrĩire na ũrĩa kwagĩrĩire. Ĩni.
Na wĩna ma nĩ ĩraruta wĩra?
Nĩ ĩraruta wĩra. Thĩna no thitima ya kũmĩpawa. Gũkũ thitima nĩ ciarengirwo, rĩu hũthagĩra battery ya rori na kũmĩ-backup na ĩyo ĩngĩ nĩ ya gwĩturĩra. Cost ĩrĩa nene no maguta, na nĩ wamenya gũtirĩ mawĩra, no nĩ ndĩreciria ũrĩa ingĩmĩthondeka ĩhũthĩre solar kana rũhuho.
Na solar ĩyo kũruta kũ?
Ĩgwĩturĩra. Na githĩ ndiakwĩra thomete mabuku ma ũthundũri maingĩ taki.
Ũthiĩte mũno. Nĩgetha makana wakũboeka haha mũciĩ.
Ndukamake nĩ gũkwagĩra.
Kinyĩra o hau ndũgũ. Ona kĩmwana gĩgwĩtwo Newton rĩ. Gĩathundũrire gravity o lockdown.
Tareke nĩ ngũkũhũrĩra. Hello. George. Ukinyete ha? Ndakuona. Wiheke. Nĩ biũ. Georgie. Hello? Georgie. Georgie Feturu. Itio nduire ndehagira Georgie. Georgia. Wabui.
Other forms of video content. Visit nrr.copyright.go.ke today. Create an account and start uploading copies of your audiovisual works in acceptable format. For more information, you can get in touch with us on our office telephone numbers or send us an email through nrr@copyright.go.ke or visit our website on www.copyright.go.ke. You can also interact with the Kenya Copyright Board on social media through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and on our YouTube channel. The Kenya Copyright Board, protecting copyright, encouraging creativity.
Miaka 20 safari ilianza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, let's go beyond, let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, Safaricom.
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sponsored by Safaricom.
Hello, This is the 4th edition of the Kalasha International TV and Film Market. My name is Dr. Lydia Radoli from Daystar University School of Communication, Department of Media and Film Studies. We'll be here to talk about the future of content creation in Kenya. But first, my colleague will introduce himself and take us through a class. Eric.
Thank you, Dr. Radoli, and hello. My name is Eric Kadenge. I also teach at Daystar University in the School of Communication, the Department of Media and Film Studies. As my colleague has just said, I will start us off with my part of the presentation, and then she will do hers, but we shall be having a dialogue all through. When we talk about the future of content creation in Kenya, what I found very interesting actually is that the future is actually content creation, okay? And there are some good reasons for that. One of them being that content is a multi-million industry. It employs and it provides a lot of usefulness in the world as we know it today. So content is huge, not just in the scope of entertainment or information, but also in other areas, for example, in trade. So that's number one. Number two is that a lot of people today are consuming digital content more than ever. And if you look at, for example, the smartphone, the mobile phone or the smartphone, this is one gadget that has sort of brought all the other media as we knew them in the past into one small gadget. And statistics will indicate that a lot of us spend a lot of time on these gadgets. So whether you're looking for what was formerly print content, whether you're looking for what was formerly strictly audio or TV, all this is now available on your smartphone. And because of its penetration in the country, in the continent, and beyond, a lot of content is therefore being consumed on the mobile phone. That means that we have demand for content, which is a very good thing. But it also means that we have a lot of competition in this area of content creation. And because of that, we therefore need to know how we need to strategize ourselves moving into the future in terms of how we then fight for some space within this digital content platform. I don't know if, Dr. Adoli, you have anything to say, but that would be my starting point, that demand is increasing and therefore there's lots of competition and we should be ready to carve ourselves some space in this digital content arena.
I agree with you, especially the fact that digital or digitalization of the media, of the content, has become a very key aspect in terms of content production and dissemination. We remember the digital migration of 2015, and this changed a lot of perspective, the way we see content. And so when you start to think about the audience, this is an audience that are online. So you need to create content that meets the needs of this audience. Otherwise, then you are still in the traditional forms of production that maybe are not to the current market needs.
Mm-hmm. Very true there. So the first thing that you need to do then would be to ask yourself, how do I position myself so that I attract the kind of audience that I need for my content? What kind of brand do you want to be? Because there's lots of opportunities, yes, but you need to be able to package yourself in a way that your audience knows what to expect from you. And this, of course, would depend from individual to individual. If you want to do development content, if you want to do comedy, if you want to do real stories or features, you need to know who you are and what kind of brand you want to market out there for yourself or for your content before you then start the process of producing this content. And as part of that, then, you need to have some kind of focused portfolio so that you are known for this particular subject. And subjects, as I said earlier, are as many as you can think. Ideas are as many as you can imagine. We are all born with so many ideas that we might never even exhaust in our lifetime. So you need to know what it is that you want to be and you want to do, and have a portfolio that speaks to that.
I like the fact that you talk about portfolios, because we are training, yes, content creators. But one thing about one content creator student who told me that it is your effort to be able to place yourself on the market and sell your content. So if you don't have a portfolio, what are you going to show to the world? And the market is very competitive. So that set of portfolio, branding yourself, this is the content that I'm good at, and this is what I want to give to the world. And the stories are there, as you said.
In a university context, for example, I always encourage my students to produce content that is not for the lecturer, so to speak, but to think about where they are headed in their career, so that even the assignments that they do are not being done for the lecturer, but this is part of their building a portfolio of who they are moving forward upon graduation, and so on and so forth. So it is something that is important even from a student level. Content has been known to be king within the media, so to speak, world, and content remains king to date. And as you think about your portfolio, that is one thing that has to really speak for you. What is the kind of content you are producing? And I'm mentioning this with a bit of emphasis because in the media world that we are in today, a lot of people sometimes think that it is the gadgets that will get you to where you're going. Yes, the gadgets are good, but no, it is not the gadgets, but what you are producing with these gadgets that is going to sell you.
You're saying about gadgets. Some film producer tells me that one camera, good camera, state of the art, is around 120,000. I'm just finishing college. I want to start out. And this becomes very expensive to get this kind of gadget. But I think when you enter the market with that perspective, it's about what I want to produce, but not the gadget, not the technology. Yes, technology, yes, but how can I then put out what I have in terms of ideas as content?
Yes. And this is not to downplay the professional equipment that we have out there, because when you have a professional behind professional equipment, then you get better products. I mean this in the sense that somebody should not be bogged down in pursuing their passion in creating certain kind of content because they do not have this high-end professional gear. And this has come into play so much in this advent of COVID, because even lessons have been disrupted. We've not been meeting the same way that we used to meet physically. We've not been able to access all the equipment that is available for students. So even though we had begun talking about using whatever equipment you have at your disposal before COVID, it has become more real today to emphasize that it is whatever tool you have at your disposal that you can use, as long as you know what it is that you're creating. So we've been having some students who are at home, are not accessing campus, producing whatever content they need to produce using, again, the smartphone, which I mentioned earlier, having brought all the other media into one. It is also becoming a good media to create the content that we are looking for. So content is king. You need good equipment. If you don't have it, you do not have an excuse not to produce something. And the mobile phone is one way to start, or the smartphone, in terms of your tools for creating content.
Yeah, and I think we can use the example of Daisy University. When we went online and we had restrictions to go into the studio, we still had to do the practical courses with students using part of these advancing technology to be able to produce or to do the assignments.
The next thing, after you've established yourself, you have your simple gadgets that you can use, is then how do you tell this story? Because it is one thing to have the idea. It is another to then communicate this idea. And at Daystar, again, I mean, our degree is even called a Bachelor of Arts in Communication, because on the overall, you're looking at how are you able to communicate effectively, regardless of which specialized area that you're getting into. So content creators, first and foremost, are communicators. And communication then becomes your core business. And you know, it is almost like your KPI, your key performance indicator. Have you been able to communicate? How do you tell a story that resonates with your audience? Remember, there's nothing new that we are creating under this earth. You know, there's no story probably that has not been told before. But what is this new thing that we inject into this story that gives it some kind of freshness, that makes it to resonate with your audience at, you know, that point and time? There's a time I was doing a story on malaria, and I mean, who doesn't know what malaria is, and who doesn't know, you know, how you get it, and so on and so forth. But at that point, one of the things that had become apparent within the, you know, many countries, but more so within the ministry in this country, was that it was affecting the production in agriculture. So the moment then you link this malaria story to the fact that people are not able to produce food to put on the table when they are unwell, then that becomes a bit of this freshness that we are talking about.
Mm-hmm. So in the malaria story, there's content already.
Yes, yes. So the content was the malaria, but the freshness then was that it is affecting healthy farmers who then cannot produce. So it becomes important to then have a story that resonates with your audience. And I think some people are doing a very good job at that. And once you do that, then you get to attract all the people that you're looking for, whether it is ratings, whether it is followers, whether it is advertising. And those who miss out on this part of resonating with your audience, then you're left behind. And in our training, for example, we try to address 3 important areas in this communication or storytelling initiative. And the first, of course, is to have a topic. You know, what is it you want to discuss? And interestingly, sometimes you find students starting with very, you know, huge topics. But of course, we then are able to work with them and to break these topics down to more manageable levels. But it's important to have a topic. It is important to have objectives that you are trying to achieve with this content that you're creating. And it is equally important to have an angle. How am I approaching this story? How do you tell your stories?
I mean, I tell my students to pitch. That's the first initiative that I have in any scripting class, like pitch your idea. And it's sort of a competition of who is going to pitch the best idea. But what I've discovered is students have this intuition and these very unique ways of bringing ideas on the table, but they need guidance. They need to understand, then how does it fit in the objective? How does this idea then angle into relevant perspective for the audiences? And it has always worked.
Yes, and I believe even for the Kalasha Awards, for those who are, you know, entering their various pieces, these are some of the things that are going to be looked at. You know, you have the technical aspects, but what about how the story is being said? Now, once we are done with that, then you then look at the scripting part of it. You know, how well is the script done? Because a well-written script guarantees a good product. A well-written script makes your work easier. We are creative beings. It is very easy to wander off your thought, your track. A well-written script also ensures that you save time. So we do expose our students to both audio, radio, and TV and film writing skills, as well as those who are interested in print.
Mm-hmm. Especially, there is a connection there that with the market today, there is a multimedia approach in terms of content creation. So you cannot just prepare your student to be linear in terms of perspective. They have to know or to have a touch or a feel of all these issues, of course with specialization, but also they know that when they are placed in the market, they can be able to write a script for TV, radio, film, and that's what the market needs at this particular time, if you ask me.
Yes, and if you have a well-written script, of course, we don't expect you to, look like you're acting or reading. We expect you to still perform as though it is as flawless as possible. I mean, even in movies, when we see our best actors, they are relying on scripts. And sometimes, students find that a bit of a challenge because some of these guys do a very good job that it doesn't look like they're actually using a script. But a script is very important because it guarantees a good product. As I said earlier, it makes your work easier, but it also saves time. And like I always tell my students, when you have a good script, any other person that is given that script should be able to produce the content that is stipulated by that script as any other person. If somebody has a problem understanding your script, then that's already a very big issue. From the scripting part, then we have the execution part of it. And sound quality is as good as script. The same goes for the audio. And the same goes to the editing itself. So, you want to produce what you have produced, but you also have to make sure that your audio is good, your pictures are good. But even the guys who come in post and do things like editing also inject their own creativity into this content. And all this makes for good viewing or for good listening. Yes.
I was talking to somebody in the industry and they say that today an all-rounded, let's say, content creator or practitioner is a good pair of hands, depending on comparatively to the traditional way of training where we were so linear. You are either in film, you are either in radio, you are either in television or print media. And so it really helps that the students understand this perspective that you raise from, execution of the idea and to the production process itself.
Yes, and of course, we also don't have as much time as we used to have in the past. So for you to record something or to shoot something and to edit and to put it together requires that you are also a bit versatile in terms of all these skills. In as far as execution is concerned, if it is content that probably you want to have on a regular basis, say weekly, then yes, you need to strike a balance between variety and consistency. You want people to have, to know, remember we began by talking about your brand. You want people to know what your content is every week. But you also want to inject a bit of newness into every episode that you produce. And therefore, there's always a need to strike a balance and consistency. Secondly, of course, as I said, this remains a challenge. Secondly, Secondly is to ensure that you then have a well branded and marketed product, because the last stage then in this production process is to distribute what you have produced. Therefore, you have to have some proper networks, and today's digital platforms, of course, offer a myriad of websites that you can use to brand your work. I'm talking about the Instagrams, the Facebooks of this world.
Yeah,
yes.
Those social media platforms, as they call them, but I will look at it as digital spheres of platform. And what Eric, you say is very important because then we need to know that this is an industry where you need to sell your product. And for you to know the market. And what I wanted to emphasize, I tell my students, do not box yourself. You need to think wide. You need to think just not the national market, regional, international markets. Which networks can you form? Can you follow other content creators around the world and see what they are doing? Can you improve your quality of content? Can you look at what is missing on the market so that when you come in with your content, it sort of fills that gap? And for sure, you will find a niche for yourself to exist in that market.
Okay. And of course, I'll be coming to the end of my part of this presentation in about 5 minutes or so. But I wanted to add that when you talk about the social platforms, then it becomes important for a content creator to also be versatile in terms of the tools that are used in doing the research for your audiences, the various analytics tools that are available out there to make sure that you keep track of who is following you, who is watching what you do, and so on and so forth. And of course, at the end of the day, to make some money in the process.
Exactly, yeah. When I teach writing for the screen, and normally I tell my students, by the time you're pitching the idea, you need to know that this product is going to give you your income. So you pitch the idea, yes, but you also prepare yourself how to sell this idea to the market. And I think, Eric, you'll agree with me that the question about the content creation and the future of content creation, we start asking ourselves, where are we at as a country? Where are we at as trainers of content creation? And so in the next part, then I'll take us through what is the future, what is the context of Kenyan content creation, some of the challenges that we have there. And so we see how to come in as a producers of content, but also trainers in content creation. So I'll be talking about the state of content, the training market vis-a-vis, the training vis-a-vis what we have in the market, then something about comparatively what is happening on the global scene and what we have here as Kenya, especially in the classrooms, what we are teaching, and then we see how that discussion goes. You'll agree with me, recent research by the PricewaterhouseCoopers indicated that content creation itself contributes to what we call to the creative economy, and it is the mainstay of the creative economy. And that research projected that in Kenya, by 2019, the earnings of the creative economy would be 1.8 billion US dollars, but it was projected to around 33 US billion dollars. Now, what that tells us is, as what your expression you use, content is king. And that means that, cultural assets could be able to enhance in terms of the growth of the economy. It is unlikely that we can talk in terms of GDP, but that's what we should be looking at content creation as contributing to the GDP in Kenya. And so it diversifies from the technological, intellectual property, and all these diverse aspects that then makes it paramount that even at the training institutions, we need to take content creation as the future of all these young talents that we have in our hands. And so I did a little bit of scanning and seeing what is happening in the market. And so I talked to a content creator and who argues that the first thing we need to know is the digital migration has affected the way we see content. And so we need to package our content to fit within this space. I also talked to a film entrepreneur, film TV entrepreneur. They are more concerned about the cost of production. Will they be able to afford the equipment, the policies that exist in terms of the limitations they have in terms of how they put the content on the market. While there's also concerned about where are we at as a country in terms of content creation when we look at what is happening outside there in the world. And we say, yes, we have stories. We've talked about stories. We have unique stories. And what we need to do is not to compare ourselves, but rather to learn on different perspectives of stories that we can generate within this context. So just to reemphasize and say that we are in a space whereby we can actually find stories in everyday things, in everyday happenings around us. You are a content creator. Where do you get your stories, Eric?
From inspiration, mostly from the things that I observe around me, from the stories that you hear from people in your interpersonal conversations. You can really get very great ideas about what's happening and some of the issues that people are facing. And like you said before, yes, the digital migration, of course, opened up a lot more avenues for us to deliver this content. And so has the explosion of the online spaces as well. They have opened numerous opportunities for us to be able to share our stories.
So that really emphasizes the point that we have the stories to share. We just need to know how to package those stories. Now, when you look at the approaches of content creation in Kenya, the first approach that we are seeing is the broadcast production of content. That's where you have TV stations, production companies coming out with content. The other approach to content creation that we can think about is individual production of content, where we have, individual practitioners, content creators like you and me, although in different spaces, but we have an idea, a hunch, and we want to go ahead and create this idea because we have learned the market, we've learned the audience, and we know that these ideas will contribute to the kind of narrative that we want to be created outside there. But not without controversy, especially the controversy that broadcasting houses have been left mandated to create content, especially local content, while we have independent producers that need to fill this space. So if you ask content creators on the market, their concern is that why should production of content be left to the content creators other than broadcast houses? And the other thing we are seeing in terms of the market, or the Kenyan market in terms of content creation, is that there's the divisiveness that exists on this market. But then before COVID-19, we saw a lot of expansion. The trajectory was going upward in terms of content creation, and the very interesting ideas that came out from different shows that were on the market. And so local content was really on the increase before COVID-19. And we can actually mention those shows that were there, the Taidi Heist, the Papa Shrandlas, and before then COVID-19 struck, and then there were issues to do with the budgetary allocation and contracts that these content creators who would be independent or broadcast houses who are producing content were sort of challenged in terms of how do they maintain these budgets in terms of COVID-19. But then again, we have seen with COVID-19, it has opened up a space, the one we are calling social media and digital space. And so we have a lot of content production that is happening by, produced by amateurs, but then going on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, people starting their own channels to be able to project or to transmit this content, which is a good thing if you ask me.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. And even in terms of, again, instructional purposes, we are having our students upload their content on these channels. For me, especially SoundCloud and YouTube, as I had said earlier, so that it's not just content for the lecturer, but content that can be viewed by the whole world out there. And that hopefully injects some confidence into the students to be able to do something that they are proud of, that they can have the whole world view, but also to get them to see and appreciate the joy and satisfaction that you get when you get to see who has viewed your work and the comments that you receive from them. That is the humble beginning of some of these future content producers.
I like that because they have to be inspired to keep on producing. But that's where training comes in. So we need to fit our training to the market. And most content creators then lack formal training. I'm talking to people with talents who are already there in the field. And that's why institutions like Daisy University are there to offer this kind of training. And so we move from just making, let's say, practical content creation courses from theoretical levels to more practical levels of production. And that's why you can't teach content without students having an experience with handling the equipment or production, with writing a script, for example, with production of the script, presentation, techniques that they need to understand. Then there's also the translation of what you're producing to the market. And so we are also seeing a trajectory that we have experts or film producers, TV producers outside there in the market, but we are challenging maybe a collaboration between these producers and the institution so that they can come to the classroom and share the experiences. I think I do this a lot in my classes where I invite content practitioners to come and speak to the students about what is happening there on the market, but that has a value in itself.
It does, it does, especially for, when you talk about training, which you're talking about now. It is always inspiring to see, for example, a student who starts off as a diploma in Daystar University. And then they go out and start producing content, either as themselves or in an institution, media house or so on and so forth. And then they're interested to come back and take their training a notch higher and even enroll for an undergraduate program. So training and talent, of course, the two go together. And I'm always quick to remind our students that I mean, you have to have it in you first before we then nurture those skills by way of training. Because in any case, communication is an art. I can't make you a good storyteller, but I can give you some tips here and there on how to script or how to make your shots better. So training does play a key role.
Yeah. And I like the fact that all of us, I mean, in the communication, all of us, or most of us are storytellers. And I ask them the question, for example, how did you wake up in the morning? Can you narrate? That's the story that could make the script for the next edition. The other issue about training versus market needs is, policies that exist. We talked about equipment and technology, and how that becomes very difficult for people who are leaving now the classroom to the industry to acquire this equipment. But I think we came to a consensus that you don't need to go for the high end to start producing content. You can already have the equipment that you have to start and keep going. There's also a need for a review in terms of taxation and affordability of equipment for the Kenyan market. And this is a challenge that we are putting outside there as trainers, but also we know that regulators are watching us. And so we need to have this conversation with the Kenya Film Commission and say, yes, we are training talent, but how do they start off? And so we are encouraging our content creators from institutions of learning to be able to become entrepreneurs, to be able to exist within this market.
Of course, in terms of training, one of the things that is now, becoming key from what I hear, especially from students that have gone on internship, is the need to have some training on this social media analytics. It's coming out very, very, very much, and therefore training needs to involve aspects of how to be able to keep track of your audiences in order for you to know how best to position yourself. In terms of, you said regulation, I think one of the biggest challenges we are having, and that probably needs to be sorted in the future, is regulation around things like drones, for example. I think that is one of the areas that there is so much frustration in terms of the processes you need to get through just to be able to operate a drone. And it's become an important tool for filming.
Yeah. Limiting policies. I mean, I was talking to now for ex-student, but now producer of film, amateur producer, and he was like, if I have to get location, if I have to go do a shooting, if I have to go large scale, where do I get money to afford a drone? And these are very important issues that I think as a country, as passionate about production, content, local content creation, we need to start having a conversation. And that takes us to a next conversation, which is, what is the global lens? And what are the lessons there? And of course, we start with the issue of technology. And when we emphasize on technology, we cannot really even move a sentence further without looking at what the internet and social media is offering, what forms of empowerment these spaces have brought, and what connection they bring between citizens and other, foreign states, and so it's demanding a call for collaboration in terms of what are they doing and how can we learn from these lessons. Another thing that we can look at the global sphere is the market dynamics, and that goes to the vigilance that we are calling upon in terms of telling that story. So a story is not just about a conversation, but how do we then translate this story to suit within the digital space. With the digital migration, this has become an emphasis that even we are taking in classroom, and we are saying, yes, we have the historical perspective, theoretical perspective of production of content, but this is the space that we're existing, we are utilizing it. The other thing, as we connect the global lens to what is happening currently, is the policy frameworks, and we are calling for things like waivers in terms of importation of equipment. We are calling at new ways to enhance production, reviewing, limiting policies so that we have talent, but we do not pull them back because of these bureaucracies that that they have to go through. Well, policies are good, and what the Kenya Classification and Film Board is doing is good. What KFC is doing is good. But we also have to be realistic. How do we then take care of these talents? How do we motivate them to be able to produce on this space, to be able to be competitive on the market, and not just national market, but also global market? Then the last link that I'm seeing there is we have been asked where we are at comparatively to Hollywood and even Nollywood, for example. But for me, my entry point is not comparative or compare ourselves with these stages of production, but rather see as unique, lessons to be learned. They have a unique way of telling their stories. Kenya too has a unique way of telling their stories. Which lessons can we learn comparatively and move together as a content that is very keen on using their own stories to produce content? And so there are challenges, yes. We are very realistic of that in terms of licensing content creation. There are challenges in terms of the support that content creators need, services that support that production, in terms of audiences. And this has become a challenge with COVID-19, the shrinking audiences. And so there are other platforms that then we have ready audience that we can utilize. I think we've emphasized that. There's also the perception that the local, of audiences, that local content is not as attractive as content that comes from the foreign markets. And we need to embrace our own local content so that we can also, the more people watch your content, the more you become inspired to produce, high-level quality content. Then producing content, marketing is an issue that needs to be looked into. We need to train our content creators. How do they market their products? How do they, do they have managerial skills? Do they have marketing skills? Do they have public relations skills so that they can get into these markets? Distribution is also very important, and we said not just local markets, but also looking at the global context. And finally, challenges in training. And I asked the question, are we training for the right market? Are we training for the right market? Maybe we can say yes, but we always watch what is happening on the local market, on the global context.
Certainly we need enough incentives if we are to prepare the future content creators today. We need great incentives. We need great examples. When you talk about local content, it's always a difficult thing to have it compete with international content. And unfortunately, this influences the way that our future content creators look at life. They do not want to associate themselves much with the local content. If you give them a task, you find that they're sort of quickly aligning it with even a Western way of doing it, or just the language. Somebody doesn't want to produce something, let's say, in a local language because they don't think this is going to communicate, what I would like to communicate enough. So we do need a lot of incentives. We do need a lot of encouragement for the young content producers. We do need a lot of mentorship. And it's in future, we look forward to a bit more collaboration as we have now with the experts in the industry. In the media, but also in film and in other areas of creative engagement.
When I think about stories and telling the stories, these are stories that happen in our local context, like grandmother stories, yeah? And so as I conclude this discussion or this conversation, there are some parting shots or pointers that we can take home, that we can create winning attention, especially on the digital age. And I think we have emphasized that a lot through the production of useful, informative, and entertaining content, because that is what the market needs. We can be able to utilize content and promote them, the content on the markets that exist, or include a marketing and promotion component as part of the budget when you're producing content. We are calling for collaborations of content creators in the region and internationally, collaboration between industry, like what the Kenya Film Commission is doing with training institutions. So we have this very inspiring collaboration with Kenya Film Commission as an institution. We need also to invest in technology. And here, I'm not just saying on the space of training institution, but also at the state or the national level, the country looking at that as one area where our young talents can benefit from. Then we also need a review of limiting policies so that we can have this content outside there, and also especially to contribute to the economy or the GDP of the country. There are gaps in training that we are very realistic of, and especially looking at what is happening on the market, which we need to close as an institution, as trainers also. And there is need also to nurture young talent so that when we see you have a child in primary school and they are showing these talents, you need to tap into these talents and not just gear them into traditional professions as has been before. And then finally, reinventing the culture or cultural celebration of local content or cultural celebration of telling our African stories.
Yes, you did mention collaboration earlier, and I think it's very important that even as we want to be ourselves and to brand ourselves in a certain manner, that it is important to identify other content creators with similar interests and subject areas like ours, and to collaborate with them in order to make better products, in order to make products that have a more international appeal, so that a content creator, for example, in Kenya, could have one or two other people that they're collaborating with within the region, and then their final product will tend to be more richer and have a more diverse input than if it was produced by one person within a single locality.
And I like that, but I cannot fail to add, as representatives of an academic institution, research. Research is very important to be able to see what is happening on the market, what are the dynamics, what are the gaps, and be able to come up with solutions to questions arising. And so research then informs whatever content that is going to be created, because you have already done, you have the methodologies and you have already found out, the data that informs then how do we create content. Because with research, then we can be able to actually look at the future, as this session was interrogating.
Yes. I was looking at somebody's profile, one of the panelists in this particular event, and yes, they are big on research, and it has informed a lot of their products in the edutainment sector. Their main topic has been agriculture, but it is research that informed how they would package their agricultural messages through TV dramas and I think radio as well. So yes, let's not forget that there is a huge connection between research and content creation.
But then the parting shot is, once a content creator, always a content creator. Even though you're diversified, you go to academia, you always have that niche to already create content. And I don't know if it happens to you. If I go over a period of times without creating content, there's something, you feel something is not right.
Definitely. I think I derive most pleasure when I'm working on a piece of project, even though generally you'll find me in the classroom. But when you sit down and you have this task ahead of you and you start what I've just talked about today, planning, scripting, shooting, editing, and finally delivering the final product and getting this feedback about how you've been able to communicate. I mean, that's who I am. I am a content creator.
You're a content creator. And I think it makes us even better, inspire us in the classroom, because if you tell a student, I did this script, and I did this story, and it definitely has this nice impact on them.
Yes, last semester I shared a video that I had produced, and it was being critiqued by the students. So that was interesting.
So Eric, it has been nice to have this conversation with you.
Yes, it has.
Again, my name is Dr. Lydia Radoli. I am a communication and media lecturer at Daisy University School of Communication in the Department of Media and Film Studies. And I'm also a content creator, a broadcast journalist for over many years. And now I'm concentrating in the classroom and research. And my colleague, Eric.
Eric Kadenge, lecturer, media and film studies, Daisy University. It was good to be with you.
8 animals. 1 bullet for each of you.
Abs.
Miaka 20 safari ilianza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini, twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Safaricom.
The means to a great story is a believable write-up
Nikundani
that transcends borders and sets to ensure the audience get glued and the crew are motivated enough to
People.
engage.
The movie is on. Yani tukundani.
Kila shot lazima iwe perfect because every angle matters.
Nikundani boss. Great shots are coming right up.
Every ounce of energy digging in to give a wider scope of the job at
I
hand.
love it. I'm in it. What's it? This is our time. Tukundani. Tukundani.
Toned up faces that display courage in the midst of lights and an always wanting theatre with art that reveals the identity. A time most awaited, showing off the acclaimed character in a role played to perfection.
No. I am more in than you.
No, I am.
No, I am.
No, I am. Oh, you're making me so mad.
You.
Oh,
I guess. Tukundani. I am all that you associate me with in the film industry. I am Kenya Film Commission, tasked with ensuring your filmmaking process is a smooth sail. And I can only do it if all you filmmakers are registered with me. Since it is a requirement by law to be registered and certified by the Kenya Film Commission. Pamoja, tutajenga hii industry and beyond. What's your excuse? Ya kutokuwa ndani? Je, uko ndani?
Register today at www.kenyafilmcommission.com.
Go and seize the day. Take it. It's yours.
Migoni Kimani, manager here. Yes, that's me. The family has come to a mutual decision to close up shop with immediate effect. Oh, and the staff will be rightfully compensated for this sudden turn of events.
Good morning, my angel. Hello, summer holiday.
I said the trip is cancelled and she'll get over it.
Why?
Ashley, I have nothing to show for the past 7 years of my life.
I'm just calling to confirm your attendance. Working Sisters crushing a get-together this evening?
I'm currently not working or crushing anything at the moment, so...
Will you be attending?
Only 9 years ago, I lost everything. So you know what I did?
I sold my rickety car and bought a plane ticket for a vacation in Dubai. I had an awakening.
Awaken to a new beginning. Zanzibar, here I come. Strange. Hi, Jerry.
I need your help. Monkey and I have reached a divorce. I need you to accommodate Ashley for 2 weeks while I'm in Mombasa.
But I don't even know her. It will be super awkward.
But she's your auntie. Remember she came for your 8th birthday?
I'm 11. Could you please show me to my room?
There's no my around here.
Kobna, Anthony's friend. I believe I'm supposed to pick up my keys for me, or his keys.
ID? Let's talk. No, like human beings, without the internet.
Like what?
Kobena's joining us for lunch.
Why are you smiling?
I'm not smiling. Her parents are getting a divorce. She has no clue.
If you and my mom were really sister cousins, then why don't you ever visit us?
Endings aren't always a bad thing. It just means it's something you can begin.
Well, if this meeting helps with your current state of joblessness, or if anything remarkable happens in your life as a result of this meeting, I would love a testimonial.
Got it.
Yeah. So, well, see you next time. Bye!
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. sponsored by Safaricom.
Imagine amekama up na project yenye inaenda kusaidia agriculture.
Lakini shetani ni nani buda? Wa
A girl is really happy. Thank you.
Oh, and a boy is too.
Help me understand your thought process. Mse, nikutafutie chakula, nikupikie, nikutafunie, alafu unashindwa kumeza.
Kwani hamna chemistry? Hampo isi? Sari aliniita mwenyewe. Akaniambia kwamba you want there, kept her waiting for a long time.
How do you want me to help you? Nisaidie kwa strategize.
Nikupate Nairobi.
So here's to the achievers, the believers in more. You see world-class office space. We see launchpads to extraordinary startups and profitable organizations. You see a hefty financial investment. We see unprecedented revenues and profits. You see people. We see human capital and thousands of employment opportunities. You see some vacant land. We see the possibility of growth and development like nothing seen before. You see gold plaques. We see validation that our vision is truly becoming a reality. You see plans. We see a Silicon Savannah powered by Africa's winning spirit and Kenya's industriousness. You see world-class infrastructure. We see technology, science, and expertise at work to create the most sustainable environment that they could be. You see a city. We see a place where quality of life is a given. Konza Technopolis. Technology in the service of humanity.
Mi naitwa Daisy, and I can confidently say that my life is turning out just right. I passed my KCSEs, and now I'm plotting world domination with my best friends Amina and Lisa. And then there's my boyfriend, Kolo. Did I mention that we're destined for stardom?
You and me acting as lovers on stage and off stage. Oh my gosh.
For nearly 5 decades now, Daystar has been stirring passions, supporting and shaping career aspirations as it develops transformational servant leaders for Africa and beyond.
Stesheni ya chuo kikuu cha Daystar 103.1 Shine FM ilikuwa kama daraja kati ya elimu nadharia darasani na taaluma ya wanahabari. Ukitaka kuelea, jiunge na Daystar.
Book your intake now and be the next. Call us or visit www.daystar.ac.ke for more information.
It was 20 years ago when we used to sit under a tree or at my office in Westlands Viking House downstairs and discuss the possibilities of setting up a film commission. Kenya was losing business, foreign films. We had gone from over 10 foreign films a year to maybe 1 if you're lucky or 2. We pushed for the establishment of a film commission that would address our needs as a, sector.
The best place to start was to establish an institution that will steer the development, promotion and marketing of this lucrative industry. So Kenya Film Commission was established in the year 2005 and became operational in the year 2006. We realized that a vibrant film industry would be able to sort quite a number of issues around this country as far as employment is concerned, contribution to the economy, good film products attract tourists into our country. We envision to have products that are produced locally but marketed globally.
A few years back, I was part of the Kenyan delegation that went to DISCOP. The delegation was facilitated by the Kenya Film Commission, and we were quite a few of us who went.
DISCOP is a market platform where content is sold. It's an equivalent of our local Kalasha International Film and TV market, but DISCOP happens in South Africa and Abidjan.
Going to DISCOP definitely helped me, even just in terms of the people I met while doing that production. Are still friends, mentors. I still talk to them quite regularly. The crew and the cast that worked on the production are still people that I would consider friends and people I could call for work.
We facilitate access to resources in terms of a resource center that is provided by us. In this resource center, we have editing suites, of which we do not charge because we know some of these facilities, to access them are very expensive. We also have workstations where filmmakers can be able to book and come and just do their production discussions, work from here for a week or a month. You can be able to find resources in terms of books from writing to distribution.
The Kenyan film industry has been growing over the years, as you can see, especially with the advent of vernacular TV. We are seeing films from Machakos, we are seeing films from Nyanza in Luo, we are seeing a lot of films from the coast. I think as of 2013, our exports on the creative side were, I think, 4 billion, and vis-a-vis imports were 19 billion.
The animation industry in Kenya has the potential to eventually produce a complete feature film in animation, and not just that, even series, because we have very good talent here. We have very good people with very good skills.
We know that a vibrant film industry assures the country of job creation. One film project employs thousands. On TV, you may see one individual, but those who are behind the scenes or behind the camera are normally many.
when people view the film industry, they only view it as actors and crew. But you have to think of technicians. You have to think of people who offer transport, the companies that do catering, all the supply system that goes into any film set. So I would say it's really valuable. I imagine if we can get productions and stories that we are actually can be exported to the region, then it becomes even more viable.
Kenya has very good experienced crew, who have worked courtesy of the film projects that come to be shot in Kenya. A lot of crew get hired on those projects, and they get to learn how, say, the Japanese work or the Americans work or the British work. I can say that we have a lot of support gear in terms of lights and grips. I can say we have very talented artists here. Both actors and actresses. I mean, look at Lupita, who came from here, right?
I have 2 projects in the pipeline. One we've been working on, it's a Hollywood production, and it's a very big movie, and it'll give Kenya enormous exposure. And the other one is the crew are probably coming for a recce at the end of this month. But again, we're competing for both films against South Africa. For the present one, we're competing with Eritrea, Jordan, and maybe Djibouti.
When it comes to locations, Kenya has lots of locations, but there's some out there that are untapped, and I'm actually tickled to want to take people there to shoot. Number 1 on my list, Sukuta Valley. Who could believe that on the equator you have sand dunes? Then again, accessibility is a problem. Accommodation as well. You may have to set up camps there as opposed to the conventional lodge. Lake Ellis on Mount Kenya, beautiful with reflections of the snow peaks of Mount Kenya.
What Kenyans must do now is target international, not just local. Numbers matter. The reason why the Nigerian Nollywood is so big, they have numbers and they watch their own local. We here are only a fraction. We are 4 times smaller. We do not consume our own as much.
Recently, I've started doing something called impact producing. I am working on a project called Thank You for the Rain. This film particularly was such a powerful tool that could actually be used to drive certain changes on the ground. And so together we kind of created and crafted an impact campaign. As a result of this impact campaign, we started the construction of a 30,540 cubic meter earth dam. This earth dam is going to serve over 300 households, each with an average of say 5 to 3 family members. And this has been the first phase of the dam.
The future of the film industry in Kenya is very bright because government is very committed to position this industry and give it the right impetus in terms of policies, incentives, support to see that we are able to stand on our own as the film industry.
I think anyone who's interested in joining the film industry here, film and television, or pretty much all around the creative space, it's a really good time. Again, because as we said, the barriers of entry are coming down every day, where before you had to rely on a gatekeeper to have any film product out. You either needed to have a partnership with a theater or a TV station. But as of now, people are making films and sharing them online. We are seeing a lot of films which only premiere on YouTube. So the industry is really growing.
I think the future could be rosy, but we have to have financial incentives. We have to attract the major movies because it exposes our crew to the latest technology. They get to work on major feature films, and a major movie can make such a difference to this industry. It's the best learning curve that any crew member can have.
My aspiration for the Kenya film industry in the next, say, 5 years, we will have a film policy in place, because that kind of guides us, the structure of the film industry, especially from government level, and that then trickles down the rest of us.
We would like to make majority of this to make a living out of what they do and encourage those who haven't joined the film industry. This is where you belong, and this is where the future is.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening from wherever you're watching us, from wherever you're streaming this conversation. Thank you very much for joining us. You are here watching the first day of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Conference. My name is John Alanamu. I'm an investigative reporter as well as a content creator here in Kenya. It's my pleasure to host this discussion today. And today we're speaking about meeting the quota requirement for local productions. And this is on the broadcaster's role. Before I introduce my panel, I'd just like to say a very big thank you to the sponsors of this event, Safaricom, Daystar University, and ADA. Thank you very much for making this possible. And if you're watching us on YouTube, you can follow us on the Kalasha TV YouTube channel. And if you're streaming this or if you're watching snippets of it on Twitter, then you can tweet us on the hashtag at Kalasha Market 2021. All right, so let's get this started. I'll start from my extreme right, ladies first, of course, and start with Ms. Latifa Ngonjiri. Ms. Latifa Ngonjiri is the group director of, group production director, I should say, at Royal Media Services. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Latifa.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here.
First time doing this. It's surprising, given that you're the one who's behind the curtain on all productions, that this would be your first time.
Yeah, I'm not a public person per se, despite having been in media for, I think, 30 years now.
That's
but
incredible.
yeah, I don't usually do this. So Kalasha is very special for me to be here today.
Wow, from DV cams to DVDs, now to, to what, to streaming.
You're talking of DVCams? There was Betacam.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's been a journey.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's been an awesome journey.
But it's a pleasure to have you here this afternoon. And seated right next to you is a person who is known to me and I am known to her. Ms. Monica Washekendungo, she is the head of broadcasting, NTV. Good afternoon, Monica.
Good afternoon, Alan. It's a pleasure also to be here and an honor to be at this market, which essentially sits at the very core of our industry. So I look forward to the conversation.
I look forward to it too. I saw the banter between you and Peter, and I'm sure I should just step away from at some point.
We're friends right now.
So Mr. Peter Ikomilu, he's the acting director, assistant director, I should say, at the Communications Authority of Kenya, dealing with multimedia. Right, so Ikimilu, you can tell us a bit about that before we start.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of viewers. It is really, to me, a pleasure to be here and to be with my colleagues. We are not enemies, we are colleagues. We are working together in this sector. And being in the facilitative regulator kind of environment, it's really different from where we started. We started the first generation regulator, where we used to do command and control. But now we are facilitative, we talk, we share, and we agree on the best way forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then let's talk. Today we're speaking about quotas, right? Specifically for local content. Could you, for those people who might not know what we're speaking about when we refer to local content, kindly just let them know what it is, what the quota is, especially in mainstream media, and how the Communications Authority is going about facilitating this. No longer command and control. So you're not commanding Monica and Latifa to do anything, you're facilitating this.
Yes, and thank you so much, Alan. The concept of local content quota is not a Kenyan originated concept. It is a concept as old as broadcasting. And the main goal of local content is that the culture, the rich culture that we have as a nation, the professional development, the good content that we have can be broadcasted on our platform. This is really important, especially when we are growing the nation. Because there's a danger in which if as a country we only watch foreign, our children start identifying themselves with foreign, and anything local will not fit with them. But understand that these people are living in Kenya, and the environment in Kenya is unique in its own. So when we have more of local content, we can identify ourselves with it, we can promote our local stories, we can be able to speak and tell the world how we see it from our own perspective and not be brainwashed with the foreign content per se. So it is an old concept, but it is really, really, really important. When your children see the scenes that they're familiar with, they can see the building that they normally see, then they can be able to know that even the heroes that they're seeing in the TV, they can become that one, which is a very important concept.
Of course, this discussion began and culminated, I should say, in 2014 with the setting of a specific quota. And what is that?
Thank you so much. In 2014, we began the journey of developing a programming code. The programming code sets the broadcasting standard for the country. And part of this programming code, we have local content quota. The journey started from 2014. It culminated with the approved programming code for free-to-air TV stations. There we had a quota of 40%, with the desire to grow it from 40% to 60% within 2 years or so.
Yeah. And before I move to Monica and Latifa, what's the journey been from a facilitator's point of view? Do you feel that since 2014 we have grown to that 60% and now we are well on the way to becoming almost completely local content? What's your take?
Thank you, Alan. And just back to that time, 2014, we decided, in fact, that at that time the stories were that we need to move it to 60 as the beginning. Then after a year or two, move it to 80%. In other countries like Nigeria, the broadcasters are supposed to do up to around 80% local content. And it's a good target. At first, of course, the broadcasters were a little bit uncomfortable, just like whenever any new thing comes in, they feel maybe their freedom of programming is being interfered with, and we had a lot of consultative meetings, and that's why, Alan, I did indicate that we are a facilitative regulator. We sit down and we listen. We hear you, and then we also give you our side of view. And at the end of a lot of push and pull, we decided, okay, let's start with 40.
Okay.
And then after 2 years, we review it. The programming code comes with a 2-year mandatory review mechanism. So after every 2 years, you can look at it and say that, okay, we gave ourselves this target. How are we doing as a country?
Meaning that in next year you're going to be reviewing these quotas.
Exactly. From July of this financial year, July of this calendar, which is the beginning of the next financial year for the government, we'll be reviewing the programming code again.
All right. Monica, let me bring you in here and ask you, you've been part of the national broadcaster. You've gone and you've been part of a pay TV broadcaster, and now you're back in the local context with a free-to-air broadcaster at NTV. What's the journey been like for you, seeing this from these different angles in terms of Kenya trying to achieve this quota of 40%? Do you think that A, it's achievable, feasible, and B, what does the journey look like from the point of view of NTV?
Okay, so it's an interesting journey because like he says, in 2014, when it was then first muted and then the programming code, it was a very noble idea to then say, let 40% of the content on TV be local. And I think at that point, there was a lot of Mexican soaps on TV. There was a lot of foreign content. And so I thought, at that point, it was very noble. And the journey at that point was difficult for many of us as broadcasters because it then meant the local content costs were pretty high in comparison to what we were buying externally. Because again, what you're buying externally is going out to many other broadcasters. So your costs are much lower because of scale. Now, if you have to do content locally, you have to look at the cost of producing that content. I think the other one, and this one has always been contentious, so Peter will say we like raising it as an issue, is that news content was not considered local content.
Yes.
And because at that point, a lot of the broadcasters locally have a lot of news-related content. So
and a lot of investment in terms
and a lot of
news.
investment in terms of news. So if news wasn't local content, then we as broadcasters had to then very seriously look into how we were budgeting, how we were buying locally, and to also ensure that we were meeting these quotas. So I know the regulator regularly looks at it and says, you're at this percentage and this percentage, but over time, I think there's also the need to continue looking at the evolving nature of the audience in regards to what content is and how you can provide them content. Because I think the local content quotas are really for free-to-air broadcasters. Because then pay TV broadcasters, and like you mentioned, when I moved to pay TV broadcasters are really subscription-based. So the journey has been, while it's a good one, at every single stage, there's been challenges in regards first to cost, but also to the evolving nature of audiences, which I believe is something else that needs to be looked at. Because initially, I think the regulator looked at everything from blocks of about 30 minutes. You now have a lot of user-generated content or short-format content that is not that way. So how then do you also treat a game like where Kenya is playing Zambia? Is it local content? So I think, and the good thing, maybe to speak to the goodness of the regulator in their facilitative process, is to say they've then come back and started looking at those things and started saying, okay, in this area we think we can think about it differently.
Okay. Latifa, Royal Media Services is known countrywide, as is NTV, but for any objective observer will know that the Royal Media Services is a market leader in Kenya. But the journey must have been an interesting one for RMS in two ways. Same for everybody else in the industry, but perhaps more so for Royal Media, in that there was this push towards local content, but there was also the drive towards digital migration. And the Royal Media Services had invested a lot in terms of its own infrastructure. So it must have been a bumpy start. Tell us about those early days, and then now tell us where we are now, given that there's lots of productions that the Royal Media Services is well known for, from Papa Shirandula now to Zora.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're quite right. Let me just say, first of all, that meeting local content quota, as propagated by the CA, has not been an issue at all at Royal Media Services, because it's been part of our strategy. It's been part of our DNA. Right from those days, I don't know how many of you can remember those days of Patapotea, Bunge la Mwananchi, shooting it at Jivanji Garden. We were very passionate, and even the chairman, as he founded Royal Media Services, was very, very clear which direction he wants it to take. And it was to enhance local productions and local creativity. He's a fan of local content. So it has been part of who we are. We've had 3 generations, like we call them. We had those Patapotea, that was the first generation. Then we went to the second generation of Papa Shirandula, Mwala, Inspector Mwala. And now, of course, we had Machachari, we had Tahidi, and now we are on the 3rd generation of our local content creation, which entails two elements. First, there is the new productions that are on air right now on Citizen TV. We have Zora. We just wound up Maria. Then now we have Zora. Then on the other side, we have the number 2 station in the country, which is Inoro TV, a huge consumer of local content.
Yes.
I mean, by nature of just what it is.
Yeah.
So, and now, even now going further and touching a bit on what Monica was saying, it's very hard to decide what is local content, what quota are we talking about, because we have a subscription service called Viusasa, heavily local, and taking a lot of, financial resources. And so we are mostly about local. If you look at Citizen Television right now, our prime time from 6:30 all the way. In fact, it used to be from 7. Now we push it to 6:30, all the way to 10 o'clock. It's only punctuated by one Mexican soap. The rest, you'll just see ourselves You know, you'll see the Kenyan people.
And that's a big change. And Monica pointed at something that I want to ask you first, because Citizen has had, perhaps with the exception of KBC, the longest experience in terms of producing local content. Talk to us about the expense. You know, when the programming code was brought into force in 2014, even if you had that experience, it must have been a shock to the system. How do you balance the expense of producing your own content in-house to be able to meet this quota versus, you know, the other demands that Royal Media has in terms of live TV and also content acquisition from other places?
Yeah, definitely it does a lot to the pockets. Local content is not cheap. For example, you will spend double what you would spend buying, for example, a Spanish telenovela. You'll spend 2.5 times what you would spend buying an Afro cinema movie. Yeah, it's not cheap at all. And it has definitely created a dent. We would want to do more. Like we keep saying, we would want to do more. But how do we balance between keeping the company afloat and supporting local?
Yeah.
And the other challenge has been getting the local producers themselves, the independent producers, to realize that you don't have to have it all with one show. You know, don't bring a budget that is way above what the companies can afford, because what that does, of course, you shoot yourself in the arm. You don't get to be on the platform that you'd want to be on. And what we end up doing is having a lot of our content produced in-house, yeah, because it ends up being cheaper, because the same resources can be used for other productions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it is a financial discussion, you know, to a large extent, Monica, about whether you would buy something from Nigeria as opposed to buying a local production. But for the people who are watching this and are producers, I feel for them, you know, also being a local producer myself, knowing that that's the discussion that is being had, you know, in news.
Small understanding of this. And if you look at our 10 o'clock slots right now, we're doing what is called advertiser-funded programming. So you identify a producer externally who has content that you may not afford directly as a broadcaster. But then if you go with that content to an advertiser, they probably are more open to then partnering with you as the broadcaster, and you engage the producer. And in that way, you're able to get the producer to get a better rate than they would if you were not going for an advertiser-funded model. The challenge about the advertiser-funded model is when the advertiser is not there, then essentially the content may not, what happens? And even if it has grown legs of its own in terms of the content. So I think there needs to be a conversation amongst those of us in that ecosystem, because the challenge of meeting the quota is people have then gone on to create content just to meet the needs of the regulator rather than the needs of the audiences. Because then when CA looks at it, then you can say you're meeting the quota. But in meeting the quota, I think then, while it's a great opportunity, it's an opportunity where we can also come across on a table and be able to agree on certain fundamentals.
Okay, Peter, you know, fortunately for us, the regulator is here, right? Seated here next to us. And Peter, you have not a lot to answer for, but a lot of answers that you can give to be able to move this discussion forward, right? So I'll just start with a short story, right? So with solar panels, for instance, in the 90s, in the early 90s, they were incredibly expensive. Nobody could afford them. The only way that people could start to afford solar energy was through government intervention in terms of incentives, in terms of funding innovators, in terms of funding the process of trying to make that cheaper. Now, as the facilitator, this sort of is your role, isn't it? So what is CA doing to ensure that producers can produce cheaply, that quality is brought to bear on our productions, and that this conversation that Monica and Latifa are talking about happens consistently to the benefit of the audience? Because at the end of the day, even if we talk until the cows come home, if the quality is not reflected on screen or on radio, then people will go elsewhere, and they do have choices these days. Yeah.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, colleagues. And the fact that we are here discussing this is one of the ways we can indicate that the regulator is speaking, is with all of us, yeah? Mm-hmm. And you are facilitating. And one thing with the CA is not only, it's not trying to do this alone. It's collaborating with the KFC. For example, at the moment, we are working towards virus production. CA has contributed approximately 28 million to it. And,
in cash or in kind?
In cash.
Okay.
And this is going towards producing different locally produced, and of course through KFC. So KFC is the front office. I mean, that kind of thing, because KFC is the one who knows where the local content producers are. They have already floated invitation for the different kind of production and awards, and the process is ongoing. And yes, we need to continue speaking. One thing I have to underline is that research has revealed that Kenyans like local content. And allow me to quote Maria, one of the program which many people have really liked. And this is locally produced. And people see people whom they can identify with in scenes, in places where they cannot. This is this place. They identify with it. And when we have locally made heroes, we encourage our people to work hard. They can really make it. Alan, you, as an example, you are one of the people whom many people look at and say that if Alan can come this far, and I mean, he's one of us, then we can do it. And that's one of the things that underlines the push for local content. The more we have local content, the more we are telling our stories. You know, sometimes when you put on the TV and you don't see anything local, you're not sure where you are, whether you are in Kenya or you are in Mexico, because when you see a Mexican soap after another and after another, you go like, where are we?
That's a huge criticism coming from the facilitator. That's a very big criticism. So
yes.
Yeah.
And then another thing that I think is really important is if we don't tell our stories, who will? Who will? Who will, yeah? Then just I wish to correct a little bit. The first programming code was only for free-to-air TV. We have gone to the second programming code, which was issued in 2019. And now this one now has everybody on board. They pay plus the free-to-air. And this is the reasoning. All these players are offering their service in this country. So there's that public interest, the public obligation, okay? So even as a pay TV, you are subjected to, you may not do 40% local content because you're not doing programming yourself, but we require them to have at least one channel that is local, okay? So other than you carrying the FTAs on your platform as a pay TV, you are encouraged to have a channel that has a local production. In this, we're also opening the market for the local content producers to have a place where they can sell their content.
Yes.
And after the release of the second version of the programming code, we looked at it and we're talking with Monica and the other colleagues, and we're saying that, for example, local content, how it is defined, but the local content is defined in the Kenya Broadcasting Regulation 2009, and it gives 8 parameters. So if your content fulfill any 5 of the 8, then it's considered local. Those parameters have been benchmarked internationally, and that's the best practice internationally. We are not coming up with our local way of doing it. It is what has been accepted as the best way of doing it. But of course, with anything good, there's always room for improvement, and we can look at it again and see where do we change it.
Okay. Before
you come, Alan, I wanted to underline this.
Yes.
The process of reviewing the programming code, it's not like the authority wake up one morning and tell guys, hey, this is the programming code. You have to abide by it. What we do is that we do a public notice. We invite people to give their comments on the programming code. And then once we receive their comments, then we call them on a validation workshop where we tell them, hey, this is the proposal, this is your comments, this is the pro and con of each comment, and decide on the best way forward. Once it has been decided, now we gazette the agreed position. So at the end of the day, the authority is not there telling the broadcasters, this is the standard, do it, or close shop.
Yeah.
We're going like, let's produce, this is our country. Broadcasting is our field, and how can we do it together?
Okay.
Thank you, Alan.
Peter, we are, and this is a great time for us to segue and ask that the audience at home, wherever you're watching from, to continue following us, streaming on YouTube and tweeting the Kalasha handles on the hashtag Kalasha Market 2021. But that's actually a perfect segue to speak about something that's more of an existential problem for the entire industry. The fact that we are streaming this, it is free. There are free-to-air broadcasters that are competing with content from around the world, and the business model for a lot of legacy media houses is collapsing, Peter. How, beyond the programming code, beyond encouraging people to produce locally and having these stipulations, beyond that, what's the conversation at the Communication Authority around the actual business of doing the business of content?
Alan, there's several ways of approaching this. One is, I like what Nation Media is doing. Nation Media has gone digital. You can get their content, both even the print, the normal print, now it's digital. And many stations are doing that. Yeah. We are realizing that it's not fair for us to limit our good content to the borders of this country. And when we embrace technology, we can stream our content. Our Kenyans who are at a diaspora in US, they can enjoy this content, yeah? And then we have also realized that if we limit ourselves to the advertisement that comes on our TV platform, it is a dying market. Let me put it lightly like that. But on the digital platform, we reach more, we can monetize that content, okay? We are able to do that. So one of the things that we have been sharing with my colleagues in the broadcasting sector is, how can you monetize your content? Maybe like you, Alan, you did maybe a very nice investigative feature. It was aired once or twice and stored. But that content, if it can be put in a server and whoever wants to access it can pay $1 or $2, if you get 1 million people accessing that content, you'll be up and running. And not only for the broadcasters who are very good in-house produced content, but even the local content producers out there. We're telling Kenyans, don't just wait for your content to be aired on the few TV stations, okay? You can put it on the website, you can monetize it, yeah? You can attract money on what you have produced, so that we grow. Sometimes we are so traditional, you don't want to move to the next level. The future of tomorrow is technology. And the earlier we adopt it, the better. That is number one, Alan, if I may. Two, of course, that aspect of how can we make our production equipment cheaper. And we have had conversations with the government in how to reduce the taxes on the equipment. I know for sometimes during the digital migration, there are zero taxes, there are zero taxed.
Zero rated.
Zero rated all the communication equipment. And I know at the moment, because the government may have, because of financial flow issues, may want to bring it back or something. But that's also a way to go, to try to zero rate communication equipment to encourage the local guys to cheaply produce. Another aspect that we have tried to sell it, and somehow it has not been bought, and I'm referring to a conversation I've had with the local content producers in the country who visited the authority. We told them, look, you guys have very good ideas. Now with the digital migration, there's no scarcity of TV channels. Why don't you come and apply for a license? We'll give you a channel in which you can be able to it will be like a pitching platform. You can put your stories, and then the other stations can look, and if they like what they're seeing, then they can approach you for more of your content.
Okay, this is actually good information for people at home who might want to open channels. What's the cost of a license? How many licenses? What are the hoops that you need to go through? And I want you to answer that because I'd like for us to return to the conversation around the business model, specifically around taxes, right? But before we do that, just
all right.
Can give that information.
To get a TV license, one of the cheapest way, cheapest license you can ever get, and it's really straightforward. What you need to do, just go to our website, www.ca.go.ke, my colleagues know it, and just download the application form. Complete it, bring it to us. We'll process it within a few weeks, then we'll give you the license. The cost of the license is only, TV is only 100,000 initial license fee, okay? And the operating license fee annually is only 100,000. Once you get your license, you approach the signal distributors. You can approach Signet or Pang, and then they host you. And there you are. You're up on here. You don't need any other, you don't pay any other cost.
Okay. Tax. Let's discuss that. And you guys are giggling about this.
No, because what you didn't say, it's very nice. That, by the way, it's true the license is 100,000. But the signal carriage, while I do agree that digital migration brought the cost lower by far, because it used to be much, much more expensive to set up transmitters all over the country. But the cost, and I think you will notice that even with digital migration, the channels that have continued to thrive in that space really were the channels that were there much, much, much earlier. So you're talking about the Citizens, NTV, you're talking about KBC, K24, and a few others who are now trying to get out of just being amongst that category that's called others. I think the monthly fee has been a bit of a detriment to people. And again, the cost came down significantly through digital migration. But you still see, if you just need to be in Nairobi, I think Signet will cost about $3,000 a month. And if you want to be in the whole, if you want to be in the whole country, it's probably costing you about 1.6. We pay 1.6 million per month. So if you, and that is before you incur anything. So even if you get yourselves together as a group of friends and decide this is our pitching channel, maybe what the regulator should do is really meet the costs of running that channel, so that yes, it remains a pitching channel, and then that cost is borne by the regulator, but it then allows producers to have a place, an organized sort of place, where they can have their ideas constantly be available for people who want to pick up those ideas and finance them. So yes, the cost of production remains high on the part of the producer, but again, in essence, running a full channel is not just about the license. The license is a good small fee by the regulator, but the rest of the journey is
Can I let Latifa comment on this as well? Just based on the discussion that we've been having, yes, the cost has come down. Yes, the Geneva Convention and digital migration made, allowed for the digital spectrum to have new players, right? All right, Peter. But in actual terms, as a player in the media space right now, how much are you paying? And segueing into that, let's talk a little bit about tax. There's a digital tax now that's being brought to bear by anybody who is doing their businesses digitally. I would assume that given that Viusasa is a video on demand platform, that would apply to Viusasa. Viusasa is it 4 years old?
Yeah, thereabout. It's 3 years old.
So
3 going 4, yeah.
I wonder, for your business, given break-even is around 5 years, and these taxes that have been brought to bear, plus the cost of running the channel, what is it like at your level? And then maybe if we can also bring it down to the producer's level, what must it be like for them?
Yeah, well, Peter paints a very rosy picture. He does. About how easy it is to run a TV channel.
Peter.
I would like to, well, not totally disagree, but I think it's very expensive, and Monica has captured it very well. And especially because of those fees that come at the end of every month. Not even the annual fee, but the ones that come at the end of every month. It becomes a bit prohibitive. And then besides that, how do you maintain, on a day-to-day basis? You have personnel to cater for. You have electricity, which is a huge consumer of your revenue, yeah. And there's the transportation. There's the logistical costs that go with it. I don't think there's any station that can run profitably if you're not making. Okay, let me be
modest.
Let's say 10 million a month.
It's even low.
$100,000 a month.
I don't see. If you want to make money, you need to create quality content. Yeah? And I think that is why you see the others, like Monica is saying, the others who are struggling to come out of that others group. That's where they are getting hiccups. Because to produce good content, you need to have money. Yeah? You can produce local content. Even this is local content. You have two people talking, having a discussion. You do it for 1 hour.
And we all carry Kenyan IDs, so let's assume that it's local.
So it's already met the criteria.
So we've met the criteria. But is that what we really want? No, I think what we want is to produce quality content and to produce content that can travel. I will also disagree a little bit with Peter that TV is dying. TV is not dying. I don't think it's going anywhere. The thing is, it is facing competition from many other sources, many other platforms. Now, it is up to us to make sure that that content is available wherever everybody is. Yeah? Let's say you create Zora, make sure it is on all the platforms that you can find. Even if not in full, you have tidbits, you have customized, so that even those who are keen to find it, let's say on Twitter, can still follow a story, because you're dropping it. So they can still follow. Even if they miss today's episode, they can still follow tomorrow's. I mean, on the other platform. Then I think the other thing I would want to say is advertisers need to be sensitized and resensitized about the importance of supporting local production. We have done considerably well at Citizen TV, but when you look at Inoro, not even as a way of meeting the quota, but because of what Inoro is, purely local content. Since its debut, 5 years ago, we have seen companies, so many production companies have been created.
Yeah.
You see Wakada Productions, Azorite, names that they could not have been created without Inoro. However, this content we pay for every single month has never been sponsored
by an advertiser.
Not even once.
So Royal Media Services has been carrying the cost of Inoro for 5 years.
Exactly.
Hasn't yet broken even. There are licenses to pay. There's digital tax to pay.
It is
Peter,
and even before you protect Peter, I think Latifa, it's a really tough one. I think 10 million is on such a low, it's just, like she's saying, it's just putting cameras in front there, not doing much. And the business model of TV really is about churning content that will ensure the audience like it, and then in essence, your ratings come in, and then you can ask advertisers. And that's why I say the conversation across the four players, the producers, the broadcasters, the regulator, and the advertisers. But even just to support also what Latifa is saying, the business of linear TV is going nowhere. That is my strong belief. And the reason I say that is because as much as we are all talking about digital, and Nation Media Group is very big on digital, like Peter has mentioned. We've just launched Nation.Africa, our digital brand, and are moving our brands in that direction. So there's a whole digital transformation journey. It's also important for us to know about the barrier to accessing this content. And so for linear TV, I think the challenge that all of us have in the industry is how do we build parallel business models that ensure our audiences can find the content when they want, how they want.
Yeah.
So if I am comfortable sitting in front of my TV and the trend is my favorite show, I'll get it. But if I don't get the trend as it goes out live, then how will I follow it on all our other platforms?
You know, I think we are represented here, and we are here because of you know, the very good graces of the sponsors of this event. But it really is an important and an urgent question to discuss: data costs. If we're moving towards a digital, you know, if we're migrating digitally, and access, you know, people might have smartphones, Peter, but access is still a question because of data costs. What's the conversation between yourselves and telcos, for instance, to ensure that data costs come down and therefore content can be facilitated across the country, so that a person who's in Lokichar doesn't feel excluded from the national conversation that we're having in Nairobi? So to take the heat off of you, this is my way of protecting you. What is that conversation like between yourselves and the telcos about data costs specifically?
Thank you very much. And there's something we call Universal Service Fund.
Yeah.
Universal Service Fund is a contributory fund which is contributed by the licensees. And I'm happy to note that the broadcasters are now on board also contributing. Because what I had, other than talking data, there was also the aspect of the gap in the broadcasting digital terrestrial coverage, DTT, yeah? Because there also other guys who say, I could like my program to be enjoyed by guys in a certain place, and there is no signal in that place. So I wish to inform that we did the first study. The first study gave priority to places where we didn't have 2G mobile coverage.
Yes.
So most of those places have been addressed. Now we're doing a second study. Now, so the second study will not only do 2G, 3G, 4G, gap and study. They're also going to do broadcasting and postal, and we'll be able to map the country and be able to tell us where is a gap and how can we address it. We will also take on board the issue of content creation and see from the study what regulatory initiatives can help to grow local content.
Yes.
So that study it has just been initiated. We're going to have the consultant do the study. After it is done, then we will be able to now move to the area whereby we go like, how can we roll out the finances to address the same? So we believe that most of the concerns that the broadcasters have raised and also the telcos have raised in terms of the gaps will be addressed. I wish also to inform us that a few weeks ago, we gave around several millions to around 3 to 4 service providers based on the gaps which had been earlier identified by this the gap study. So that project is ongoing. I wish just also to inform that the USF funding is a project. They have adopted a project approach, so that whenever after the study has been done, the gaps have been identified. Now we'll do like a tender, asking anybody, do you want to do this? And how much will you do it at? Then we evaluate that tender, and of course the best person wins, and we be able to again invite the person to do the necessary. We do believe that it will have a big impact, but not only in the data access, but also in content creation. Some of that, I believe, will be covered.
When does this happen? When will the tender be floated? When will all of this take place? I know the study has taken place, and,
yes,
and the project is in a specific stage. But when should content, providers, platforms
start enjoying or
enjoying these services? Yes.
And unfortunately, there's something called the rule of procedure, and sometimes it takes some time, and you cannot cut in between. As late as last week, we were getting a report from the concept report from the person who's going to engage. So we do believe in the next financial year the study will begin.
Okay.
So as soon as it is done, then it will be easy for us now to be able to say that now, how do we come up with a project out of the study?
Yeah.
And we believe in the next 2 years we shall be seeing some fruits out of this.
All right.
But meanwhile, I wish also to report that we have seen a lot of initiative by the telecoms in trying to address some of those gaps, in even covering areas that we didn't have. Then also in the broadcasting, we are seeing a lot of efforts by both the ADNL, Signet and Pang in rolling out their network. One of the challenges we had immediately after the digital migration was that we didn't have something called local insertion. Local insertion allows a broadcasters who want just to broadcast in one small area. Because you may have a TV station that wants to broadcast only in Western Kenya.
Yeah.
Is not interested in the rest of Kenya. Or maybe somebody wants to broadcast only in Wajir. And it was not possible because that time most of the broadcasting distributors did not have something we call local insertion. But now both the commercial carrier, both Pang and Signet have installed that. It enables people to be able to broadcast only where you want to broadcast.
In a specific
It helps
area.
you to create content relevant to that area you want to broadcast, and it makes it more cheaper than when you had forced to broadcast the whole country.
Okay.
I don't know whether I have a few minutes to also bring up something else.
You do. I just want to bring in some of the members of the audience
Okay.
who are watching
Okay.
us. I've indicated, the hashtag is Kalasha Market 2021. And if you're watching us on YouTube on the Kalasha, or rather on the Kenya Film Commission YouTube channel, you can follow this conversation. It will be available later. And some of the comments that we're getting from people who are using their data, Peter. Liz Lenjo is saying that showcasing films on platforms like YouTube and making them accessible via Creative Commons licenses can help boost brand presence for production houses and broaden the reach to other potential collaborators. Thank you, Liz. Zara Shamu says, well done, Citizen TV, well done, Latifa, for supporting local content. Nairobi Design Week says, awesome and informative conversation. I think that's thanks to all of us. He's facilitating all of the credit to himself. And finally, one for you, Monica. Great insights on the business of content production from Monica. Really learning a lot from Faith Kaluva. Keep those comments coming in. They will fuel the discussion. Peter, you had one last thing to say before we move on to the next portion.
Thank you, Alan. I was advocating for a local content SOCO, whereby we can just put the broadcasters and the local content producers in one place and facilitate a conversation. We did one SOCO, I think 2 to 3 years back. We had planned one last year, but because of COVID, we could not have it. We do pray that very soon we'll manage the COVID-19 situation and we have that conversation, because sometimes it is easy for people to stand on one side and say it is expensive or it is cheap. But when we have all of us on one place, and we can be able to look at what content is available and how can we make it cheaper, and we talk within ourselves, you realize that some of the markups that some of the producers put, they can be removed.
Can be eliminated.
And it can be eliminated. It can make it cheaper for the broadcasters to air such programs. In my last conversation with some of the local content producers, they were going like, I'm not so much in a hurry to be paid. What I want is for the broadcasters to agree to air my program, and then later on, if they feel it is attracting advertisement, give me a percentage of the advertisement.
That is the rare. That is the rare content.
I'm just reporting. I'm just a messenger. Don't kill me. So they were going like, if for example you play my series, and it attracts 10 million, just give me a certain small percentage of that one, and that'll be good.
That's a difficult one. That must be someone whose cash flow is very, very good, because you know, in terms of, I'm just speaking on my own behalf,
Yes.
you know, cash is king when it comes to productions. And
Yes.
I'm speaking from the point of view of producing reality-based or current affairs content. It's difficult, it's expensive. I can't bulk shoot the way some people would do in terms of, you know, productions. And it's also expensive for them. So that conversation, you might need to go and check who that person behind.
Can I also
behind that
say
was.
something?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that model does not work. Why it doesn't work is, you know, the way stations are commercialized. The advertiser buys certain, what we call it, bands.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they will say, I want my advert to come in at 6:30, at 8:30, at 7:30, you know, like that. So if your program falls in at that slot where the advertiser,
Yeah.
you know, who is just, you know, supporting the station in general, not a particular program, you'll end up saying what? I saw an advert in my content, in my show. That is my
That is my
part of-
advertising.
yeah, part of my percentage,
Yeah.
which is not the case. So that is a model that it's very hard for it to fly. Yeah.
Okay. Peter, I know you have responses, but we really must push on here. And I'd wanted to, before we even get to the final portion of this discussion, which I'd like to focus on the actual talent that goes into, you know, productions. I have a question for you, Latifa, and also for you, Monica, about, you know, the next phase in terms of, you know, digital migration and digital penetration, and the kinds of things that you've been doing, Nation.Africa, Viusasa. In a few words, Latifa, tell us what that's been like, competing with other VOD platforms that are now locally available. And if by locally I mean in Nairobi and peri-urban Nairobi, you know, that they are at least locally available. What's that been like? What are the numbers? Is there a business case for video on demand platforms here in Kenya?
It's been a rough journey. Let me say that for Viusasa. First of all, being the first. It's always very hard when you're the first mover, you know. It becomes even harder when you have entered a territory that people are not used to pay for content.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has been very hard. Conversions have been very hard. And hence why we've had to create other avenues within Viusasa of supporting the platform. The content on a VOD platform will still cost almost the same as on the normal platform, yeah, on TV. So it has been an uphill task. We have been in talks with the telcos, and especially Safaricom has been a good partner, and we've created what we call data passes. I'm sure you've heard or seen those adverts on TV. So there is a partnership going to see how we can lower the cost for the consumer so that they're able to access our content.
Okay.
However, data remains the key barrier to accessing that content. However, there is a certain category who is very passionate about it. And this is, of course, mostly the urban, who will not, who don't necessarily, they have many gadgets in one home, you know? So you will find maybe the son or the mother or the daughter, whoever is watching something different on Viusasa. Well, on TV, there's something different. There's somebody else with an iPad. And then also one very attractive feature of Viusasa is catching up live TV. For example, you're caught up in traffic and you want to watch the news. You just know you know? You get onto Viusasa and you watch your news. Or if there's a live event and you don't want to watch the full thing on TV, you know, to sit and watch the full thing, you can keep going on to Viusasa.
Yeah.
So that has been attractive. And of course, the watch ahead model for our dramas has also been quite attractive. My biggest pain actually is turning away producers at our gate. Because there are many. Kenyans are very creative. So like almost every day, let's say in a week, you'll have like 20 different proposals. People have come, oh, I have this TV show, you know. That has been the biggest pain. And I like what Peter is talking about, that pitching forum, what did you call it? Soko.
The Soko.
You know? Yeah, for content. I think that will be key in moving forward.
Yeah.
The other thing I would like to urge producers, before you produce for a station, get to know the station. Get to know its environment. Yeah? Get to know its needs. Don't say, oh, I have already produced 13 episodes. Who told you? Who sent you? You know, where do you want us to slot it?
Yeah.
You know, so get to know the environment, get to know their needs, have a discussion, send emails, and don't tire of sending emails, because I know there are some who will say you never respond to the emails, because there are many, but the hunger for Kenyans to create content is there.
Yeah.
We have very, very talented people, but please consult the broadcaster before you get into productions.
Consult.
Yeah, and
Monica.
And just like Latifa says, I think the other thing about producers, or I call them creatives, is they're very passionate about what they want to do. And sometimes they don't think about who they want to do it for. And how that is monetizable.
I feel attacked. Can I just say?
No judgment. No judgment.
Yeah.
But I think there's a place for understanding the audience, also for the producer. So that by the time you walk and produce your pilot, the understanding that you've put into that pilot of the person who would want to consume this content is so thorough, because then you have understood the target audience that NTV serves, which is very different from what Citizen serves, very different from what someone else serves. So when you walk to myself or you walk to Latifa to say, I have this program, there are times the producers will say we are arrogant, because you'll then say this doesn't suit my audience.
Yeah.
But the truth is, who is my audience? Do you understand them well enough? And as you then make reference to VOD, and it's fantastic that Citizen went ahead and went on the VOD, but like Latifa says, when people have to pay for content, they become another totally different person. First, the demand they have is much higher than when you're giving them free content. Because they're like, if I'm spending my money, it had better be worth my while. But secondly, if they have to spend their money and what they'll find is what they are finding on other platforms, then it means also from a broadcaster's point of view, there has to be an extra investment in the production of content that suits those VOD platforms.
Yeah.
But I think, again, like I said earlier, the business model for the future is running parallel models. You cannot just stay there and say, I am linear, and I am linear, or I am subscription-based. It has to be your subscription-based, your advertiser-based, your linear-based. Like,
there's
you
an
have
element of free-to-air.
Yes, so there's an aspect of free-to-air where people can come. And again, when you speak about I think VOD and the digital field, I think all of us also as broadcasters are getting to understand the person you serve on linear is not the same person you serve on non-linear. So even as you create your news bulletin, the way we do our news bulletin now has to be very specific for the linear person, but we also have to create the content for the non-linear. Because remember, the non-linear person probably saw the breaking news when they broke. So if you're going to give them the bulletin at 7 o'clock, what are you going to put in the bulletin at 7 o'clock that allows them to come and sit with you to be able to watch that content?
There's someone who has a comment here that is challenging your assertion about TV not dying, right? So he says, it's Ngoke Kioi, he says, TV is a dying medium, that is the truth. Digital is the future and the present. For example, local channels don't have most of their content online in the age of Netflix and YouTube. And then there's a rebuttal, but this goes to Mr. Ikumilu. Is TV really dying, Mr. Ikumilu? The math may not be as simple as upload online, charge and grow up the View SASA team may have a few valid learnings on that note. Our market hits different. I guess there's a divide on both sides.
And maybe
but,
to
yeah.
that person's assertion, do they know Netflix is now trying to have linear as part of, so Netflix, even after staying as VOD for so long, is now starting to experiment with linear
TV.
And it's, again, it's a matter of access. It's a matter of barriers to entry. It's an issue, for example, even when you have a big story breaking on digital and you put it on digital, it is, we had at NTV, we had a concert last year that we ran largely on digital, and then it also ran on linear. And it's been interesting to hear feedback from people who came back to us and says, while we thought digital was it, because that's the place they exist. And I think also there's this bubble we live in that tells Monica and Latifa, because we are in the urban areas, we have access to data, therefore everybody wakes up and goes on their mobile phone and watches TV the whole day or watches clips. And so I'm not saying that digital is not the future. I'm just saying in the business of television, linear TV still remains critical because of the issue of access. Because it is in now that we may be able to say how many homes have fiber in this country, how many people have data to be able to watch video, as much video as is churned out all the time. And that's why, for me, the linear model needs to ensure that it's running parallel models to be able to meet the needs of the audiences at where they find themselves.
True. And to that point, Nina Namilok says, let's look at the rate of internet penetration, digital literacy, access to smart devices, willingness to pay for VOD content. So there are very many factors, in short, which is I think what she's saying. And Peter, there's a lot of things that have been said here that you might want to respond to. I'll give you a few moments to do so.
But maybe let me first respond on the aspect of TV.
Yeah.
Yes, I do agree with you, Monica, that there's still life in linear TV. And but the point what I was trying to bring out earlier was that the broadcasters should not close their eyes and say that we are in linear TV and that is it. Okay. And then another development that has happened is that many stations are moving away from general programming to niche programming. And you really need to focus your content to your very specific audience. And that's the future. The future is in niche programming. Whether you're going to do linear or non-linear or both, you really need to, and the days in which you used to do programming for everybody, I think they're dying. I don't want to use the word dying because I don't want to cause another controversy. But on a very polite note, I think the advice is that target a certain audience.
Yeah.
Give them what they really want, and they'll stick with you. And it will be even your marketing point when you go to get advertisers. You go like, on my station, I have this. I am attracting this kind of people who are of this nature. So your advertisement will reach the kind of audience you want it to reach. I think that's an area that it is important that the broadcasters embrace. The earlier they embrace it, the better for all of us. I don't know any other specific areas.
No other areas. But I want us to start to wind down now on this discussion with, like I said, a discussion about talent. And I'll start with you, Peter. Peter, what's your favorite local program?
Alan, I'm the regulator.
He has to be
careful. It's
well,
like, allow me to say this.
Yes.
Allow me to say this. It's like you are a father and you have 10 children. And then being asked, of these children, who does what you like most?
It's
you
really
need
just
to
a
be
personal
careful.
preference issue.
But anyway, I'm a pastor, so I have an inclination towards programming that has spiritual inclination.
Interesting.
Yeah. Thank you.
You won't say which person, so that they can go and feel good this afternoon.
And you know, when you get a programming that goes into your heart, and make you a better person, you will be attracted to it. Yeah.
Oh, good answer.
Thank you.
Latifa and Monica, now this one, I guess it's also just as subjective, but I'd like to know, like, you know, from the programs that you watch, what do you respond to the most locally, at least the local programs that you watch? I think actually Peter is right. I'll get you guys off the hook here and not ask you to name a specific person. But yeah, what do you respond to when you watch, and maybe what is it that as an audience member now you would look for?
Okay, I think that's a tough question. But first I would like to encourage Peter, now that I know he's a pastor, to get onto View Sasa. We have a gospel center that features all the music that and some preaching, some word from God, and that would suit you. Yeah.
You know, Peter, let me be quiet. Let Latifa finish.
Yeah, but no, when you ask me that question, what kind of content appeals to me? It's diverse, Alan. It's very hard to say because you realize most of the time I'm watching content, I'm watching my stations, and I'm working. You know, it's very hard to watch TV if you've been a TV, let's say, manager, without any bias. Yeah?
Without being the person who says, man, that shot.
Who took that shot?
Yeah.
You know, why did they place the mic there? You know.
Then let me ask it another way. Then,
yeah.
What would you like to see improved most in local productions that perhaps that you're not finding whether you're watching at home with your family or you're watching professionally?
The settings. I believe one of the reasons that Maria and Zora are doing very well and have done very well, and also Tahidi High, is because they were not confined to the four walls. You find most of our producers, even when they bring you their pilots, you just looking at it, you get tired, you know? And that's why even like Inspector Mwala or Papa, because they don't confine themselves inside a room, yeah? But if that is one users, because they want a shortcut, yeah? You'll hire a house, that house will be the everything. It will be the office, you'll just be moving the angles, the camera angles, you know? And it gets tiring even to the eye. That is one thing I would like to really encourage producers. We have such a beautiful country. Why don't we get out there and showcase it? Okay. Yeah, the walls are not beautiful enough.
They're not beautiful enough.
Yeah. Then the other thing, please don't try too hard to duplicate. Don't see this has worked for Citizen and you think it will work for NTV. Monica mentioned that. Yeah. Or don't think because let's say Jiffy Productions produced a soap, it was based in the slums. Even mine, I'll base it the same way. In the slums, then there's this rich family and it will do well. No, originality is the key.
Interesting. Monica, how about you?
So I'll answer your question about preference.
Okay.
I have no challenge about that.
All right.
And I think for me, it's also a big learning over this COVID period within TV around documentaries and telling the stories of the past, of history. Anytime we have spoken about or done a feature we did one about the Larry Massacre, the Rising Lakes, the interest we get from audiences is phenomenal. They are tired about our chasing of the day-to-day story. And they are really looking for people who can tell them stories about their past, stories about their rivers of days gone, stories about their people of days gone. Because a lot of it is not documented in this country. So if you ask me what I like the most about Nation TV, Makers of a Nation has gone on air so many times, and every single time we repeat it, the feedback we get is phenomenal. So I think from where I sit is in line with what Kenya Film Commission is trying to do. Telling our own stories. Now, those stories can be very well told in drama, but they are also factual stories that haven't been told. And when people, then young people, if you try to tell people about who are we talking about? The producer, the co-producer of Makers of a Nation was Hilary Ngweno. And when I tried to explain to people about who Hilary Ngweno is,
Yes.
or even Philip Ochieng, now that Philip Ochieng is unfortunately no longer with us, when you try to tell people about who he is, then they have this look on their face of, but if you then look at the stories people have spoken about Philip Ochieng, imagine documenting those stories. So I think, for me, I think NTV does that, and we are trying to do that more regularly, so it's not a one-hit wonder where we spend 6-7 months now. There's a lot of work that needs to go into telling such stories, but I think there are stories that need to be told, so that when you walk around, you can tell the story of yourself, rather than just, if today you mentioned a politician, everybody would know about that politician.
Yeah.
You mention Philip and everybody will tell you Philip died the other day. That's the most they know. But there are people who, the reason they speak the way they speak, they write the way they speak, is because of following Philip on the Daily Nation for so many years.
That's
so I
true.
think for me, that's where we need to go. And to also speak to Latifa's point about producers, it's, you know, I think it's a Kenyan thing to replicate what the other guy is doing when it becomes a success. So if a guy opens an M-Pesa shop here, you immediately where they are with the same kibao and just it's your face that's different. I think it's also important that we start evolving into what audiences are consuming, away from just what we think is working.
And listen more keenly.
And listen more keenly to them. The issue about understanding the audience, whether you're producing content for a linear model or a non-linear model, is so important. But this thing of getting caught up, I say, in your own high supply, and you're happy because, you know what, this thing makes me feel good. And then when people don't pick it, it becomes a very difficult conversation to convince anybody that it wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
But I think the Soko idea is a really good place, and maybe a regular, even a quarterly meeting of a Soko, a meeting of ideas, so that we can also, you know, we speak as broadcasters and people will be like, you're speaking from a privileged point of view. You're the one who makes the decision on what goes on air. There's also an opportunity for us to just be in a space together where we then exchange ideas.
We meet and we talk and we discuss these things.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to end this conversation with a few of your insights about what the underpinnings were of, you know, the local content quota, which is culture. And we've touched on it in various bits of our answers, that the Kenyan culture then becomes part of our national story in its different permutations. So Peter, I'd like to start with you. Do you feel that our culture as a country, if there is a singular culture that we have, do you feel that the quota has helped bring this out? Do we know ourselves better as Kenyans now that we have this quota that's been enforced for now coming up to 7 years?
Thank you, Alan. And yes, it has contributed quite a lot. And the stations like Citizen, who have embraced local content, have done so well. And people look at the local content produced and they feel this is us. You see, like the Kenyan culture is it's unique. It's not one tribe. It is us. And when you look at a locally produced program that is depicting the different tribes, the different people, the different personalities, you look at it and you feel, yes, we are represented. It is really, really important that we speak and we share our own stories. If we don't, when we have the white people or the foreigners coming to speak our stories, it will be biased and it will be reflected in the wrong light. There is a feeling that the local content quota, we should move from 40 to maybe 60 or 80. But as a regulator, it could be nice when it's coming from the broadcasters themselves. When they do that and it attracts advertisement, it makes business sense. Like how Latifa sharing about Inoro TV. To us, it feels good when we realize that the broadcasters are seeing beyond just satisfying a requirement. because if we go beyond just satisfying a requirement and you see the impact, you see advertisers happy with your station, you see there's an increment of your audience, because more people are watching your station because you're giving them more local content, and at the same time you are affecting the country positively going forward. That is something. And at the same time you're giving a market to the local content producers. It has a multiple facet kind of approach.
Yeah.
It's just the right thing to do. Just the right thing to do.
Okay. Latifa, same question. Do you feel that we know ourselves better as a country now that we have had this quota for about 7 years and, you know, there's a lot more local content?
Yeah, definitely yes. I remember a time when we used to think local and culture, and our mind would just go to the National Museum, you know? We would think about a music festival, drama festival, and that was it. That's the best. Then we came to the next phase when we thought, oh, okay, now we can do Upambe, you know, where we showcase our culture, you know, this is how we used to wear, we have a fashion show, you know. But with time we've realized culture goes further than that. It's ourselves, it's the way we speak. You realize most of the productions that do well because they depict us. We don't try to twang. We don't try to speak Swahili Sanifu all the time. We try to mix it. That is part of our culture. So, and the other thing I would say, there's still a lot to be done. We are just scratching the surface. Like I said earlier, the number of people who knock on our doors with brilliant ideas, it's amazing, yeah? And it just goes to show they like what they see. Yeah. They like local, yeah? And if we continue this way, definitely we shall be safeguarding our culture and our heritage. Yeah.
Monica, final word from you about culture. You spoke about, you know, Hilary Ngweno, about the impact of Philip Ochieng. Now that we are seeing more of ourselves, do you think that we now have an even better depiction of who or what the Kenyan culture is?
First, before I answer your question, to disabuse us of the fact that, you know, Citizen does a lot of drama, and therefore it looks almost automatic to talk about local content in those quarters. But NTV is big on magazines. Again, understanding your audience. Something can run on Citizen, and if you try to bring it on NTV, it'll never work. Something could run on NTV, and if you take it to Citizen, it could never work. So we still do meet our content quotas with different genres and formats of content. But I think in answering your question around culture, there's nothing as disturbing as trying to understand Kenyan culture. And one of the challenges is, I had a word in my previous job that was being used to describe audiences across Africa, and they were called Afropolitan. They're very stuck to their roots, so they want to understand where they've come from. They're so stuck at it, but then they want to be this international kind of person. So they'll consume the content with those eyes, with that perspective. Yeah. And I think for me, it's to consistently look at that evolving nature of the audience, to then create content that allows them to be able to see themselves reflected. Because you see, for very long we thought by seeing themselves reflected, it would mean Vitimbi, Vioja, you know. But then now someone is telling, you know, how comes Mama Kayai has never had a child who has evolved and we don't see them? They want to see themselves,
that evolution,
reflected in the content. So whether that content is drama, whether it's music, whether it's in talk shows like this, because a lot of times they'll tell you, oh, you guys are old now, where are we? How are we reflected? So for me, I think it's the consistent evolution of us as broadcasters, and to evolve fast enough so that our audiences are not evolving faster than us, and we are always playing catch-up. It's to always play in that space where we are anticipating what this audience is looking like. So not running away from the roots, but also providing them with content that allows them to see themselves reflected, but to also meet what it is the world is providing them. Because we can't run away from it. You can choose today to go all local and have your stories as just local stories.
Yeah.
But then they have access to all these platforms.
To global content.
To global content. So how do you see yourself reflected as this person who's very local, but then you are ensuring that in my Afropolitan nature,
Yes.
I can then relate to something happening in New York, and yet I am stuck in Nairobi. I think that for me is the challenge that broadcasters have to consistently grapple with.
There's a mongrel of a word that's used to describe that, which is glocal. So
Yes.
global
Global
context.
context.
So local content.
Context. Global
outlook. Yes.
Yes.
Peter Ikumwilu from the Communication Authority, Monica Washeke, NTV, and Latifa Ngojiri from Citizen and Royal Media Services. Thank you very much for a very, very interesting 1.5 hours discussing a quota. Who knew 40% could take us 2.5 hours to discuss? Right? This has been an incredibly interesting discussion. I hope you learned something from it. Of course, brought to you by the Kenya Film Commission, sponsored by Safaricom, Daystar and ADA. And this is the first day of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market. There's 2 more days, so keep it on YouTube or wherever you're following these conversations from. Participate, and let's support our local content. All of us here are dealing with local content in one way or another. So let's support our own and let's see what can come of that. Thank you very much. My name is John Alanamu. Have a pleasant rest of your day, evening, or morning from wherever you are. Asanteni.
Ishirini safari anza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, let's go beyond, let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini, twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, Safaricom.
For nearly 5 decades now, Daystar has been stirring passions, supporting and shaping career aspirations as it develops transformational servant leaders for Africa and beyond.
I have been blogging for a couple of years now, and blogging has led me to a world of research which includes a lot of writing and blogging. To be honest, my passion for writing was birthed at Involvement, which is a student-led newspaper at Daystar University. I was made at Daystar.
Book your intake now and be the next. Call us or visit www.daystar.ac.ke for more information.
Say here's to the achievers, the believers in more. You see world-class office space. We see launchpads to extraordinary startups and profitable organizations. You see a hefty financial investment. We see unprecedented revenues and profits. You see people. We see human capital and thousands of employment opportunities. You see some vacant land. We see the possibility of growth and development like nothing seen before. You see gold plaques. We see validation that our vision is truly becoming a reality. You see plans. We see a Silicon Savannah powered by Africa's winning spirit and Kenya's industriousness. You see world-class infrastructure. We see technology, science, and expertise at work to create the most sustainable environment that they could be. You see a city. We see a place where quality of life is a given. Concert Technopolis. Technology in the service of humanity.
We had just quit from our jobs, even myself. So we took what we had accumulated over the years, like our pension, the kidogo that it was, and then we that is what we put in. And then we borrowed. We borrowed from family, and then even the location itself we got from Eve's sister where they were living. They gave us the place, and I owed even my mother-in-law. That was how bad, how bad it was. But we had a vision and we knew this is what we wanted to do and we were going to get there somehow.
It's very important early on in your career to understand ownership is the end goal. And you're in this for the buyout.
I love it.
I'm making this Sauti Sol music right now because it will be valuable for me in the future. And so I have to really make sure that my split sheets are in order and all the rights holders in my music are in order. In fact, if you look at Midnight Train, your average song has even 3 to 4 writers. And it's deliberate so that we get the best. But also, it's important that your stakeholders, your writers, and everybody knows what they own, where, how.
Quite a number of content creators had put together projects, and Netflix actually came knocking. But when we did 40 Sticks, we actually intended it to go into movie theaters. But when Corona came in, then we had limited choices in terms of platforms that we could place the movie. So luckily, Netflix came knocking. They actually came into Kenya, asked to meet with a number of content producers, and we were lucky to be called into the meeting. So everyone was able to present, and we were lucky to be one of the ones to be picked for our content.
Base is a video streaming platform primarily designed for mobile. And with Base, we basically want to offer content to Kenyans. We are saying Base, we want to position Base as a home of best local content. And on Base, we want consumers to come and find content that entertains them, that informs them, that motivates them, then of course inspires them. And a session like this, Base Creators Garage, is actually content that's available on Base where people can go and watch and be uplifted and learn from other content creators that have gone ahead and succeeded and actually get something from it.
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sponsored by Safaricom.
You are now live.
Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Kalasha Film and TV Market, which is hosted live as we speak right now. I'm called Master Andrew. My name is Master Andrew, and I am an animator and a reading artist in Tumbum, 2D animation in Tumbum Harmony. And I am so grateful I'm so honored to be on this show live, and of course to share my experiences and of course, to give my opinions on a few things concerning animation, film, TV, media, what I've experienced, etc. All right, so let's dive into it. So I'd like to take this opportunity, of course, to thank my Lord Jesus Christ for being on this show. It's been a long journey. Okay, and of course, I would like to thank Safaricom
hivyo ndio inafanyika hela, inaenda huko inarudi hapo inakuja.
Nation to be discussing a very brief topic. So it's an interesting topic. So you're going to allow me to share my screen so that we can see what I'm going to be sharing with you. Yeah. All right. Just okay, so I'm going to be speaking on a topic digital actual across and of course UV and media. So okay, so let's get this started.
Hapo inaonekana online. Oh.
Just pardon me, I just want to share my screen here a bit, then my okay. Pardon me for I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty here. I can't seem to connect, to share my screen. Okay. Okay. Should be working in just a sec. Where did this guy go? Oh, my bad. Let's get this started now. I'll share. Guess I'll share. Guess I'll share this. Okay. Right. Sorry that. Right now, so the panorama of digital and virtual creation. Pardon me about that technical difficulty. Okay, so the panorama of digital and virtual creation. So this is a bit, the topic was a bit abstract in the first place, but it's all well now. Okay, so I'm going to discuss a few issues under this topic. I'll just try to just simplify it for the sake of bringing out a clear meaning of it. Okay, so I'll just restate and I'll just put it as the view, the way we the view of the picture of digital and virtual creation, and in this I'll speak of in this I'll be speaking of in animation mostly is where I will base. So I'll mainly handle speak of where animation, how animation has come up, mostly in East Africa and probably Africa-wide, and where it is by now in the pandemic, and also where it's going given the pandemic. Okay, so just disable those guys. Okay, so I'll look at how the animation industry is doing, and probably, of course, the video industry as well. And also, let me just put something here. How the animation industry is doing, and how it's growing. Okay, so I'll just how the industry is doing, how the industry is doing, and growing. I speak much of as good. Well, it is it's when we in 20 seeing studios coming up, artists growing, like artists having work, sharing their work, and in my opinion, I see if we look at time of and of course productivity, the industry, the film industry as well, is kind of having I'll say a slow growth. It's a slow growth. The way I say it, okay, because I started doing animation in 2013, and of course I'm also part of the slow growth, and I witnessed this. It took me around 4 years to like be ready to do commercial work, and the growth was caused issues. Well, you may not take them serious, but let's look at them, okay? I think the way I see it, it's because we all went to high school, most of us, and I have a feeling that the career guidance that was given in schools kind of put us astray, and it's kind of contributed to the slow growth in the animation industry, because if you look at it, the people who are interested in animation are the youths, are those in schools. And when you look into it, the time they spend in school, they may never get to hear of animation or know what it is or where to go for it, something of the sort. And in the end, you end up having people who don't know what they're doing, and probably when they reach maybe school or campus or whatever, and that's when they dive into animation and they start learning from scratch. Maybe they may join a school, or after joining a school, they may realize what they are studying, what they chose to study in animation or film is kind of wrong. They may maybe go into lighting or what. And in the end, you get to realize that you may spend over 7 to 10 years to be to earn a stable living in the industry. So I kind of put this on the guidance that was given to us in schools, because what they used to tell us to study this, study that, this will help you in the future. This won't help you, but they didn't hint on film, and they didn't hint on animation or even music or even writing. Okay, because if you look at it, if I come back and I look here, when we just speak of this digital and virtual creation, we have of course we have film, we have animation, we have writing, we have writers, script writers, We have musicians, people who sing. We also have, of course, sound people, sound editors, and effects editors. Okay, so if you notice, while we're in school, this stuff was never mentioned, and in the end, we just came out to realize that that we need animation, or we need to go to film, or we need to do writing, or we need to, when it's a bit too late. So when you put that all together, you'll notice that the industry will end up growing slowly. Okay. Unlike medicine, where we have doctors are released all at once, so they graduate at once. We have lawyers graduate at once. We have teachers graduate at once. So I kind of put that on career guidance, and that's why we have a slow growing industry. Okay, so I'll just okay, so I'll see here, and yeah, and also still on this point of the slow growth. For those who have just hopped in, I'm handling the panorama of digital and talking about how animation has been, the animation industry and the film industry, and how it's growing and probably the future. And so far, I've just stated that the industry is really growing slowly. There's a slow growth in the industry, and it's just made a curve, slow growth. And I attributed that slow growth to career guidance. So that's why we can't have the local content that we want to have on TV. We all had that. That feeling of, I want to create this story, I want to create that story, and in the end, you realize that it's a long story to create that story when you get to grow up. So we can't have that stuff. So we end up having low productivity, and I'm attributing that to things like career guidance. I'm also attributing it to the content taught in schools, in media schools. We have a few media schools coming up in Uganda, in Kenya, and Tanzania. And I kind of feel like because I attended the school, one school, I went to see the content, and I felt like the content was off. Okay, and when I noticed that, I think that also attributed to the low output and the low, growth of our industry of film or the digital industry. Okay, someone has just mentioned here that they're not sure. I didn't make an introduction of myself, probably. Yeah, I'm called Masa Andrew, and I am an animator, and I am a character rigger, and I use Toon Boom Harmony. Okay, so, and I've worked on a number of shows, and some of which are Kailu Loves Learning from Canada. This is a show that I animated on, and also Sehai Loves Learning, a show from Ethiopia, which we worked on with a studio in with Msimze Studio in Ntinda. Okay, which is a lovely show, and yeah, and basically I freelance in animation and rigging, basically in 2D, Toon Boom Harmony. Okay, so for that person, my bad, I didn't introduce myself quite well. Anyways, let me just hop back to this. Why I'm saying that there is a slow growth of digital content. I'm attributing this to, I say Karagan, I also say the schools in media. Okay, so I have a feeling, because I looked at the student, a friend of mine showed me some of the content, because she was doing film She was doing cinematography, and I was surprised she was doing that. She didn't look that. And she told me that they have to go and start studying importances of the select tool, and they have to look at the difference between the lasso tool and the select tool, and then they have to learn how to pan. And I felt like it was too theoretical. The content maybe was right, but who needs to give the importances and advantages of a select tool? And come on, you just point at it and it shows maybe it's a select tool, maybe it's a move tool. It's already there. I don't see the necessity. Okay, and then she told me they have to look at, they have to go and start looking at the timeline and the layers, and they have to say the importances and the advantages of having a. It was stuff that was quite not necessary based on me, because in that time, at that time, I say that you would go on a shooting and learn how to place your lights right and to have them in the right direction of your character or something. So I have a feeling that the content is the content that is taught, or maybe the way it's taught. Maybe I'm really not sure why, but it doesn't come out well, and the way it's taught. And also, of course, the schools are very few. Okay, so I would put that to that. I would say that it also attributes to the slow growth of the digital community. Okay. Now, also to point out, I also think that networking is an issue, because you may not know the person you need. You need someone who can act. There is a great actor out there somewhere in the village, but you can't reach that person. You don't know that they're there, but that person is a great actor and is far away. Okay, so the networking is a bit poor. Of course, this can be maybe data, maybe, of course, money as well. So you end up realizing that you're getting the wrong people to do the acting, and then you're having the right people not doing the actual parts of the acting or something. We have great voice actors who are out there, and we need them. Okay, but we end up having having the ones who have the connections are the ones who maybe they have maybe of them knows them, and it's like this guy has done a few maybe he's a comedian here, maybe he's a comedian there, maybe he has spoken on several occasions, he has been an MC, and he can make you a good voice. And the way I see that, it's something that is it doesn't work that way, because when you speak of voice acting, it goes far, it goes deep into the quality of the voice of the voice. You have the quality. We speak of the quality. We speak of the fluidity, how the person can be fluid. How fluid the person is with their voice. How they play with the pitches. Okay, and you get to realize that the people who can do this, we don't see them, we don't have them, but they're out there. Okay, and they're paid little, they're paid less, because they feel like they're desperate, because they also look for the gigs and they can't find them as well. Okay, so I'm also attributing this to networking. So we end up having a slow growth. Picture if there is like you're going to make a commercial, you have the right voices, you have the right artists, and you end up you have the perfect collection of people. Okay, so that would make the thing grow even further. It would shift the curve. Okay, So if I see, okay, so I will do that. Okay, and also I think I've met a few people who, you know, don't want to share their work, and they're like you've seen them in schools, and they're kind of mean with their work. They don't want to share it with others. Okay, so also that I would say it attributes to the slow growth, because come on, if we share this stuff, we all get to win. It's a win-win situation for all of us. Okay, so I have a feeling that if we can share the ideas, the skills, it would be great. And in the end, so yeah, and so in that case, the industry, the digital community will always have a slow growth because of these few factors that I'm just thinking about them, and this is how I see it. Okay, and yeah, basically that. Okay, so all right, so I'll pop back. I'll just try and pop back a bit, and so in this, the digital and virtual community, who are the main participants in this community? Okay, so I listed these the participants. Of course, these are the some of the fields. Okay, but the participants are they're writers. Okay, we have people who write the scripts, and they make the stories, because I thought that if I want to make local content, I want to write about the story of a young girl in a young girl in a village who's hustling, and or maybe she goes to school. Oh, that's mythical. I don't think it's mythical. Mostly it's from real life. It was easy to think about that. It's easy to just say, I have a story I want to write about, but writing is a talent. Not everyone can write. So in digital content, whether it's a commercial, whether it's a song, music, there has to be a writer, someone to write and state that this should go on like this or like that. Okay, so also as stated earlier, you have the people who voice. Those guys are amazing. The voices bring life to to whatever you are doing, and it's just amazing. So a very big role with whether it's in a movie, whether it's in animation, it kills the work. Okay, so we also have musicians, like the song. Of course, there's a songwriter and those kind of people. So they were the musicians, and basically the songs are the songs we've seen movies where the song that was written for that movie has become a hit, and it's amazing. So music also plays a big role, and of course music is a digital art, because you send it through wavelength and all that stuff. Okay, so also of course the main ones, one of those guys, the artists. Okay, so there's the artists, those that do the drawings, and they draw on the boards, and that kind of thing. And these guys also play a big role in the digital community. Okay, we also have the technical artists. Those ones I won't mention much. Those are the guys who know the technicalities of the softwares and all that stuff. Probably someone does the rigging, maybe someone does the modeling. What's interesting is that in 3D animation, you can be very miserable at drawing, but very miserable at drawing, but you can be very good at modeling. Okay, it's quite insane. So I'll call this person a modeler. I'll call him a technical artist. In my case, the way I would say it. Okay, so we have artists. We have the people who do sound. Okay, people who design sound, people who do sound effects. Great work with great sound. Sound brings out the richness in the work, in the movie, or whatever it is that you're doing. So if you have amazing sound effects, I believe that it's the person who designs does a very big role. Okay, there is an anime called Fate Apocrypha. It has so great sound that you feel the richness, and you just feel like it gets your attention, it engages you. So that sound designers, whichever application they use, however they do it, whether they record it and then they start adjusting it, those guys are amazing. So I do believe that they do a great work. Okay, so of course we also we also have people who do the marketing and as well as the guys who create the equipment, that the manufacturers. So these would be, of course, to carry on, these will be kind of the guys who craft. And then now, of course, these guys can't go any further if we don't have the producers of the TV. Okay. Actually, let me just say media. Okay, because with media, then we have the producers. The guys, I don't know how they do it, but you need these guys, these producers, because they also play a big role in this digital community. Okay, because it's quite amazing. Okay, for these guys. So those are some of the few that I can mention, and given the fact that these would be our key main players, I would say that they have roles that they play that makes us produce content that will be lovable on television, and we all love our content to be shown on TV or something, to change lives or to tell a story or something of the sort. Okay, so given this, I will so given this, I will just speak briefly about the opportunities, the how well this industry is, the employment capacity. Okay, so I've just broken down the key participants, okay, of this community, community, and definitely the employment capacity is just really obvious. Okay, writers, voice actors, musicians, artists, the people who do the sound, the mixing, the producers. This is just it's so great. The employment, the pool is so great. Like if I look back into school, we are studying to have a good life and to earn the money and to do a decent job. But when it turned out in the real world, things are quite different. Okay, so but when I look into animation right now, I try and speak to a lot of people who have the chance, the opportunity to do this stuff, and basically those who are in high school. And the employment capacity is insane, because if I see people who study literature, I didn't do literature, actually. I really didn't do it. But I see that literature holds some of the key elements of someone who will be a writer or a script writer. So literature it's like guys who study literature, like their employment should be straight to writing. Like you have to be a writer. You shouldn't just study literature for the sake of speaking tongue twisters or maybe speaking Shakespeare's English. Okay, like voice acting. If I just see this, I see everyone can do this in their own way. Like they mimic characters, and when they mimic characters, then they suit into a character personality, and they can act it out, and they can go into movies. They can be actors. It's just all obvious. Okay, and that's why I say that the employment capacity is just great, and everyone fits in this digital community that we are having. Okay, so we have the voice artists, the musicians, the artists, the sound designers, and of course, even though you do economics or what, it's still, yeah, still your efforts are needed, because most of the time the artists will spend their time on the screens trying to create content, and in the end they end up having no time to go and look for gigs. So that's why we have a lot of broke artists who can't earn a penny, but they have the talent, and they have the talent, okay, but they can't earn a penny. So it's because they have to deal with the market. They don't know where to find the right people. And funny enough, we have they're called brokers, those people that get the gigs. Okay, so linking onto the whether it's a musician, whether it's an actor, whether it's what, these brokers, they they kind of play around with the budget, and in the end, the artists, you have to find ways of surviving. Okay, so but I see it's great. Everyone fits in it, and the market is readily available, if I so to speak. Okay, so since we've seen this, and I've seen this, and currently we are all moving to digital. Each and everyone is moving to digital, whether it's office work or whatever. But now, basically, we are measuring on content creation. And how is this digital and virtual creation of content influencing other markets? Whether it's the food market, or it's in the schools, the demands will change. The curriculum will change. This stuff has done great. It has influenced. For instance, Zoom has become famous. You can also see that, and you need to pay for it. Okay. In the way I see it, in my experience, I had to stock more and more coffee so that I can, try and keep up working. Okay, so the demand went up for coffee. The demand for artists went up. Artists, the demand went up. People needed more animators. Even I needed help from others. I needed to learn more stuff from others. Like people, if you go deep into animation, as when like digital, of course, we have more companies growing and they need protection. They are not misused, or they're working for are not people are now running to the law more. Okay, for protection, for legal protection. Okay, patent right. We have more content coming up. You need to protect it. Like if you don't protect it, and it's just obvious. Things will go astray. Like someone take your work and will use it as theirs, and that doesn't feel good at all. Not at all. Trust me. Okay. So yeah, schools. Of course, schools had to change the way they do work. Like we had new schools come up, new animation schools. They had to come up to teach this skill because the demand grows. I met a lot of people who need to learn, who want to learn, and end up teaching people. And now we have other schools that the state that enrollment is high. Okay, because now students know, a few of them they know that now this is the way to go. It's the digital era. So cinematography, then you go into probably animation, then you go into singing, voicing, voice coaches. We even have voice coaches right now, all that stuff. So you can see that this digital and virtual creation has created, has influenced the market of other stuff. And it's if I look into it, it also influences the income of the country. It tops up on the GDP. I can't go deep into that, okay, but it's quite obvious the way you see it. Also, demands for equipment. Like every artist, whether it's a producer or whoever it may be, they need a system, a computer. Okay, so currently everyone needs a computer, the way we speak, given the times of the pandemic. Everyone needs a PC of sort, and they need to work out things. They need to carry out work online. Data demand has gone up. Currently, I'm using data, and you can see that this digital creation has done this big influence, and it's great because there's more employment and there's more livelihood. Digital and the virtual, I call it content, digital and virtual. This digital and virtual content, I'm going to link it to film. Okay. Currently, we are in the pandemic, and when the pandemic struck, lots of people lost their jobs, and some people got jobs. They earned a living. They took advantage of it, which was great. I've been working from home since at the beginning of 2020, and it seems that it's an advantage. It's an advantage to be working virtually. You do work, you send a client, and you do feedback online, and they like it or not. Yeah, then you speak it out. it works well. That's the way I see it. When we come to film, where we have people trying to act, okay, a scene or something of the sort, whatever it may be. Now this may be a bit challenging because they have to be there on ground and they have to take the shooting. The cameraman has to shoot. But what I saw about this is the integration of 3D and 2D. Okay. It's so amazing that with 3D and you're shooting a scene where maybe whatever these guys are doing, I'm not sure. You're shooting this kind of scene. This guy is facing here, and probably your cameraman is here and is trying to take this shot. And the interesting thing about this is that 3D will kind of chop the budgets for you. Okay, so if you want these guys to be like in front of, let's say that you need them to be in front of let me just say a building, maybe a classy building. I'll just do it here like this, just like that. Okay, and you're working on a low budget. You don't have to stress. You know, with 3D, you just model this stuff out and you have it. Like it saves your budget. You don't have to, go to places. It saves on your budget. Just do this stuff behind a green screen and it all works out well. I love how this works out. I'm so much interested in this 3D. This 3D thing. So I'm going to just wind up with this just a little. Okay, so I'll just sum up with this. The digital and virtual community has great opportunities. The opportunities are so great, and everyone can be part of it. And it's earning is also great. You are assured of a comfortable earning, like a comfortable life, and it's something easy. Everyone can work with it from wherever they are, from home or from anywhere, and it's engaging. Okay, and the stuff is easy. You can go. You can be self-taught. The stuff is online. The schools are there, and the few which are there, and it's yeah. I would say that this is the future for now, even though we are just touching a bit of it right now due to a few challenges, but I believe this is the future and this is the way to go. Okay, so those are my opinions on this. So in case anyone has a say on anything, you may say if you'd wish to. Yeah, I'll just read through here. Increasing the budget for the entertainment industry by the government. Yeah, hopefully the government increases, but still I would say that it's all based on the artist. Like you need to work, you need to spend the sleepless nights and push hard. It's all about what you bring out. It's all about how much you put in. Okay, so if you put in less, definitely you will have less. Okay, you have to show people what you have, and then that's when they'll give you the gigs. Okay, that's what they want. That's what I saw. People want to see what you can do, and then they'll give you the gigs. The reason why we don't have too much content, we don't have too much content on maybe in animation or 3D or whatever, is basically because the artists get more engaged with commercials and ads, and they don't get time to work on their own content. So in the end, you realize that we don't have much content just because they engage. So when you put out work, people will come in and they'll give you the gigs. Even though the government puts in money, but as long as you can't produce, then it would be a waste. Okay. Yeah. So just read out. Yeah, broadcasters should increase our budgets. This will improve our production quality, hence better advertising rates. Well, yeah, but still, to me, the point remains you have to have what you have, and then when you have your work, then you start stating your price. That's what I see, and I believe that's the way to go, whether you like it or not. Because what good does it do if if you have the money but you can't produce, and you have the resources but still can't produce? Well, you even give the money to afford the biggest star. For those doing animation, I would say, I'll just point this out a little. Toon Boom offers a Discord server, and there's a lot of jobs out there for this on this, and you can see. I'll just like this. So these are all gigs people bring out, and they're offering jobs working online virtually. Amazing that you can work and you get to receive your money online. It's so cool. So you can check it out on the Toon Boom website. Okay. So for that matter, if yep, I think I should. I think I'll stop the presentation here. Okay, I would like to thank again the sponsors of this fourth edition of the Kalasha TV and Film Market, and this Safaricom Ada Animation, yeah, Safaricom. So Ada Animation and Daystar University Media, the fourth TV and Film Kit. Okay, so for those of you who haven't watched this, you can feel free to catch it on the Kenyan Film Commission YouTube channel. The recording will be there, and you can state it out. You can leave comments in the sections, and you let us know what you think. What would be your perspective? What do you think of this, the digital and virtual creation? What your views are on it? Okay, so.
The means to a great story is a believable write-up that transcends borders and sets to ensure the audience get glued and the crew are motivated enough to engage.
The movie is on. Yani tukundani.
Kila shot lazima iwe perfect because every angle matters.
Nikundani, boss. Great shots are coming right up.
Every ounce of energy digging in to give a wider scope of the job at hand.
I love it. I'm in it. What's it? This is our time Tukundani. Tukundani.
Toned up faces that display courage in the midst of lights and an always wanting theatre with art that reveals the identity. A time most awaited, showing off the acclaimed character in a role played to perfection.
No. I am more in than you.
No, I am.
No, I am.
No, I am. Oh, you're making me so mad. Oh,
I guess. Tukundani. I am all that you associate me with in the film industry. I am Kenya Film Commission, tasked with ensuring your filmmaking process is a smooth sail. And I can only do it if all you filmmakers are registered with me. Since it is a requirement by law to be registered and certified by the Kenya Film Commission. Pamoja, tutajenga hii industry and beyond. What's your excuse? Ya kutokuwa ndani? Je, uko ndani?
Register today at www.kenyafilmcommission.com.
Miaka 20 safari ilianza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni, kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na matumaini, twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, na Safaricom.
We had just quit from our jobs, even myself. So we took what we had accumulated over the years, like our pension, the kidogo that it was, and then we that is what we put in. And then we borrowed. We borrowed from family, and then even the location itself we got from Eve's sister where they were living. They gave us the place, and I owed even my mother-in-law. That was how bad, how bad it was. But we had a vision and we knew this is what we wanted to do and we were going to get there somehow.
It's very important early on in your career to understand ownership is the end goal. And you're in this for the buyout.
I love it.
I'm making this Sauti Sol music right now because it will be valuable for me in the future. And so I have to really make sure that my split sheets are in order and all the rights holders in my music are in order. In fact, if you look at Midnight Train, your average song has even 3 to 4 writers. And it's deliberate so that we get the best. But also, it's important that your stakeholders, your writers, and everybody knows what they own, where, how.
Quite a number of content creators had put together projects, and Netflix actually came knocking. But when we did 40 Sticks, we actually intended it to go into movie theaters. But when Corona came in, then we had limited choices in terms of platforms that we could place the movie. So luckily, Netflix came knocking. They actually came into Kenya, asked to meet with a number of content producers, and we were lucky to be called into the meeting. So everyone was able to present, and we were lucky to be one of the ones to be picked for our content.
Base is a video streaming platform primarily designed for mobile. And with Base, we basically want to offer content to Kenyans. We are saying Base, we want to position Base as a home of best local content. And on Base, we want consumers to come and find content that entertains them, that informs them, that motivates them, then of course inspires them. And a session like this, Base Creators Garage, is actually content that's available on Base where people can go and watch and be uplifted and learn from other content creators that have gone ahead and succeeded. and actually get something from it.
The Kenya Film Commission presents the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Virtual Edition. Learn and expand your skills during the workshops and conferences with renowned local and international filmmakers and practitioners. Witness filmmakers battle it out for funding in the virtual pitching competition. Catch everything live on the 5th to the 7th of May from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. sponsored by Safaricom.